Hey guys and welcome back to my channel. This is part 2 of what Naruto was in My Hero Academia. Before we begin, don't forget to like, share and subscribe, and also go and support the author, link in description. Izuku Midoriya vs. Abara Shiozaki. Winner Izuku Midoriya. Momo Yaoyorozu vs. Mina Ishido. Naruto got a small break, so he decided to wait in the waiting room to be called out. He was sitting in the room with Momo as she sat close to him. She smiled. "You've been doing so well, Naruto, I'm proud of you." Naruto smiles back, placing a kiss on her lips. "I'm proud of how far you've come. I know you can keep going. I cannot wait to fight Yamomo, do not hold back. I need to see just how far you've come." Momo rested her head on his shoulders. "I hope you'll watch me," Momo said with a smile on her face. Next up, Yaoyorozu Momo vs. Ishido Mina. Present Mike shouted as Momo stood up ready to fight. "I know you can do it, Momo, I believe in ya." Naruto walked her out as she left towards the tunnel. Naruto leaned at the entrance watching as Momo walked out onto the platform. "I hope you're ready, Ishido-san, give it your all." Momo got into her turtle hermit stance. Mina smiled. "Yeah, let's give it our all, Yaoyorozu-san." Mina got ready. "Begin." Midnight snapped her flogger whip. Mina ran forward with her hands covered in acid as she threw it at Momo. Momo began to run and flip to the sides to avoid her attacks. Momo took the few seconds to see how she wanted to approach Mina. She decided that her best chance at winning was to take her out as quickly as she could. Momo quickly made some baseballs and chucked them at Mina. Mina did her best to either dodge or melt them. Mina ran forward trying to see if she could land a few hits to knock Momo down. She also began to secrete acid from her feet to slid quicker. Momo saw this and quickly altered the composition of her shoes. She added a carbon fiber layer to withstand her acid. It won't prevent it from melting her soles of her shoe, but it will buy her some time. Momo ran forward as her hands materialized a pole for. She extended it forward to jab Mina in the stomach. Mina was hit as she stumbled backward. Momo took this opportunity to release a barrage of attacks. Momo brought her body around spinning as she hit Mina with the other end of her pole. Mina brought her hand up to punch Momo, but Momo quickly deflected her attack with her elbow. However, the acid on Mina's hand did begin to eat away at Momo's UA jacket with her right sleeve gone. Momo quickly ripped her jackets off with only her sports bra on. Momo didn't let this bother her at all. Meanwhile, Naruto stayed focused on her battle. However, he did notice the guys in the stands looking at Momo, and not in a way Naruto wants them to be looking at her. Momo ignored the stares and continued to fight. She ran forward and went to punch. Mina ducked, but Momo mantled over Mina's back. Mina went to push her torso up to fling Momo off her back, then she felt her neck heavier than before. Momo smiled. Maiden stun. Momo quickly brings her pole up as she pulled a piece of string attached to her hand. The string pulled out pins from flashbangs around Mina's neck like a necklace. "Wait. When did you have time to do that?" Mina screamed as she saw a flash of light. Momo ran forward as she dropped her pole. She jabbed her right hand into Mina's stomach. She brought her left hand to hit her chin, made an eagle. Momo shouted as she extended her left leg up into the air. This sent Mina up and flying out of the ring. Winner, Yaoyorozu Momo. Midnight cracked her flogger whip. Momo hunched over out of breath, making the number of flashbangs she made, along with the string, poles, and the soles on her shoes. She was winded, but she made sure not to go overboard. Momo helped Mina up. "Hey, good fight, Ishido-san." Mina accepted. "Yeah, you too, Yaomomo." Mina snickered as Momo chuckled. "Well, it's hard to beat someone if they got a fighting style." Soon the two walked out with Naruto greeting them. "Hey, you two did great out there. Mina, you put up a hell of a fight." Naruto gave her a high five. Mina sighed. "Well, I did what I can, but seriously, you two are insane. You better win and beat Izuku Momo." Mina gave her a high five. Naruto, Momo, and Mina went back to sit in their seats with the rest of the class. Backquote. 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 Eijiro Kirishima vs. Katsuki Bakugo. Winner Katsuki Bakugo. Like that, it was the semifinals. Alright everybody. It's time for the semifinals. It's going to be first Midoriya Izuku vs Yaoyorozu Momo. After then it will be Uzumaki Naruto vs Bakugo Katsuki. Naruto walked Momo and Izuku down. Hey, you two put up a good fight. Naruto smiled proudly to both of them. Ochako also tagged along. Yeah, you both are strong. I know you guys can perform well. Ochako gave a bubbly smile to Izuku and Momo. Naruto chuckled. Well, I'll be honest, Izuku, you better give Momo everything you got. I'm sure I don't even have to tell you that. Naruto smirked. Izuku gave them a stern smile and a look of determination. Why yeah. Why you got it. I'll give it my all, Yaoyorozu-san. Izuku clenched his right fist. Momo smiled. I look forward to seeing just how much you've grown, Izuku. Momo also tightened her right fist and extended it out to Izuku. Izuku returned the gesture as he left to get to the other side. Ochako smiled. Yeah, I know you can do it. Izuku-kun. Ochako shouted to Izuku as he turned his head, waving while blushing. Naruto raised an eyebrow and smirked with Momo. Are we getting our second-class lovers? Naruto chuckled as Ochako began to blush. What? No. I mean it's not like I like him or anything. Ochako didn't know what to say. Naruto, leave Ochako alone. Momo crossed her arms under her bust, raising an eyebrow at Naruto. Naruto back off and rubbed the back of his head. Why yeah, ya know I'm just teasing Datbeo. Naruto didn't want to anger Momo. Alright, it's time to start. Class 1A Midoriya Izuku vs Yaoyorozu Momo. Present Mike shouted. Momo and Izuku were on opposite sides facing one another. Izuku was fully rested and Momo was given salmon by Naruto earlier to replenish her lipids. Alright. You know the rules. Begin. Crack. Midnight cracked her flogger whip. Izuku's right arm began to glow as his red gauntlet appeared as it shouted, boost. Momo didn't waste any time as she went into fight. Izuku and Momo were trading blow after blow. Momo landed a punch on his face, but Izuku retaliated with a punch to her stomach. Momo pushed forward as she kicked his foot out from underneath him. She went to strike at his chest. Izuku brought his arms up to block. He used his left arm to deflect her punch, and he brought his right hand out and punched her square in the jaw. Boost. His hand glowed as he made contact with Momo. Momo was sent flying a couple of feet as he rolled on her side and to her feet. She wiped the blood from her lip. That was a good punch, Midoriya-kun, you've grown, maybe even faster than me. Momo mumbled the last part, worried. Thanks, Yaoyorozu-san, but you two have grown stronger, your punches are quicker and harder. Now, Izuku's body exploded. Boost. 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 Izuku's body was now glowing red with his green eyes glowing. Momo could see red electricity flickering around his body. Izuku was quicker as he left her field of vision. Momo's instincts kicked in as she blocked a dropkick from above her by Izuku. I guess sparring with Naruto and how unpredictable he is starting to pay off. Momo thought to herself. Momo quickly spun her body clockwise as she smashed her heel into Izuku's side. This sent him skidding on the ground, but he quickly flipped on his feet. It's time to end this. Boost, 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 boost. Izuku's body was boiling with energy. He began to run around on the field. This made it look like a bunch of Izukus appear. Momo began to think, which is the right one? Which one do I hit? Where will he attack? These must be afterimages, above, behind, right, left, or even below. Momo looked down, but then she looked up to find Izuku coming on her right as he landed a punch on her right cheek. Momo was sent flying back as she skids on the ground. Momo got back into her stance ready to fight once again, but Izuku stopped as his body eased. Good fight, Yaoyorozu-san. Izuku gave her a respectful bow. Momo looked to find both of her feet out of bounds. Her eyes widened. What? Momo's world fell silent. The only thing she could hear was the ringing in her ears as Izuku walked up and offered her a handshake. Momo accepted the handshake as she said, "See, congratulations." Momo was stunned. Izuku could tell she was shocked by the sudden win. His main goal was to power up quickly. Then end it by punched her where she lands out of bounds. Momo would be able to last longer in a fight against Izuku, but Izuku had enough brute strength to punch her out. Not only that, He knows how she fights, but he has also studied the way she fights. Thank you Yaoyorozu-san, you did amazing. Izuku turned around and walked back from his entrance. Naruto stood there at Momo's entrance. Momo came walking back. She was thinking too much again. Why? Why was she having such a hard time? When she fights Naruto, she doesn't need to think things through. Heck, she was even able to fight Tokiyami and win. I don't understand. All the training I did, was it not enough? Did I underestimate Izuku? Momo was so busy pondering and thinking about what she did wrong. She didn't hear Naruto calling out to her until he put his hand on her shoulder. What? Momo was knocked out of her thoughts once Naruto tried to get her attention. Momo stared into Naruto's sky-blue eyes. Momo, you alright? Naruto asked worriedly. I lost. I don't know what I did wrong. Did I punch too slow? Were my feet out of sync? What did I do wrong? I'm confused Naruto. We were trading blows evenly until he began to boost up. Maybe I had to outlast him longer, or maybe I should have made a shield of some sort. Momo couldn't think what she did wrong. Whoa, Momo. First of all, calm down. Naruto put his hand on her head as he placed a kiss on her cheek. Mom closed her eyes and let a breath out. Thank you Naruto. She placed a kiss on his lips, hugging him. Naruto smiled. Momo, tell me what you think you did wrong. Momo began to think. I don't know, I was trying to think of a. Naruto put his finger over her mouth, stopping her. I want you to think about what you just said. Then let me know what you find out. Momo, you did a great job. You've impressed me with how far you've come. No matter what Momo, in my eyes you're always a winner and you did your best. That doesn't mean you won't get noticed by other hero agencies. Naruto held her close as Momo kissed his lips. Momo smiled. I swear I'd be a mess without you. I'd be a mess without you too. Naruto flicked her forehead, which Momo let a huff out as she then smiles. She then began to think. So, I said, I don't know, I was trying to think of a plan. What did I do wrong then? I don't understand. Maybe I'll figure it out when Naruto fights. It's now time for Uzumaki Naruto, whom I like better, versus Katsuki Bakugo, the explosion mistress. Present Mike shouted, confused. Did somebody mess with the names on the roster? What? Explosion mistress? Who the hell came up with that? I'll kill him. Katsuki screamed. Hey explosion mistress, come at me. Naruto taunted, waved his fingers at himself. Everyone in the crowd began to laugh as Momo shook her head, letting a sigh out. You bastard. Katsuki sneers and growls. Naruto. How the hell are you supposed to be a hero when you talk and look like that? Now that's not very justice-like. Naruto taunted as Katsuki was about to blow a gasket. Begin. Midnight whipped her flogger whip. Katsuki shot forwards towards Naruto as he tried to blow him up. The smoke cleared as Katsuki found himself hitting air. Before the smoke could clear, everyone saw that Katsuki was launched into the air. Naruto threw himself into the air with his clones. Daiku Hokage. Full cowl 5% Sarutobi smash. Naruto shouted as he punched Katsuki into the ground. Katsuki was sent careening into the ground. Katsuki got back up with a wide grin on his face. You're going to have to try harder than that. He charged forward, trying to hit Naruto in the air. However, Naruto substituted himself with a random log. Naruto was on the ground. Stop doing that annoying shit and die. Katsuki roared as he threw his attack at Naruto. Naruto quickly appeared in front of Katsuki with one for all at 10% with red-orange flames around him. Naruto smacked his attack to the side with his attacking going to that side. Come on, is that all you got? I'm barely breaking a sweat. Naruto chuckled. Damn you and I, you're just more annoying than that stupid Deku. Katsuki shouted as Naruto ignored his comment. Katsuki ran forward to attack Naruto, but Naruto dodged and punched him in the chin, sending him into the air. He landed on the ground with a thud. He stood back up angry. Damn it. Just die already. I'll beat you. I know I will. I know you're just a nobody. You're just extra, just like everyone else. You wanna know what pisses me off more? Naruto stayed silent with a smirk on his face. You know you need to chill. Everyone did their best to help you. You should be thankful for your team members during the cavalry battle. They helped you get where you are now. Naruto said, annoyed that Katsuki had little no respect for his classmates. Everyone fought hard. Eijiro, Tokiyami, Iida, Momo, Ochako, Izuku, and everyone else. Everyone fought their hardest to fight and to make it where they're at now. Katsuki smirked. They were just there as extras. Momo stood up hearing Katsuki's words, that arrogant asshole. It's enough that he looks down on us. Momo growled in her seat, he knows absolutely nothing. Nothing that Naruto went through as a child. He has no right to say that shit to Naruto. Momo was begging to hate Katsuki more and more. Izuku was wondering himself, how does Naruto do it? How does Naruto continue going against Katsuki? Well, one thing for sure is that Naruto had a lot more courage to stand up to him. Naruto frowned. Wow, I can't believe you can say all that about your classmates. I'm having enough of your shit. You know if you keep this up, Katsuki, you're going to end up alone. You may be a hero one day, but you won't be number one, that's a fact. Clearly, you don't understand the value of your comrades. Shut up and fight, Katsuki shouted as he lunged forward to attack Naruto. Naruto easily dodged his attack and rammed his knee into Katsuki's stomach. Naruto then took both of his hands and did a sledgehammer on top of his head. This sent him face first into the ground. Naruto jumped back. Get it through your head, your classmates have the same amount of talent as you do. You have to work hard to get your abilities, you have to work hard to get where you want to be. Naruto was trying to help the violent quirk user to understand. Shut up, they're nothing, they're just extras, just like you and your bitch of a girlfriend. Naruto grit his teeth, you know I keep trying to help you understand. Not everyone is here to help you. They have their own goals, own lives, dreams. You have no right to say who they are. I'll prove that to you. I'll show you just how far your abilities are from mine. You know, if Shoto was here, he beat you without having to use his left side. Naruto growled, no one calls Momo that. She is an amazing friend. But an even better girlfriend. Something you cannot possibly understand. You're so egotistical, I doubt you even know what it means to be a hero. Shut up, you know nothing, now die. Katsuki appeared above Naruto, bringing his right hand down with his explosion quirk ready to go. Just then Naruto disappeared from his sight. Katsuki's attack and caused dust to appear everywhere. Once the dust died down, Katsuki looked around for Naruto, but could not find him. Damn it. Where are you? Katsuki shouted and growled. I'm right here, Naruto said behind Katsuki in his blind spots. Sarutobi smash. Naruto punched his jaw, sending him flying. Katsuki growled as he used his explosion to stop himself. He looked down to make sure he got back into the arena. However, Naruto appeared in front of Katsuki, and Naruto's hand covered Katsuki's face. Naruto drove his face into the ground. Katsuki let out a growl of pain. Naruto stands back up and picks Katsuki up by his hair and glares into his eyes. You'll never get to my level, you'll never get to where I am. Naruto growled. Katsuki laid on the ground growing, how can there be such a gap in our power? Why you went all out against Shoto? So why aren't you showing your true power against me? He screamed on the ground. Naruto grit his teeth, you don't understand the true meaning of getting stronger. Every fiber, every cell, every single drop of blood. That is what makes everyone stronger, training them, breaking them down and rebuilding them. You think you were given power like this, you think you don't have to do a thing to get stronger. I'll show you the difference between hard work with friends, than doing nothing and only caring about yourself. Naruto picked Katsuki up by his hair. Naruto slammed his forehead into Katsuki's, he then punched him in the stomach, sending him out of the ring. Naruto walked towards the end of the arena as Midnight shouted, Katsuki Bakugo is out. Winner, Uzumaki Naruto. A.N. If you know where this fight is from, comment it in the review. Naruto waited as Katsuki slowly got up. You lost today because I completely outclassed you. It was in strength, but not only in strength. The people I beat today, even if they were on your team, they still went against me or worked with me. Everyone that I worked with, talked to, been around, and got to know. It is all thanks to friends and hard work I have to thank for helping me get this far. Naruto turned around to leave, walking away from Katsuki. Katsuki stood up, growling in anger. No. You get back here. You get back here and show me your true strength. You're just an extra. I'll show you. Katsuki roared. Naruto turned his head. You know, even if you were on my level right now, I still wouldn't see you as a worthy foe. I wouldn't even see you as an equal. This quote was used as a ninja code, but it can also be used in this hero world. A wise man once told me, those who break the rules are scum, that's true, but those who abandon their comrades are worse than scum. You still see our classmates as extras, you disappoint me Katsuki Bakugo, you could have been so much more. Naruto began to walk back to the entrance tunnel as Katsuki fell to the ground with his body giving out. Backquote. 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 At the Bakugo's residence. Katsuki's parents both sit at the couch watching, they were sad that their son lost. However, the mother said, I know it's hard to see Katsuki lose, but I hope this is a turning point for him. I hope he can see that hard work and friendship trumps everything in life. The father nodded, I hope he sees it too. Backquote. 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 With Naruto. Naruto smiled as he met up with Momo, you did great, and I liked your speech. You're right, you know, everyone you fought against did their best and so you did that as well. Good job, make sure you win for me. Momo brings Naruto's lips to hers as she held him close. Soon they saw Katsuki walking back growling and staring at the ground. How did he lose? He had the quirk to become the next best hero. So many people told him that he was going to go far, and with a quirk like that, he could do anything. It was frustrating to think that Naruto defeated him that easily. He didn't even use 15% of his Daiku Hokage quirk. This made Katsuki hate Naruto, even more than Deku. Deku had a quirk that gave him strength, but now that Naruto was this strong, Katsuki was angry, he knew he had to dive into some intense training. Naruto and Momo stayed silent as he walked past them, not even acknowledging them. Soon Izuku and Ochako came by. Well, you did a good job, Naruto, to think that you beat Katsuki. Izuku said, shocked and didn't even stutter. Yeah, well, I hope you give it your all, Izuku, I'll give it my all too. Naruto stretched his fist out to give him a fist bump. Alright everyone, it's time for the finale. Let's give it up for our 2 contestants from Class 1A Hero Course. Present Mike shouted with excitement with the crowd roaring and energized. Naruto nodded his head as Momo gave him another kiss on the lips. Thanks Momo, after this we should go on another date. Naruto gave her a wide smirk. Momo nodded her head excited, yeah, I can't wait, make sure you win. She threw her fist into the air happy for him. Izuku was with Ochako as he waved goodbye to her shakily, see y'all later Ochako. Ochako giggled waving to him. Ochako felt her heartbeat a little faster. She said, Izuku. She trotted up to Izuku as he turned around. Ochako placed a sweet kiss on his cheek. Izuku was freaking out with a blush on his face. OOC Ochako. What was that F for? Ochako nervously smiled. Well, it's for good luck, Izuku, Ochako said with a blush on her face. Izuku turned around and began to walk out to the arena with a stupid look on his face. He was blushing with a giant-ass smile on his face. The two walked out as Present Mike shouted, we have Uzumaki Naruto versus Midoriya Izuku. With this final battle, we will see just who is strongest of Class 1A Hero Course. Midnight nodded her head, alright. Begin. She snapped her flogger whip. Izuku shook the thoughts out of his head and got serious. His body began to glow immediately. I hope you're ready, Naruto. I'm going to give it my all. Boost, 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 boost. Izuku's body was radiating with red electricity, with red aura and his eyes glowing green. Naruto smiled. Yeah, I hear ya Izuku. Just show me how strong you've gotten. Daiku Hokage full cowl, 30%. Naruto's body erupted in red-orange flames with red lines of energy running throughout his entire body. Naruto's body was feeling his blood running throughout his entire body. He felt his strength from the beginning of this festival has gotten much stronger since then. Naruto smiled. Izuku, tell me you've gotten even stronger since the beginning. I can feel it. I can feel even more power within me. More power within me ready to explode out of my body. Backquote. 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 Inside of Naruto. Kurama smiled as he felt the mass amounts of power that Naruto has been acquiring. Kurama honestly had some respect for Naruto a little bit. Not only has he overcome this world, a world he never knew about, neither did he. He adjusted and opened up to a few people, those few people accepted who and what he was. However, he only gained a little bit of respect because Naruto can now use 2 tails worth of his power. However, his goal of getting out of the damn cage was still his #1 priority. All he wants is his freedom. He has a chance to do so. Minato, Hashirama, Nito, and Kushina knew what Kurama wanted. However, since Naruto was not in his mindscape, they could do little to stop Kurama. Right now, the seal was weakening. It was a major concern because they don't want him to rampage. Backquote. 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 Back to the battle. Naruto and Izuku launched themselves forward as Naruto and Izuku both punch with their right fist. Their punch collides as there was a massive shockwave that shot out from their punch. The ring went up to the stands as a giant wave of wind hit them in the face. Their punches hit so hard that their shockwave was like a submarine sonar blip. Naruto and Izuku both backed up and then went back in trying to punch one another. Their speeds were increasing, then everyone could hear, boost. Every few seconds or so everyone saw that Izuku's power increased, which allowed him to keep up with Izuku. Naruto had a large grin plastered on his face. Show me what you've got, Izuku. Let's just show how strong we become. Thanks to everyone we fought. Naruto dodged a quick punch from Izuku, and Naruto threw his right leg into his side. Izuku was kicked to the side, but he quickly did a side flip to land on the ground. Izuku's body shouted, boost. Again, Izuku got another strength boost, and he disappeared and hit Naruto in the stomach. Naruto bent over in pain as Izuku brought both of his hands into a sledgehammer, hitting Naruto's face into the ground. Izuku went to kick Naruto, but Naruto spun his body around, causing Izuku to be tripped. Izuku was still falling when Naruto quickly got up and kicked Izuku into the air. Naruto jumped into the air above Izuku. Naruto brought his left foot up and slammed his heel into his stomach. Then Naruto saw Izuku grab his foot and turned them around. Izuku was going to land fine, but Naruto was going to land face first into the ground. Before they hit the ground, Naruto used a substitution as he was on the ground safely with Izuku holding onto a log. Izuku stood up, throwing the log to the side. I don't even want to know where you got one. Izuku chuckled. Well, I don't know where they come from either. I just thank the logs wherever they come from. Naruto added as they prepared for round 2. Boost, boost, boost. Izuku pushed his body. Daiku Hokage full cowl. 40%. Naruto in return smiled, ready to fight as Izuku quickly launched himself forward. The two began to exchange blows, causing shockwaves one after another. Everyone couldn't believe the amount of power the two held. The two continued exchanging blows, both landing punches. The two kept pushing their limits. Naruto landed a punch across Izuku's face. Izuku landed a knee into Naruto's stomach. Naruto spat up spit with Izuku stumbling backward. Naruto let a huff with a smile on his face as downgraded in power Rasengan appear in his hand. Let's not hold back, Izuku. Show me your power. Izuku held his fist up as 5 small energy orbs appeared on each tip of his finger. The two ran forward with Naruto extended his hand out. Rasengan. Naruto shouted and Izuku shouted finger shot. Naruto slammed his attack into Izuku's stomach, but Izuku was able to fire off his attack as well. Naruto saw his 5 energy balls shoot into his stomach. They were both blown back as they did a flip as they landed on their feet to stop them from skidding on the ground too far. Izuku was letting some huffs and puffs out. Naruto smirked. That hurt. Geez, Izuku, you got stronger, didn't you? Izuku smiled. Yeah, it's thanks to you and everyone else. Everyone who has helped me get this far are counting on me to win. I won't let you win without a fight. I can win too. Izuku's body began to glow again. Boost. 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 Izuku's body was radiating with even more energy. Naruto let a laugh out. How much longer until your body gives out? Naruto said as his body began to glow even more with more flames sprouting from his body. Daiku Hokage full cowl. 100%. Nao's body was on fire right now. He could handle it, but he was for sure going to break his arm. Well, at least he thinks. The two dashed at one another as they disappeared from everyone's view. Everyone couldn't see where they were. Everyone was on edge. Then they appeared in the air. Then the two reappeared with Naruto's S-fist across Izuku's cheek. Then two disappeared and then reappeared on the ground, this time Naruto's face being smashed into the ground by Izuku. This happens repeatedly until they land blows on one another. Momo, Toshinori, Torino, Ochako, and the rest of UA students watched in awe in Naruto's and Izuku's display of power. They were appearing all over the arena, surprising everyone. Their speed was insane, their power output was ridiculous. Naruto and Izuku finally stopped on opposite sides of the area, with Izuku letting out huffs and puffs as Naruto was smirking. Izuku, don't you think it's time to finish this? Naruto began to vibrate his arm back and forth in a rapid motion. Naruto caused the hydrogen atoms in the air around him to ignite, causing flames to appear. Backquote. 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 Play the song Awake and Alive by Skillet. Start at 2:54. Izuku's body was aching. He was very much near his limit. He closed his eyes and let a huff out. I'm ready. He did a quick squat as he unleashed the rest of his power he had left inside of him. Boost. 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 Izuku felt his body on fire, but he had to do this. For everyone who has supported and beaten before him, he wanted to show them the same respect they gave him by winning. Naruto smiled. Let's give them a final howrah. Naruto got into a stance with the left side of his body forward. His left hand out and his left foot in front. Naruto had his right arm still on fire, cocked back. Naruto once again said, Midoriya Izuku, with all my strength, and everyone who's come before me, I will defeat all of yours. Naruto shouted out for all to hear his previous lines. Izuku smiled. Yeah, let's give it our all. Uzumaki Naruto, I will be a hero. I will be number one. The two shot off like rockets with both of their right fists cocked back. Midnight quickly said, Smentos. Smentos created walls of cement between Izuku and Naruto, however, they broke through them with ease. Naruto and Izuku both clashed with their attacks. Naruto and Izuku shouted, Konoha Smash, Dragon Smash. They both screamed as their fists went to punch one another. There a bright light that engulfed the two as there was a loud and powerful explosion. The explosion shook the entire stadium, shocking everyone. Mushroom cloud could be seen for miles away. Momo and Ochako both ran out from their spots, worried for Naruto and Izuku, respectively. Midnight and Smentos did not stop them because they were just as worried as well. Shoto was up with his classmates along with Bakugo. The two were thinking as they both wondered, how does Naruto get stronger when he fights? They both asked themselves in their minds. Little did they know that Naruto does not just get stronger. A person gets stronger by running, strength, and endurance, but that is not the 100% way to get strong. A lot of it proper eating, meditating to clear one's mind, and making sure you rest up properly. There were two more reasons why Naruto was this strong. That was something they yet to still understand. Back at the arena, The dust cleared up as everyone's eyes widened. Naruto was still standing with Izuku's left arm over his shoulder. Both of their arms were both broken from their attacks. Naruto slowly began to heal. Momo and Ochako ran over to help them. Midoriya Izuku is unconscious. Winner Uzumaki Naruto. Midnight shouted. That's it. Winner Uzumaki Naruto. Present Mike shouted as the crowd erupted in a cheer. Ochako came running over worried for Izuku and Naruto. Ochako tapped Izuku to make his body lighter for Naruto. Naruto smiled. Thanks Ochako, ya know Izuku hits hard. I think he broke a couple of ribs. Naruto began to chuckle, but then winced in pain. It hurts to laugh. Momo shook her head. Momo put Naruto's arm over her shoulder. Ochako put Izuku on her shoulders and carried the two off to Recovery Girl. The group gets to Recovery Girl with them in separate rooms. Izuku was healed up, but Naruto's arm healed by itself though his ribs were covered by Recovery Girl. Momo smiled. You did a good job, you certainly showed just how strong you are. Momo laid on the bed with Naruto's arm wrapped around her waist. Naruto had his face in the crook of her neck as he took in the aroma of his girlfriend. Thanks Momo, it's thanks to Toshinori-sensei and Torino Gigi, you, Izuku, Ochako, and everyone else in the class. Maybe not Katsuki so much, but I was able to beat him to continue. Momo, when I have people I care about, people I want to protect, nothing, and I mean nothing will stop me making sure I protect the people I care about. Momo giggled. Yeah I know, you also never give up because that's your Nindo way. Momo turned her head to the side so their lips could meet. Naruto smiled. You know me so well. Ahem. A voice coughed as Momo and Naruto turned their heads. Naruto saw Toshinori standing there as Momo began to blush with Naruto blushing as well. As much as I don't mind leaving you two to be intimate. I hate to break up your moment, but it's time for the award ceremony. Toshinori then turned into All Might. Yeah, I hear ya. Naruto was all healed up as he stood up sore but still happy. Momo got up but missing the warmth from Naruto's body. Everyone made their way outside as there were a first, second, and third place podiums. Naruto stood on the first, Izuku in second, and Momo in the third place. Katsuki was offered the spot and had to share it with Momo, but he said, and I quote, I'm not sharing a podium with an extra. Katsuki screamed. With everyone now in place and All Might in his buff form, All Might gives Momo her third place medal. You did well young Yaoyorozu, keep it up and you can get stronger. Your potential is limitless. All Might also hugs her. He then walks over to Izuku as Izuku began to panic and fanboy out. Young Midoriya, you fought bravely with strength, speed, and power. Your quirk is very impressive. I know you can go far. All Might gives Midoriya a medal and then a hug. All Might came up to Naruto as he gave his successor a big grin. Young Uzumaki Naruto, you did very well, you worked hard and gave it your all. You did everything today with optimism and reached out to your classmates. You did what you could to help your opponent get stronger, but also to help them move on. I'm proud of you. All Might said the last few words under his breath as he hugged Naruto. All Might turns around to the crowd. All right everyone. These three were winners this time. Anyone here could have ended up on the podiums here. It's just as you saw, competing, improving one another, and climbing even further. The next generation of heroes is definitely sprouting. All Might throw his hand into the air pointing at the sky. For some reason a shine came from his finger. So, I only have one more thing to say. Everyone, say it with me. Ready go. Plus, Ultra thanks for all your hard work. All Might shouted at the same time with everyone else in the stands. What? Everyone were shouting confused. It should have been plus Ultra All Might. Well, I thought everyone worked really hard. All Might was a little surprised. Backquote. 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 Scene change. Class 1A. After the sports festival, everyone in Class 1A went back to their classroom with Aizawa saying, "Good work, so tomorrow and the day after there will be no school. I'm sure the heroes watching you will want to recruit you, but we will consolidate and announce everything once you get back. So, rest well and we'll see what happens in the future." Aizawa finished. Naruto looked over to his right along with Izuku. Iida was not there. Naruto learned of Iida's family emergency and he hopes that Iida is alright. After the day everyone went home with Naruto sticking around with Momo, Izuku, and Ochako. Hey Izuku, do you know what happened to Iida? Naruto asked. Izuku shrugged his shoulders. I don't know. Once the sports festival ended, he left. I have no idea what it was. I just hope he is alright. Well, once we get back to classes, we will ask to see how he is doing. Naruto nodded his head. With the end of the day drawing near, Naruto walks Momo home. The two hop on the train together with Momo leaning into Naruto's arms. The people on the train began to notice Naruto. Hey, you're Uzumaki Naruto and Yaoyorozu Momo. Hey, look, it's the first place and third place winner the sports festival. Awesome, some new heroes in the making. Keep up the hard work. Everyone on the train cheered for Naruto and Momo to keep up their good work. The two thanked everyone for their compliments. Soon they got off the train and made their way home. Naruto walked Momo home with the two walking hand in hand. Naruto saw Nana next to him. You did a really good job, you're getting better with one for all Naruto. Nana gave him a smile with a nice hand gesture. Soon they made their way to Momo's house and Momo said, you want to stay for dinner? I'm sure my Ka-san will be okay with it. Naruto shrugged his shoulders, sure, if I get to spend more time with you, sure. Which reminds me, you want to go on a date tomorrow? Say 11 a.m. Momo smiled as she kissed him on the lips when they parted. She said, it's a date. What they didn't know is behind the door Saraorg was crying hearing his little girl going out on more dates with Naruto. Shuri was quite happy with this as she dragged him back to the dinner table. Soon Naruto and Momo came walking in. Ka-san. Chu-san. We're here. I asked Naruto to stay for dinner. I hope that's alright. Shuri said, yeah, it's totally fine. I'm glad that he can stay. Shuri began to prepare an extra plate of food. Naruto came into the dining room to see Saraorg sitting in his usual spot. Hello Naruto. Momo, you did a very good job. Naruto, you also did a good job. Saraorg said this while looking at Naruto and Momo. He was quite happy that Momo got far. She did so because she did so much training with Naruto. He hates to admit it, but if it wasn't for Naruto he doesn't know if she would have gotten as far. However, he was thankful for Naruto helping Momo go strong and get where she is now. Naruto has been a good influence on his daughter. I must say Naruto, I'm quite pleased that Momo got so strong because of you. I'm not saying she couldn't, but, in all honesty, Momo, you wouldn't have been good in close quarters situations if it wasn't for Naruto. Momo nods her head understanding her father. Actually Mr. Yaoyorozu, I'm sure Momo could have gotten far without my help even if we didn't know one another. Saraorg liked Naruto's response and Momo blushed at the compliment. Momo smiled. Thanks Naruto, but Chu-san does make a fair point, but I'll take what I can get. Momo leans her head on his shoulder while her mother calls for help. Naruto and Saraorg found themselves staring at one another. Naruto, I must ask, you seem to care and look after my daughter. Can I count on you to always be there for her? Naruto smiled at him along with his determined look on his face. I understand how you feel. I promise you that I will always keep Momo safe. However, I want you to understand that your little girl is quite capable by herself. She can put up a fight. I trust her if we work together. That means that I will always have her back and she will have mine. I will do everything in my power to keep her safe. Naruto smiled at him. You have to understand that Momo is a really strong girl. A lot stronger than you think she is. She can defend herself in a fight. I promise you that much. Saraorg likes Naruto's answer and nods his head happily. I like your answer. Keep it up to Naruto. I'm beginning to like you more. Soon Shuri and Momo came back with food as everyone began to talk and dig in. Shuri asked Momo and Naruto what they thought of the UA Sports Festival. Naruto and Momo shared their different experiences. They complemented one another's skills in strength and speed. Naruto and Momo shared their battles and Shuri and Saraorg listened to their fights. Saraorg smiled. Momo, you're Ka-san and I watched your fight. You got very far, don't think you failed us or anything. That Midoriya has an enhancement quirk which gives him an advantage in fights like these. Momo had a small smile appear on her face. Thanks to Chan, Naruto told me that too. You both make me feel better about myself. I know I gave it my all and did what I could do to get strong. However, That just means that I need to get stronger. Momo said with a pumped-up attitude. She was still determined to do what she can to get stronger. I'm proud of you, Mo-chan. I'll be happy with whatever agency you get into. Saraorg walked over and patted her head. He looked at Naruto and did smile. Thank you, Naruto, you keep looking out for my little girl. He turned and walked into the kitchen. Shuri giggled. That means he is starting to like you. Keep it up. Shuri gave Naruto and Momo a thumbs up. Momo was happy and so was Naruto. Then Shuri said, can't wait for grandchildren to spoil. Naruto and Momo's face turned red as they blushed at the idea. Momo walked Naruto out as they talked out on the front together. So, how did you think dinner went with 2-chan? She said with a smile. Naruto pursed his lips as he smiled. I think he is beginning to like me, but, when do you think we tell them, ya know? Momo scratched her cheek. I'm not too sure. I mean, I know how my father will take it. He will be worried if you have the 9 tails sealed in you. Well, for right now let's not worry about that. In time, once my 2-chan begins to like you more and more, then we can try it. Momo grabbed Naruto's hands. Naruto smiled as he squeezed her hands gently and pulled her into a hug. Naruto kissed Momo on her lips as the two held one another for a while. They exchanged kisses, not wanting to let go, after a good 10 minutes of the two kissing one another. Naruto told her he had to go. With a sad groan, Momo let him go. The two kissed again as Momo left to go inside as she let a giggle out. Momo had her back up against the door as she looked at her hands. She brought her right hand up to touch her lips. She had to admit that she enjoyed kissing Naruto a lot. She didn't think that their intimacy level would go that quickly. Meanwhile, Naruto was walking away from Momo's house as Naruto looked up at the night sky. He stood still for a moment as he left the wind blow in his face. He found himself in the seal. Backquote. 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 Mindscape. Naruto appeared in the mindscape as he looked up to see the giant 9-tailed fox in his cage. The 9 tails growled, "What the hell do you want, brat?" Naruto opened his mouth to speak, but he stopped. He thought about what he wanted to say. Naruto smiled. "I need to know something. Are you that hell-bent on escaping my body? I mean, here you could be something different. I know you're all-powerful and everything, but think about it. Here you aren't sought after. I'm not trying to use your power without your consent. I don't try to use your power since it's yours." The 9 tails glared at the boy and huffed. "What hopes are you trying to get here? What are you after, brat?" The 9 tails wondered if Naruto was right. In a sense, he may be right. In this world, no one wants to take his power. No one wants to retrain him. No one is scared of him. "Well, I'm saying that if you're willing to work together, I'll keep you a secret here between you, Toshinori-sensei, Gigi-san, Nezu, Momo, her parents, and a few others. If it's only us, then you'll be safe and you won't be hated. I mean, I don't hate you or anything. It wasn't your fault that you were sealed in me. So, I mean, we could try to get along." Naruto smiled at the 9 tails. The 9 tails scoffed at Naruto's proposal, but he made a valid point. Perhaps this human was different from the others. Also, he couldn't help but feel bad for Naruto's torment in the village. All he did was try to use that to break Naruto. "Whatever, I won't agree to anything until you can control my power. Until then, you won't get an ounce of help or respect from me." Kurama turned around and laid down, going to sleep. Naruto smiled as he turned around and left the mindscape. Minato, Kushina, Mito, Hashirama, Nana, and the other previous one for all users were happy. "Well, Kushina-chan, your son is quite interesting. Don't you think so too, Kurama?" Mito chuckled. Kurama grumbled, "Shut up, ya damn bitch. Hey, watch your mouth. That's my wife." Hashirama shouted back. "Shut up." Kurama used his chakra to knock Hashirama into the wall of the seal. "Well, he certainly is interesting. You should give him a chance, Kurama. You and I got along," Kushina argued. "I was ripped from you, then controlled, and then sealed into your kid brat because of your husband." Kurama growled as he used the temporary burst of chakra to force them to disperse for the meantime. Except for Nana, Nana and the rest of the One for All users had the same amount of influence to stay in the seal along with Kurama. Kurama did not feel like working with another Uzumaki. He could get his freedom and do as he wants, but then again Naruto did make a valid point. Backquote. 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 Next day. Naruto texted Momo to meet up for their date since they had 2 days off. Naruto was at the front of her mansion as he rang the doorbell. Momo opened the door as she was wearing a light pink shirt with a white wavy design on her collar. She had black leggings with a maroon red skirt and a brown belt. She had knee-length boots. Oh hey. Ready for the date? Momo smiled as she quickly shouted back to her parents, hey, I'm leaving. Soon you two later. She shut the door as she grabbed Naruto's left hand. Come on, let's go. The two began to walk together to their first destination. Momo caught what Naruto was wearing. He had a simple white t-shirt on with black and orange hoodie. He had normal gym shoes with black jeans. Naruto smiled. Something on your mind? Well, I was wondering about where we should go. Do you want to go to the arcade? The zoo? Aquarium? Momo put her finger to her lip thinking. So you could try buying the penguin again. Naruto sent a snicker towards his direction. Momo was quickly cut from her train of thought. What? Hey, that's mean. Momo puffed her cheeks out in a cute manner. I'm just kidding. Instead, how about we go to the movies? Naruto pointed in front of them where the movies were. Oh, my Kami, yes. Momo ran ahead as she saw the movies in front of her. I know. Let's go see the new Dragon Ball Super Broly movie. Momo's eyes widened with happiness and anticipation. She turned her head to see Naruto casually making his way over. Hurry you up. She ran back to him, yanking his arm towards the entrance. Okay, I'm hurrying. Naruto chuckled as they made their way inside. Naruto paid for the tickets and food. Naruto bought them some popcorn, a couple of soft drinks, and some candy. The two made their way to Theater 2. Backquote. 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 After the movie, Momo came walking out of the movie theater happy. Oh, that was so good. Momo said with an excited grin on her face. Vegeta Blue was so amazing. Even Broly was amazing. I loved Chilai and Lemo. Momo she began to babble on more about Dragon Ball Super. Naruto could only chuckle as he listened to her. Yeah, I can tell you liked it. Certainly interesting though. Momo smiled. Well, at least I got you interested. So you like anime yet? Naruto rolled his eyes after the millionth time she asked him. Well, I can say that it isn't bad. I don't hate it, I just need to be introduced to more of it. Momo smiled. Well, where shall we go next? Momo looked up to Naruto with a cute grin appearing on her face. Naruto thought about it. Well, it is kinda warm. You wanna head to the indoor water park? Momo nodded her head happily. Yeah, let's go. Naruto made a clone to go back to his house and fetch his swim trunks. Soon the two arrived, making their way towards the water park. Naruto got his swim trunks from his clone while Momo just made a quick bikini for herself. Naruto made his way out of the changing room. He had on a pair of black and orange flamed swim trunks. He looked around as he found Momo talking to Ochako and Izuku. Yo. Izuku, Ochako, I'm surprised to see you two here. Momo smiled. Hey Naruto. Yeah, Ochako, mind telling us why you're here? Momo chuckled as Izuku and Ochako were blushing up a storm. Well, they're here together. Naruto winked at Momo. Why not let them have their alone time? Naruto put his arm on Momo's waist. Naruto did see the outfit Momo was wearing. She was wearing a two-piece white bathing suit. She made herself stand out with her body glowing because of her bikini. So, what do you think? Momo blushed as she tried to avert her eyes from Naruto's body. Naruto smiled. Well, I can say it suits you quite nicely, definitely brings out your eyes. Naruto hugged her close. Momo blushed at the compliment. Thanks, come on, let's enjoy ourselves. Momo grabbed his hand as they ran up to the water slide. Time skip one day. It's now Wednesday with everyone back in class. Naruto came running into school since he got on a later train. He used his chakra around his body to keep his body from getting wet. He found Iida and Izuku talking. If it's about my brother, you don't need to worry about it. I don't want to needlessly worry you about it. Like that, Iida left to go to class. I hope he is all right, Izuku said, mumbling nervously. Yeah, there is, but give him his space, he will come around. If not, then you confront him, Izuku, you're his friend. You must reach out to him when he needs it. Naruto came walking, giving Izuku a light pat on the shoulder. Yeah, I'll make sure, Izuku said with a small smile on his face. Izuku and Naruto came walking into class and found Mina smiling and talking to the rest of the class. It's different from when they broadcast the matches on TV, huh? So many people tried to talk to me when I made my way here. Mina chuckled excitedly. Everyone saw Naruto and Izuku walk in. Yo, Midoriya-san, Naruto, Midoriya, did you have a hard time getting here? I bet a lot of people tried talking to ya. Eijiro gave them a cheeky smirk. And not that bad, not many people noticed me. I just a transformation. Naruto did a handless transformation jutsu to look like Bakugo. I'm Explosion Princess. Shinei Kakyoin. Naruto did a quick imitation of Bakugo an. Comment in the review if you get the reference. Are you trying to start something, Whisker Face? Katsuki screamed with his quirk starting up in his hand. Everyone began to laugh along with Midoriya and Momo sitting in her seat letting out a small chuckle. Hinata added, I had elementary students tell me not to worry about it. Hinata began to scratch his head in an upset fashion. Naruto sat in his seat as he turned his head to Momo. Sorry you had to travel alone, I accidentally trained for too long last night. He put his hand up apologizing. Momo smacked him upside the head. That's for oversleeping. Ow, what was that? Naruto was suddenly pulled into a quick kiss from Momo as the other girls in the class began to giggle. While Mineta was the only one who cared since Naruto scored one of the hottest girls in the class. Damn it, how did he score that sexy girl on his own? I must learn his secrets. Mineta mumbled out loud, but he forgot one thing, he sits in front of Naruto. Naruto's hair covered his face. What was that, Mineta-kun? Naruto said with a deep raspy voice. What? IIS said and nothing. Mineta began to squirm. Naruto brought his hand up, grabbing Mineta by the face and launched Mineta through the roof above them, which was a floor, to another classroom. Mineta was shot through other hallways until he broke through the very top of UA. Aizawa came walking in as he looked up at the hole at the top and he said, Minoru-kun, you will be billed at the end of the month. Aizawa said with a monotone voice as he wrote his name down on a piece of paper. Typically, they don't do this, but it got to the point where he had to be prepared. Mineta sat on the top of the UA school building with an extra 4 large lumps on his head. As he passed out on the roof with swirls in his eyes, oh pie. He muttered as he laid on the roof out cold. Aizawa said, alright, let's begin. Today we're having a special hero informatics class today. Everyone in the room began to panic, wondering what it was going to be. A pop quiz, another test to see how strong their quirks are. Code names, you will be becoming up with hero names. We're doing something exciting, everyone shouted as they jumped out of their seats. Aizawa's eyes began to glow as his hair stood up. This is related to the Pro Hero draft picks I mentioned the other day. The draft begins in earnest, in the second year and third year. After students gained experience, they assist pro heroes and become assets. In other words, for them to extend offers to first years like you. Shows that they are interested in your future potential. These offers are often cancelled if that interest dies down by graduation. So, we'll have to prove ourselves to get picked, right? Toru asked. That's right, and here are the totals for those with offers. Aizawa pushed a button on the remote as a projector displayed the total on the chalkboard. Uzumaki Naruto, 4,401. Todoroki Shoto, 4,123. Bakugo Katsuki, 3,556. Midoriya Izuku, 3,550. Yaoyorozu Momo, 3549. AN. The others are the same in the anime. In other years it's more evenly spread out, however, this year 5 of you stood out to everyone, Aizawa added. Wow. That's not a surprise though, Uzumaki, Todoroki, Bakugo, Midoriya, and Yaoyorozu. Kyoka added with a surprised look on her face. Naruto turned his head to Momo and gave her a thumbs up. You did great Momo, you've earned them. You worked hard. Before anyone could say anything else Momo launched herself at Naruto wrapping her arms around him. If it wasn't for you Naruto, I wouldn't be where I am today. I'd probably still be lost. Mom pressed her lips against Naruto's in the middle of class. Typically, Aizawa doesn't allow intimacy in class, but then again, he didn't feel like interrupting Naruto's moment with Momo. Mainly because when it comes to her no one, and he means no one stands in the way between Naruto's and Momo, keeping these results in mind whether or not anyone asked you, will be all participating in internships with pros. At USJ, you already got to experience combat with real villains, but it will still be meaningful training for you to see the pros at work firsthand. That explains first to come up with hero names. Rikido fist pumped the air. Things are suddenly getting a lot more fun. Ochako added. Well, those hero names are still temporary, but if you're not serious about it, Aizawa was interrupted as the door was slid open. You'll have hell to pay later. A voice spoke out. The person came walking in. Because a lot of hero names used by students become recognized by society, the person walking in is a tall, curvaceous woman with sky-blue eyes, which tilt downwards in the center, framed by a set of rather long eyelashes. She has abundant spiky dark purple hair, which is made up of layers of varying lengths, the longest bit of hair reaching down below her waist. Her chin-length bangs that are split into 3 sections, 2 swept to the sides and 1 over her face, going diagonally down to the left between her eyes. She also has a small mole under her left eye, as well as red painted nails. Her hero costume is very similar to one of a traditional dominatrix. She wears a black leather breastless leotard over a white bodysuit, which emphasizes her breasts, body, and legs, the leotard possessing red gemstone-like accessories in a vertical pattern from the collar to the midriff. She also wears translucent black thigh-high stockings that are connected to her utility belt and black knee boots. She has a small, red mask outlining her eyes. Currently, she does not have her mask on, a handcuff on each wrist, and a red utility belt decorated with gold studs around her hips, a matching pentagonal buckle in its center. She is often seen carrying a flogger-style whip, and they end up becoming professional hero names. She had her hands behind her head as she looked at the classroom. However, her eyes did wander over to Naruto as she licked her lips from left to right. Momo saw and narrowed her eyes at midnight. It's midnight, all the guys shouted, but for Naruto, he stayed silent as he could feel the cold stares that Momo was giving her. So, midnight will be making sure your names are okay. I can't do stuff like that, Aizawa said lazily as he grabbed his sleeping bag and went to go sleep in a corner. Midnight began to hand out the whiteboards with markers to everyone. Once Naruto got his marker, he thought of what his hero name could be. What about Shadow Fox? Wait. Naruto began to think about his past and his village. He remembered how many people call him a monster or demon, even if it hurt. He thought that the name could mean something else. Naruto smiled as he mentally thought of his name. The 9 tails within Naruto flinched as Naruto decided to take his name. I'm going to take this name, make it something that people will love instead of hate. Naruto smirked at the name as he wrote down the kanji. With that Midnight spoke up, okay. Let's start presenting names, starting with those who are ready. Yuga went first. Shining hero, I cannot stop twinkling. He said as he raised his board into the air, which means you can't stop my sparkles. Everyone quickly deadpanned together including Naruto, it's a sentence. Midnight began to fix his name by saying, you should remove the I and change the can not to can't. It's okay. Everyone were very surprised by the name that she approved. Then I'll go next. Mina ran up to the front of the classroom, Alien Queen. Can I go next? Sue raised her hand. Midnight was happy with her enthusiasm. Yes you can Sue-chan. I've had this in mind ever since I was in elementary school. Rainy season hero, Froppy. Sue said with a small smile on her face. That's so cute. It seems friendly. I like it. Midnight added, it's a great example of a name that everyone will love. Mostly everyone began to shout, Froppy, Froppy, Froppy. Midnight smiled. Thanks, Froppy. You've brought things back to normal. Then I'll do. Sturdy hero Red Riot. Eijiro gave everyone a serious face. You're paying homage to the chivalrous hero, Crimson Riot, right? Midnight asked. Yay, it's pretty old-fashioned, but the hero image I'm going for it Crimson himself, Eijiro said with passion and a proud grin on his face. If you're bearing a name you admire it'll come with that much more pressure. Midnight added making sure he knew fully aware of what this means. I'm prepared for that. Eijiro flexed his arm out in front of himself. Soon others went. Taping hero. Cellophane, martial arts hero. Tailman, sweets hero. Sugarman, Pink Queen I think fits better than. Pinky, stun gun hero. Chargebolt, stealth hero. Invisible girl. Come on, let's keep right on going. Midnight said with a happy smile on her face while extending her hand into the air. Momo walked up and said her name, versatile hero, Kriti. Momo looked up from her board as she looked at Naruto. She wanted to make sure she had a name that would fit well with Naruto's. I don't try to go with the original authors too much. Since Momo can also fight close quarters, I feel like versatile was a bit more fitting. Creative. Midnight clapped her hands. Shoto. Shoto said blatantly. Your name, is that okay? Midnight asked. Yup. Shoto said without much care in the world. Jet Black Hero. Tsukuyomi. Tokiyami said with pride. God of the Night. Midnight said cheerfully. Fresh picked hero. Grape Juice. Mineta added while holding his sign up for everyone to see. Pop and Kichi. Midnight added. Soon it was Katsuki's turn. King Explosion Murder. He said darkly. You probably shouldn't use anything like that. Midnight added. Why not? He screamed. You should be Explosion Boy. Eijiro added. Shut up, weird hair. Katsuki shouted. I know Explosion Princess. Explosion Queen. Explosion Mistress. Lady Bomb. Naruto shouted while standing up as Momo could only rub her forehead. Shut up Whisker Boy, you wanna die. Katsuki was about to attack Naruto until she knocked Katsuki out with her quirk. Soon Ochako went up. This is what I thought of, gravity. Sounds stylish. Midnight put her hands together putting it on her left cheek. Let's see all we need is Bakugo, Uzumaki, Midoriya, and Iida. Midnight surveyed the rest of the kids who needed to go. Midoriya went up. This is, my hero name, Deku. Lord Explosion Mudrer. Katsuki screamed. No, that's still no good. Midnight said with a sigh. Iida went up and just went with his name. Soon Naruto went up. Naruto noticed something off with Iida. Naruto went up and presented his name, Anbu Hero, Kyuubi no Yoko. Naruto said with a smile on his face. Momo's eyes widened because she knew what he meant by the name. Anbu Hero, Kyuubi no Yoko. Why Nine-Tailed Demon Fox? Midnight asked with a curious wonder. Naruto smiled. Well, my quirk is called Demon Fox Chakra, so, I think it's a fitting name. Naruto smiled as a two-tailed chakra cloak surrounded him, his eyes turned crimson-red with black slits in the middle. His whisker marks thickened along with his canines becoming longer. Interesting name. Okay, I can pass that. Midnight said cutely. Naruto deactivates his cloak as Midnight pressed her body on his back. What? Naruto turned his head as Midnight chuckled. Let's see if you. She began to rub his whisker marks as Momo shot up from her seat. Naruto couldn't hold it as she gently scratched and rubbed his whiskers. Naruto began to falter and let out small purrs which everyone in the class falters. Mina and the other girls were screaming at how cute it was. Naruto couldn't fight it until Momo yanked Naruto away from Midnight's grasp. Hey, no touchy, he is mine. Momo didn't realize it but she shoved Naruto's face into her bosom. MMFFF. Mo. I can't bfeaathe. Naruto had a hard time getting the words out. Momo blushed as she let go as Naruto had to gasp for air. Geez, I thought I was gonna die. Midnight chuckled. I just wanted to see for myself. It's so adorable, Midnight added. Midnight, I think you owe me. Mina smirked. Midnight sighed as she handed Minato a 5,000 yen, fine you win. Midnight huffed. Now she can't go buy that doujin that came out. Damn it. Midnight mentally cursed Naruto, but then again it was a treat to hear the number 1 student in UA to purr. Naruto chuckled as he watched the scene. Everyone in the classroom reminded Naruto of everyone. Naruto couldn't help but remember Sue's name as Froppy. Froppy reminded him of his toad summoning. He wonders how they are all doing. Which also reminds him when he tried to summon them. Flashback roughly 2.5 years ago. Naruto was still in his first year in Kuo and it was summer break. He was currently training with All Might and Torino. This had to be about a week after he accidentally lost control using the One Tails of the Nine Tails power. Naruto was sparring as he quickly remembers, oh wait. Toshinori-sensei. Torino Gigi. I just remember something. Naruto couldn't believe he forgot about his summoning contract. What is it, Naruto? Toshinori deflated into his skeletal form. I forgot. In my old world, I had a connection between 2 different areas. I had a summoning contract that allowed me to summon toads to my side. I wonder if I could contact Pervy Sage that way. Naruto quickly bit his thumb and went through the hand signs, summoning jutsu. Toshinori and Torino still were suspicious of this Naruto along with Nezu and the others. However, once Naruto slammed his hands on the ground, kanji that they've never seen before shot out from his hand. Seals on the ground were appearing. Soon there was a puff of smoke. However, nothing appeared. Naruto didn't see anything appear from the circle he made. Darn. Torino and Toshinori knew Naruto couldn't be lying about that. They just saw random writing appear from his hand. Naruto thought about it more and tried a few more times. Toshinori and Torino by this point had to agree that Naruto had this summoning thing, but he couldn't summon anything because he could only do so from his old world. Thus, Naruto stopped trying after many and multiple attempts. Toshinori and Torino reported this to Nezu. Nezu and the others had to agree that this was strong evidence that Naruto might be in fact telling the truth about his origins. Everyone was given time off due to the internships everyone received. Naruto was asked by Torino to invite Izuku to join during the internship. Today was the end of school as Naruto told Izuku that Torino was All Might's mentor, which got him hyped up. Everyone was packing up to leave. Naruto made his way towards Momo. Hey, so what agency did you decide to go with? Momo smiled. Well, I thought it over. I decided to go to Rumi Usajiyama, her hero name Rabbit Hero, Mirko. Naruto gave her a thumbs up and smiled. That's great, Momo. I'm proud of you. I know you can do it. Show them what you can do. Momo blushed from the appraisal of her boyfriend. Gee, thanks, you really know how to make me feel better and more sure of myself. Momo placed a kiss on his lips. Let's meet up tomorrow at the train station. We have different destinations, but you will be with Izuku. Yeah, Gigi asked me to extend his offer to Izuku. It still stands for you too. Naruto hugged her back. Yeah, but understand that I need to try to find my way. As much as I don't want to be away from you, I need to do this for myself. Momo nodded her head with sincerity. Momo, I completely understand. I want you to follow your path. It doesn't have to follow mine, as long as eventually meet at the end. Naruto gave her a sly response as Momo giggled, leaning her head on his shoulder. Naruto looked over to see Ochako and Izuku chatting away. Iida wasn't anywhere to be seen, but the two seemed to have like a glow around them. Ochako being the upbeat one, with Izuku blushing a bit. Naruto said, Yo Izuku, I'll meet you bright and early tomorrow. We'll head to the train station together. Izuku gave Naruto a thumbs up. Yeah, tell Gran Torino I said thanks again for the offer. Yeah, no problem. Naruto and Momo left to head to the train station and go home. The two walked as they chatted about what their experiences are going to be like. The only downside is I won't be able to be with you. Momo had a small pout on her face with her lip quivering a bit. Yeah, but you'll be able to handle it for a few nights. Naruto chuckled. Well, since we're going to be apart for a few days, you want to stay over at my place? Momo quickly nodded her head. Yeah, let's go grab my stuff. Momo quickly grabbed his hand, taking into the train station. The two sat down with Momo and Naruto chatting about classes. Well, I mean, are you sure you're ready for the combat training in a few weeks? Yeah, I'll be ready. My question is, will you be ready for history, the exam? Momo raised an eyebrow. Naruto grumbled, rubbing the back of his head. Might need you to study with me on that one. Momo giggled. Well, I always enjoy studying with ya. Momo leaned into Naruto's arms as he wrapped them around her. The adults in the train couldn't help nut chuckle at Momo's and Naruto's intimacy. which reminded them of their youth with their special someone. Then they realized that it was Naruto and Momo. The first place and third place in the sports festival. Before Naruto and Momo knew it, they were surrounded by everyone. They said that their children loved their battle they had and how cool they were with their quirks. They told them to keep up their hard work, that they inspired their children to be heroes too. Like that, their train ride came to a stop as they went over to Momo's house. They came inside with Shuri hearing that Momo decided to go with Mirko's agency and Naruto was going to Gran Torino. Hello Mr. and Mrs. Yaoyorozu. Naruto waved to them. Shuri giggled, oh Naruto, please, you don't need to call us that anymore. Momo has been practically attached to your hip. You can just call me Shuri. Shuri, Saraorg. Naruto was a little surprised by the sudden jump. Saraorg more or less let a half-hour crossing his arms out. Shuri clapped her hands. Even better, you can even call us Tu-san and Ka-chan. What? Ka-chan? Momo shouted, embarrassed. Well, come on Momo. You two are going to be giving me grandchildren one day. When am I going to be seeing them, huh? Shuri put her hands on her hips curiously. Naruto rubbed the back of her head. Naruto, wait here while I get my thing. Ka-san, come with me. Momo grabbed her mother's hand, taking her into Momo's room to get ready. Naruto stood there in the hallway and smiled. So Mr. Yaoyorozu, how have you been? Naruto knew full well to not start calling Momo's father Tu-san. Fine. Been busy. Saraorg narrows his eyes at Naruto. Listen, mister, if you try anything, I'll gut you here with this here kitchen knife. Hang your entrails here like Christmas tinsel, he said while sharpening his camping knife. Naruto put his hand up, backing up. I promise you Mr. Yaoyorozu, I have no intention of going there yet with Momo. With that said, Momo came walking downstairs as she lets a huff and a blush on her face. Her mother her yet pointed out even more facts that Momo hates. Even though it's true that her mother just told, she still hated the fact she pointed it out to her. By Ka-san. Tu-san. Naruto, let's go. Like that, the two left made their way back to Naruto's house thanks to Momo's limo driver. Once they made their way inside, Momo asked, where's Gran Torino? Oh, he went to the agency place today. He said that he meets me in Izuku there tomorrow. Naruto places his book bag on the couch. Well, what do you want to do? We got the place to ourselves. Naruto went up to his room real fast. He came back wearing a pair of shorts and an orange shirt. Momo blushed and remembered what her mother said when she was packing. Flashback when Momo was packing. Oh, honey, come on. Stop denying it. I know you wanted a piece of him. It's in your blood, Shuri argued with her daughter. Ka-san, I can't believe we're talking about this. Everything I say or do about Naruto, it's you relating it to me having sex with him. He and I want to take it slow. Yes, we kiss, yes we make out. It's completely normal for lovers to do that, Momo said while throwing in her underwear and PJs at the suitcase. Shuri raised an eye as she went to the side of Momo's room. She pressed a button that opened up a secret cabinet. Mom not only had normal books for what she read normally. However, she also had the other books on how to be a good girlfriend, how to make the man you love happy when having sex. Along with many other books on how to make Naruto happy in a relationship. This doesn't explain anything. Ka-san, don't you dare. I have a perfect and logical reason for that. Momo was blushing, not knowing what to say. Shuri giggled. Well, I think of anything. You have ideas on how you can make Naruto feel as much pleasure as possible. Momo, you're going all out, aren't ya? Momo frowned. Oh, all right, fine, you win. Okay. I'm just worried. Okay. I know for a fact that Naruto would never cheat, but it has dwelled on my mind before. I'm worried that when we do it he won't find it pleasurable. He won't find me attractive. I mean I haven't even caught him once staring at my breasts. I mean, what if he likes them small? Then I won't be able to help him feel good when we do it. What do? I don't know what to do. He says he loves all the time and I believe him. But I'm worried that, I don't even know what I'm saying anymore. Momo began to scratch her head, making her hair a mess. Shuri let a sigh out and smiled. Momo dear. Shuri walked over and sat her on the bed. She fixed her daughter's hair and putting her hair back up. Momo, if love has taught me anything, no matter what, Naruto will always find your body pleasurable. Trust me, if you and I have a similar figure. I'm pretty sure your Naruto will find it pleasurable. Besides, you're only 15, Momo. All the things I say are to poke fun at you and Naruto. I do it because I'm your mother and I enjoy making you feel embarrassed. However, when it comes to Naruto, I want you to understand that I always mean the best for you too. Now I want you to listen and listen well. Shuri glided her hand through Momo's hair. What? Momo looked at her mother. I know you love him, but I can see it in that boy's eyes as nothing but love. He doesn't care if the sex isn't great. If anything, he is probably more worried to know if he is big enough for you. Don't worry so much, Momo. You have so many more years before you guys do anything. Besides, Naruto is much different from any other man that I've ever seen. I mean, when you and your father met. I mean, we used to go at it like rabbits. However, we knew it was pure love. I know for a fact that once Naruto feels comfortable doing it, I'm sure you will be ready too. Shuri placed a kiss on Momo's forehead. Momo chuckled. Thanks, Ka-san. Also too much information. Though that does ease some things, I guess I'm just worried that some others might scoop him up before I could get farther with him. Oh Momo, Naruto would never get swooned over by another woman. Not that easily. I'm sure Naruto is just a nice guy, but to you. He loves you. I do not doubt that he loves you. Shuri hugged her daughter close as Momo hugged back. Thanks, Ka-san. Well, I better get ready. Momo let go from the hug to prepare packing everything up. Oh, that reminds me, did you make these when you leave for the few days at your internship? Shuri walked over to Momo's closet, opening it. Momo began to blush with more embarrassment. Momo knew she was going to be away from Naruto for a few days. As of recently, the two have begun to sleep together a bit more often. Either Naruto stayed at their place or his with Momo. Momo hated the fact that she wasn't going to be able to sleep with Naruto. Not having his body warmth is going to make it hard. She knew she was going to have sleepless nights. Shuri smirked as she held up a Naruto-sized body pillow of him in his swim trunks and his top bare. Shuri giggled. Well, I must admit he is pretty well toned, isn't he? Ka-san. Momo screamed as she quickly put whatever was near her suitcase and closed it. She quickly ran out of her room, going downstairs. Shuri giggled. Hehehe, Naruto-kun is going to have a surprise tonight. End of flashback. Momo continued to find her pajamas but couldn't find them. Then she found a note and an outfit in her suitcase. It was a red lingerie nightgown which was revealing. She blushed with anger, annoyance, and embarrassment. She found a note as it read. Dear Momo. I know what you're thinking, aren't I the greatest, Ka-san? Have fun with Naruto tonight. Let me know if he turns my little girl into a woman. Love, your Ka-san. Momo threw the outfit back into her suitcase. She just decided to make a white t-shirt and had sweatpants on. She made her way back towards Naruto to find him in the living room. He was sitting down flipping through the TV. Momo smiled. Hey Naruto, I brought these. Momo blushed as she held up the volume series of Chivalry of a Failed Knight. Oh, I remember you telling me about that anime. Is it any good? Naruto asked, raising an eyebrow. Yeah, I think you'll like it. Momo trotted over as she put the disc into the DVD player. She went over and sat on the couch with him. Then she saw a clone Naruto come over and drape a blanket over them. Then another came and brought them popcorn and some drinks. Thanks for allowing me to spend the night here, Naruto. My pleasure. I always enjoy having you here. Naruto sat up against the couch with his legs extended out. Momo had her back right up against his chest as she rested her head on his arm. Naruto's last clone turned the lights down. The two watched the show together with Momo enjoying her body up against Naruto's. After a few hours of watching the majority of the season, the two went to bed. Naruto stayed in his usual clothing, an orange t-shirt, and blue shorts. He went and laid down in bed as Momo went to change into something lighter. She told him when she left. Momo made her way into the bathroom and changed. She blushed and pondered. Will Naruto be comfortable with me wearing this? I mean, we're still only 15 and not like I'm trying to force him to do anything with me. Momo nodded her head, know what she wanted to do. Some minutes later she joins Naruto in bed as she was wearing an orange tank top and just a pair of blue underwear. Naruto blushed at the outfit Momo was wearing. Well, don't you look comfortable? Momo smiled. Well, I figured you'd be okay with this, you know, since we aren't going to see one another for a while. Momo laid down kissing Naruto on his lips. Naruto and Momo were both laying on their sides kissing one another. Momo unconsciously moved up and straddled Naruto on his hips. She wasn't looking to go any further, but what she did want was to have a heated makeout session. Momo let her hair down as it draped around them, making a curtain. The two kissed back and forth, that was until Naruto slipped on top, pushing Momo on the bed. Naruto began to move his hand around Momo's hips. This earned some moans from Momo as he continued to kiss her lips. Then he slid down her neck, placing kisses on her neck. Momo couldn't help but let out small moans. Naruto didn't realize it, but he snaked his hands to Momo's rear. Momo could feel her body beginning to heat up. She then suddenly felt a large bulge at her hips. I swear if we keep kissing like this, no amount of rehab will be able to break this drug. His lips are too good, Momo mentally told herself as she pulled Naruto even closer to her body. She blushed and said nothing. Meanwhile, Naruto was still kissing her. Soon Naruto decided it was enough and stopped. He laid down next to her after about an hour of the two making out. Once he laid down next to her, he pulled her into a tight hug. Momo smiled as she looked up. Hehe, I enjoyed that, did you? Why yeah, I did. That is certainly something I'm going to miss. I love you, Momo. You're mine and mine alone. Naruto saw a yawn appear on Momo's face. The two closed it one last time for another kiss. I love you too, Naruto. I am yours and yours alone. You're mine and mine alone. Then the two began to slowly drift off to sleep together in bed. Morning. Momo began to stir from her sleep as she felt Naruto right beside her. She slowly opened her eyes as she found herself on her back with Naruto's head on her stomach. It tickled a bit, feeling his hair on her stomach. Momo slowly opened her eyes as she began to run her fingers through his golden locks. She loved how bright they were. Morning fishcake. Naruto groaned, opening his eyes. It means maelstrom. Naruto complained. Momo giggled, but she smelled cooking from the kitchen. Who was cooking? Oh, that's a clone. I decided to stay in bed with Ya. I could not fall back asleep, otherwise he would disappear. Naruto laid in bed as he rolled off of Momo. Momo rolled onto her stomach as she crawled over to Naruto. She went under his shirt. His shirt was large enough as Momo was able to poke her head out at the neck hole. You wear really big and baggy clothes, yet it doesn't show off your toned body. Momo giggled a bit as she touched his chiseled six-pack along with his pecs. He. Yeah, well, I like loose clothing. I feel a bit more comfortable when being in a tight suit. Naruto leaned in, catching Momo's lips as the two held each other. Momo couldn't help but press her entire body on Naruto. Naruto could feel her melons pressing up against his chest. He snaked his shirt off both of them. The two continued to make out with Naruto being shirtless. Man, kiss what kiss or kiss we kiss, going to do kiss when we are separated, kiss and at our kiss internships. Naruto tried to speak, but Momo kept pressing her lips against his. Momo rested her head in the crook of his neck. I know I'm going to miss you. Oh, I know I can make a body pillow me if you want. Momo lifted her head, giving Naruto a sly look on her face. Naruto raised an eyebrow. You made one of me, didn't you? Naruto said with a monotone voice. Momo began to blush with embarrassment. What? One of you? And no way. Momo turned her head the other way. Momo, you've picked up some of my habits. When I turn my head to lie, that's how I know you're lying. Naruto pointed out as Momo began to punch his chest lightly. Baka. Momo slowly stopped as Naruto pressed his lips against hers to get her to stop. I'm not judging, Momo. In all honesty, I'm not surprised you did it. Naruto chuckled. Hey, are you calling me a pervert? Momo added while puffing her cheeks out. Naruto smiled as he brought his forehead to hers as he looked into her eyes. Do I need to remind you that you're the one who asked me if I wanted to have sex? Momo blushed. Baka. Momo let out a raspberry as she turned her head to the side. Oh, come on, Momo, you know I'm right. Naruto chuckled. Soon Naruto's clone came in, giving the two their food. The two began to eat, and soon they took turns taking a shower. They packed what they needed and went to the train station together. Then head off to the train station. To think that the day came this quick and then they had to go for their internships. They met up with Ochako and Izuku at the train station. Yo, Izuku. Ochako, you guys ready to go? Naruto waved to them as they ran up. Why yeah, I can't wait to learn from All Might's teacher. I definitely know then I can control my quirk better. Izuku said excitedly and nervous, meeting All Might's teacher. I'm going to Gunhead, so this should be interesting. Ochako said, pumped up and ready to go. Soon the group's train arrives. They hop on and begin to talk. What about Iida? You know what he is doing? Naruto asked. Izuku scratched his cheek. I heard he was going to normal hero, manual. Yeah, I heard that his brother, who is also a pro hero, was attacked by Stain, Ochako said nervously. Stain the hero killer. I wonder why he does that. Naruto put his finger to his lip and he looked at Momo and then Ochako. Well, you two be safe. Ochako quickly added, please make sure Izuku stays safe. Trouble tends to. Why Yano follow him or end up finding him? Ochako said nervously with a blush on her face. Izuku couldn't help but rub the back of his head and blush. Ahaha. Naruto let a chuckle out as he looked at Izuku. Seems Momo and I aren't the only class 1A lovers, huh? Naruto gently held Momo's hand. Soon the train came to a stop, stating the name of the station. Oh, that's my stop. See you later, Naruto. Momo. By Izuku. Ochako quickly placed a kiss on his cheek, earning a blush on her cheeks and Izuku's. Ochako quickly up and left the train. The group waved goodbye to Ochako as the train began to move once again. Naruto smirked as he turned to Izuku. However, Momo beat him to the punch. Oh my goodness. You two are so adorable. Izuku rubbed the back of his head. Why yeah, Ochako and it try to keep our relationship on the low. However, I don't know if she wants to get serious. Mainly because I think she wants to work on her career. That's right, she is trying to be her so she can help her parents financially, right? Naruto asks. Yeah, I don't blame her. However, it doesn't bother me like that. All I know is I can agree to her circumstances. Izuku gave them a weak smile. Naruto smiled back, but he could see it. He could see that Izuku was hiding something. Soon the train stopped as it was Momo's station. Well, this is my stop. Well, I guess we say goodbye for now, Izuku, Naruto. Momo and Naruto stood up. Momo smiled. I'm going to miss you, Naruto, my kitsune. Naruto blushed as he captured her lips. Izuku's eyes found the outside window quite fascinating. Naruto and Momo's mouth held one another for a few seconds before Momo pulled away. I'm going to miss you too, Momo. Stay safe with Stain on the loose, okay? Naruto gave her a small smile. I will. You don't do anything stupid. Momo's attitude turned motherly as she pointed her finger at him. Yes, Mom. Momo. Naruto chuckled as Momo gently punched his arm. Hey, I'll get ya for that. Momo placed another quick kiss on his lips and ran out the door. Naruto watched as she left. His body moved towards the window. He stuck his head out the window as Momo was right out there. Naruto waved to her and Momo ran up as she quickly captured his lips. The train then began to pull away. Naruto and Momo have forced to part lips again. I'll miss you, Momo. I love you. Naruto yelled out with a giant grin on his face. Momo blushed as she waved back, and I love you too, Naruto. She waved to him. She watched as he went back inside the train. Thankfully, he did. A tree almost took his head off. Momo could not help but let out a chuckle. Momo turned her head as she was met by a woman. Why hello there. By the kiss from your boyfriend. He called ya Momo. I'm assuming you're Yaoyorozu Momo. The woman had an athletic build with muscular arms and legs. She has dark skin, red eyes which are tilted slightly inwards, long eyelashes, and straight white hair reaching down past her waist. On her head, she has a pair of long white rabbit ears pointing upwards with a slight crook. She also has a round white tail, which gives her overall design a definite resemblance to an albino rabbit. Momo's eyes widen. Oh, you must be Mirko, Rabbit Hero. Mirko. Momo's eyes widen in surprise. You betcha. You can just call me Rumi. Now, tell me, how the heck did you score such a hottie? Is her a foreigner? Rumi giggled as she remembered Naruto's face. His whisker marks on his face makes him so cute. Momo frowned. I know I'm joining your agency and all, but I need to set up one rule. You are not allowed to try to take Naruto away from me. Rumi's manager was with them as she went through her wallet. Then handed Rumi a few thousand yen. Ha! I told you they were dating. Rumi chuckled, ignoring that. Yes, I see you're very protective of your boyfriend. Well, anyways, let's head back to my place. Let's see just how strong you are. With Izuku and Naruto. It's been roughly 30 minutes and Naruto and Izuku have arrived at Torino's home. Geez, I can't believe this. Naruto mumbled. Gigi could have at least cleaned up the place. Naruto looks down to see Torino in his hero suit with ketchup on the ground. Naruto saw hot dog links used as his intestines. Ah, is he dead? Izuku screamed as Naruto cupped his hand over his mouth. Gigi stopped playing around. Naruto walked over and gently kicked him in the side. Torino shouts his head up. I'm alive, he said with a smile on his face. Hi, how are you? I'm so grateful that all mites teacher decided to train me. Izuku began to stutter and sweat while bowing. Who are you two? He quickly asked. Naruto shook his head. Torino, Gigi, you don't have Alzheimer's, so stop acting like that. Torino quickly began to attack Naruto as he quickly dodged and blocked his attacks. Torino smiled. You've improved and gotten even faster. He smiled. Torino turned his head and looked at Izuku. He shot forward with his quirk, Jet, active and him zipping around the place. Now you Izuku, you should change. Naruto, you stay out of this boy's power is like All Might's. I look forward to seeing how strong your rival could be. Torino smiled. Izuku's eyes widen. What? Why you see me as a rival? Naruto smiled. Izuku, you made me go all out. I think you've earned the spot. Izuku quickly changed into his outfit. His outfit was still green with some black and tan colors in the mix. The knee pads have been extended to his legs and reach up to his thighs, and his new gloves are tinted beige and are decorated with blue stripes. His respirator is now metal, diamond-shaped, and has 8 holes. Torino began to attack Izuku. Naruto thankfully was able to save the microwave. The two continued to spar and fight. Izuku gradually slowed as Torino gained the upper hand. Naruto sat and watched but also began to notice about Izuku's power. He was a strong year, but one thing he noticed is his gauntlet. Hey Torino, Gigi, Izuku, hold up a moment. Izuku, instead of just focusing that gauntlet on your arm, why not focus your power throughout your entire body? Just how I do with Daiku Hokage. Naruto stood up as his power came to life as he went up to 30%. He had the red lines of energy around his body, along with flames around his body. Izuku thought about it and tried it. This time his gauntlet went away from his arm. He breathed in and out a few times. He focused boost throughout his entire body. This time his body began to glow red. Izuku's eyes began to glow green as his power began to go throughout his entire body. Just then his body was glowing of red-crimson energy. His eyes glowing green, his gauntlet disappeared. He felt much more powerful than he did with the gauntlet. Naruto put his finger on his lip. If you think about it, Izuku, that gauntlet allowed you to amplify your power. However, if you punch or kick, your gauntlet might only appear if you condense your power into a single punch. Izuku tried it. He felt the power even throughout his entire body. Izuku went to punch the air with his right fist. When he did so and punched the air, his gauntlet appeared. When he pulled back, it disappeared. Izuku continued to do this with his left hand, right foot and left foot. The gauntlet appears on his left hand. However, his left foot and right foot had claw-like armor appear. Izuku continued to do so as he felt like twirling his body around. A metallic tail appeared from the top section of his torso. Izuku tried putting more power throughout your body. Naruto asked as Izuku did so, amplifying his body even more. Just then words came to Izuku's mind, Overbooster. Izuku called it as his body was engulfed in a bright glow. He had red armor with green jewels that cover Izuku's body. The armor has 2 rocket thrusters on its back, retractable wings that enable flight. Izuku felt the power. Whoa. This is amazing. I've never felt his power before. Just then there was a shout from his armor, cursed. Izuku fell out of his suit of armor out of breath and tired. If you guys don't like it, I will remove it. I thought, what the hell, why not? But, he does not have DDRAIG. He is not the Red Dragon Emperor. I just decided to do so because I think it'd be cool if he had it. He can't use Juggernaut Drive or anything. It's a downgraded version. Naruto felt the jump in power Izuku had. Wow, Izuku has a lot of potential. You're a much better teacher than All Might was. Man, he was such a zygote. Kid, you're got spunk and talent. You'd make a fine teacher. Torino smiled proudly. Time skip couple days. With that, the group did some training for a couple of days. Naruto improved on his strength, speed, and endurance. He currently has been wearing X50 Earth's gravity trying to become even faster. Naruto was getting there also with his Fuinjutsu. He was planning on one day fully working together with the Nine Tails. He also decided to shorten his name a bit. Pro Hero. Kyuubi no Yoko, or people can just call him Kyuubi. He wanted them all to know that he was the nine-tailed demon fox. Kurama within Naruto didn't mind it that much, but it was something new. It was something different. It was later in the day Torino smiled, "Come on you two. It's time for phase 2. Get into your costumes." Naruto changed into his Anbu uniform with his fox mask that was on the side of his head. He had his arm guards, everything. It was just how he wanted it. What he did realize. He had Tsunade's necklace on this entire time. He looked in the mirror and clutched it. "Pervy Sage, Tsunade Bachan, I hope you're all doing alright without me. Everyone else, I hope you're all alright. I am truly happy where I am. I do hope though, one day I will get a chance to tell you all that I am happy. I'm safe. I just hope the same if for you all too." Naruto came walking out with Izuku changed and ready to go. "It's time for you two to fight some criminals. You won't learn or gain anything if you keep fighting me or one another forever." Torino spoke as the two began to walk together. They caught a taxi and then soon hopped on a train. They were heading towards Hosu City, where some criminals might be there. It helps Naruto and Izuku get some practice and training. Random place on top of a building. "You think you can get away with stabbing me? If I want to kill you, I just will. That's all. It will be a wild contest. I'll crush your honor and pride, sir," Tamura said maniacally as Warp Gate brought out 4 Nomus. In the train with Naruto and Izuku. Nighttime there will be more skirmishes, be good for training, Naruto added as he looked out the window. Right now his main thoughts were with Momo and how her training was going. Flashback to the start of the internship. Momo went back to Mirko's agency as she found the place to be almost like a training physicality. She knew she had her work cut out for her. She went into the gym as Mirko said, "Change. I want to see where you stand," Rumi quickly stated. Momo went and changed into her outfit. She came walking out ready to fight. "Alright, I'm." Momo was cut off when she found an astonished look on her face. "Wow, I thought Midnights or MT. Lady's outfit were too revealing. Yuyorozu just took the cake on the sexiest and most revealing hero outfit." Rumi chuckled, "Are you trying to seduce every man you see?" Rumi teased as she looked at Momo's outfit. Momo blushed. I know, but I need the outfit to be like this. Even if Naruto got the outfit made with my DNA infused, it's still difficult to do so. With more skin exposed the more I can make." "Yes, I see. I know your quirk is creation. You can make any non-biological as long as you knew the molecular structure. Well, let's see how well you fight." Rumi quickly went to strike at Momo's head. Momo was taken back by this, but she quickly dodged and grabbed her arm. Rumi found herself being thrown over Momo's shoulder. Momo went to do so but found resistance as Rumi quickly wrapped both her arms and legs around Momo's arm. She swung herself around Momo's arm. She quickly swung her foot at Momo. Momo ducked underneath to dodge. She then took her left hand to strike at Rumi's stomach. Rumi used her flexibility to quickly dodge, which surprised Momo. Then her eyes widened as Momo did a quick roundhouse kick which she infused a small amount of chakra into. This sent Rumi flying back a bit. She did a quick backflip to catch herself. "Hey, not a bad little girl. You pack a punch. However, if you want to beat me, you're going to have to hit harder than that." Rumi quickly brought her leg around, extending it out. This whacked Momo straight in the face. This sent her flying. She did a quick backflip to stop herself. "Tch, what now should I?" Momo was cut off of her thoughts when Rumi came up as she tried to punch her across the face. Rumi smiled. "Come on, you fought better in the UA against that Midoriya kid." Rumi smirked as she began to throw combos at Momo. She was only able to barely dodge because of her spars with Naruto. "I see your flaw." Rumi was getting an idea of how she fought. Momo quickly created a kunai to her hand. She has seen Naruto use the weapon often. Rumi raised an eyebrow as Momo threw the kunai at her. Rumi quickly dodged, but Momo had a fine thin string attached to the kunai and pulled it to the right. Rumi smirked. "Clever but not clever enough." Rumi quickly kicked the kunai up and grabbed the string. She twirled the kunai on the string and threw it back at Momo. Momo quickly began to think once again, wait, she grabbed my kunai, how could? Momo once again was cut from her thoughts as the kunai grazed her cheek. What? Rumi smiled, there is your problem. Rumi's fist was just inches from Momo's nose. Rumi relaxed her muscles and put her hands on her hips. You think too much, Momo, you think too much here. She points at her brain, you don't think enough here. She pokes Momo's stomach. Momo was a bit confused, what do you mean? You're a great fighter, but you don't understand how think like a fighter. You need to understand that fighters think on their feet. If one thing is true about all fighters, they can come up with different strategies without thinking. Rumi said while she pointed her finger in the air. Momo nodded her head as she remembers their conversation. I don't know, I was trying to think of a. Momo began to speak as she looked at Naruto. I want you to think about what you just said. Then let me know what you find out. Momo, you did a great job. You've impressed me with how far you've come. No matter what, Momo, in my eyes you're always a winner and you did your best. That doesn't mean you won't get noticed by other hero agencies. Naruto held her close as Momo kissed his lips. Then Momo's eye widened. I think I get what Naruto was trying to tell me. When I'm pushed into a corner or when my plans don't go as planned, I begin to overthink things and I fall apart. Perfect. That's it. Now let's begin your training. Growl. Her stomach began to growl. After we grab some grub. Let's go. Rumi grabbed her hand and dragged her to their kitchen. That night, Momo fell on her best after a hot shower and fell on her bed and looked at the phone. She texted Naruto, hey, how was your first day? Naruto picked up his phone and found a notification as he stepped out of the shower. He picked up his phone and saw the text. He dried his hair and wiped the water from his eyes. He began to text back, it was pretty good, so far all I did today was watch Izuku and Torino Gigi fight. I also helped him get stronger. I taught him to spread his power throughout his body. He had this armor appear around him. However, he could only hold it for a few seconds. He then dropped out of it. Naruto sent the text as he waited for Momo to reply. Momo read the text and replied, whoa. Sounds like he made progress. Oh, that reminds me. I understand that quote you told me back at the UA Sports Festival. I need to stop thinking so much. I need to think on my feet and with my gut instead of my brain. Momo spell checked her text and then sent it. She began to think of Naruto being with her, sharing the bed. She began to miss his body warmth near her. Naruto read her text and smiled. Well, that's good, I'm glad you figured it out. Now that you realize this, you should be an even better fighter. Naruto sent his text as Momo received it on her end. Momo read the text and smiled. I can't wait until you get stronger. I know one day you'll get as stronger as me, but never beat me in a fight. Hey, I take offense to that. I know I will beat you one day. Who knows, maybe I'll end up being the #1 hero. Momo sent the text back with a smiley face with the tip of her tongue sticking out of the side of her mouth. Naruto chuckled reading her text. Yeah, we will see about that. We're going to be doing rounds in a few days. How about you? We're going to be scouting around Hosu City in a few days. How about you? Momo's eyes widen. I swear we were made for one another. Mirko said that we're going there too. However, we have to work with Endeavor. Though, she never said that you were going to be there. Momo smiled. If you are, well, I can't wait to hold you in my arms. 3. Momo sent him the cat-looking smile through her phone. Naruto blushed on his side but smiled. Yeah, I miss you, Momo. I miss not being able to hold you in my arms. Not being able to kiss ya. I swear you not being with me, I'm going through withdrawal. Momo smiled as she texted him back. Real smooth, I don't remember you being smooth. Though I'm not arguing about it. Momo chuckled as she sent the text back to Naruto. Hey, I can be smooth, I think. I don't know, I've never had a girlfriend before. Naruto let a huff out as he laid on his bed ready to sleep. Well, I can't wait until then. I'm tired and heading to bed, Momo. I miss you, love you, and wish I could be with you in bed. Momo giggled reading the text. Yeah, I wish you were here too. I miss my body pillow. Well, have a good night. I miss you. Momo sent a selfie in her purple nightgown outfit for Naruto. Naruto blushed seeing the photo of her nightgown. Naruto texted, good night my cute Kriti. Momo giggled at the nickname. Good night my cute kitsune. Momo turned her phone on silent and went to sleep as she pulled out her Naruto body pillow. Naruto went to sleep as he pulled out his Momo body pillow. He made sure to keep it sealed in a scroll so no one suspected a thing. End of flashback. Naruto found himself staring out the window once again as Izuku and Torino talked. Naruto turned his head along with Izuku and Torino. Hey, is that smoke? A passenger asked. Where? Another answered. Naruto, Izuku, and Torino make their way on the other side of the cabin. Passengers, please hold onto your seats. A woman over the loudspeaker spoke. Naruto quickly added chakra to his feet as the train as a person came flying through the train. What's with that? A hero shouted with white hair shouted. He was quickly grabbed, and his face was slammed into the floor. This hulking Nomu showed its ugly face as it peeped its head inside. Stay down. Torino shouted as he launched himself towards the Nomu. Once the train stopped, Naruto and Izuku both shot out of the train as the conductor shouted at them to wait. The two shot off with Naruto's body glowing with flames with Izuku glowing red. The two shot off towards Torino's direction. Just then the two came across two Nomus. One was tall and bulky and another with wings. The pro hero normal hero. Manuel was there. Wait, isn't Iida supposed to be with him? Izuku asked. Izuku, don't worry about that. Let's take these guys out real quick. Naruto powered up to 20% as he shot forward. Daiku Hokage. Sarutobi smash. Naruto slammed the winged Nomu towards the bulky Nomu. Izuku rushed forward powering up with 4 boosts of power. He brought his left fist towards the bulky Nomu. Naruto appeared right in front of the winged Nomu as it crashed into the bulky one. The two shouted, Dragon Uchiha smash. They both brought their fist meeting their respective Nomu's face, smashing their heads together. Naruto quickly brought his leg around with a powerful kick, Nature Revolution. Naruto spun his foot into the winged Nomu who was on top of the bulky one. Naruto and Izuku single-handedly took out the rampaging Nomu. Manuel saw Naruto and Izuku. Oh, thank goodness. You two came to help out. None of us have the raw strength like you guys. He smiled. Where is Iida? Izuku asked. Manuel said, I have to stay here and watch these two and help secure him. You go find Iida, I know you two can. Yeah, let's go. Izuku shot off with Naruto, making a bunch of shadow clones to search the area. With Naruto. He was zipping around looking for Iida. Naruto soon saw them in an alley. He quickly made a clone to go find Izuku since he left a clone with him. Naruto zipped through the alleys as he shouted, Hokage smash. Naruto smashed his fist into his target who held a sword above Iida's body. Naruto landed in front of Iida and turned his head slightly to Iida. Hey, how are ya doing? I figured you could use a hand. Iida's eyes widened. You Uzumaki-kun. Iida said shocked. Naruto looked at his opponent, an intimidating, muscular man who walks with a distinct hunch and has a flat, somewhat triangular face with no nose. He has rather long, black hair, which he wears messily. It would drape over his face if not for his headband and mask, and small blood-red eyes with tiny irises. He sports a dark combat suit, plated with metal armor across his body to holster his weapons. The torso is sleeveless, so he instead wraps his arms in yellow bandages, all the way from just below his shoulders to his wrists. He also wears long black wristbands and a watch on his left arm, and his knees are protected with metal pads, the costume completed by black boots with steel armor. He always dons his signature blood-red scarf and matching headband, as well as the tattered cloth he wears around his face as a mask. So you're Stain, the hero killer. I'd figured you'd be in an alley, Iida. From reports there is where Stain's hunting grounds are. Naruto turned his eyes to see the pro-hero native on the side, wounded and exhausted. Can you move, Iida? I can't move my body. Iida said helplessly on the ground. Ever, since he cut me and licked my blood with his tongue, I can't move. I see, so blood is how his quirk works then. Iida, what is your blood type? You too native? Naruto asked. A, B, Iida says, then native replies respectfully. Naruto had a couple of clones appear by his side as the two rushed Stain. Stain began to prepare to fight back, but he saw how Naruto left a clone behind as well guarding Iida. He was going towards native. Stain ignored Naruto's clones, blowing them off as mirages. Naruto smirked as he grabbed native. Stain was met with a punch to the face from Naruto's clones at 5%, sending him into the building. Naruto handed native to his other clone to get him out of there. Naruto turned to face Stain again. During the meantime, Naruto sent his location, using a clone on his phone, to Momo, Torino, and Shoto since he heard from Momo the other night that she was going to be there with Endeavor. Iida maybe. Over time his quirk will wear off. Once that does, I need you to get up quickly. I got type B. And no, you need to get out of here. This doesn't involve you. It's my revenge. For my brother. I need to avenge him for what Stain did to him. Iida shouted, not wanting Naruto caught up in his affairs. If you say that, that just makes me want to help you even more. I may not know what it's like to want revenge, but I've known someone hell-bent over for revenge. There's a lot I'd like to say, but we don't have time. Just like All Might once said, meddling when you don't need to be the essence of being a hero. Naruto sent Stain a smirk. Besides, you're my friends Iida, we're classmates, that means no one is left behind. I protect my friends, because that's my Nindo way. I never go back on my word. Naruto powered up further into 10% of One for All. Stain smirked and smiled as he pulled his sword out. Good. He said as Naruto rushed him ready to engage him in battle, to shorten the distance between him and opponent with a long reach. It was a good decision, however. Stain mentally said to himself. No, if you get cut, Iida shouted. Naruto quickly was cut by his attack, but he disappeared in a puff of smoke. Stain's eyes widened, but he brought his other sword around. Naruto was right behind his clone, but he zipped around Stain. 10% chakra smash. Naruto sent a burst of chakra to his fist as he met Stain's head. This sent Stain into the ground, but Naruto fell to the ground as Stain was able to scratch his cheek. He licked the blade with Naruto falling to the ground. Naruto saw the small bit of blood. Stain said, "It wasn't powerful enough. It's not that you saw through my movements. You left my field of vision and maneuvered so that you would be able to bring me down. That's what your movements are like. If I cut the real you, your clones are also affected." Stain mentioned as Naruto's last clone dispersed along with the one carrying native away. People who talk are all dime a dozen. But you are worth letting live. You're different from these guys. Stain lifted his blade to kill Iida. Why you think this will stop me? Please. Naruto's body let out a burst of chakra as two chakra hands shot out to punch Stain in the back. He could do this because the Nine Tails wasn't a quirk, which was the main reason. Chakra also isn't considered a quirk, since he can control the chakra cloak and handle the one- and two-tailed forms. Mindscape. I'm surprised you did that for him. Minato sat there watching with everyone else watching popcorn. Grr, shut up. I only did so because he decided to use the great Kyuubi no Yoko as his hero name. I don't want him to tarnish my reputation. Kurama growled at the fourth Hokage. In the real world. Stain's eyes widened as he felt the power explode from Naruto's body. A chakra arm shot out and punched him in the face. This sent him flying. Stain did a backflip and landed on his feet, skidding backward. Just then he heard, freeze. Ice began to cover his feet, then, dragon smash. Izuku appeared with his body glowing red and bits of red electricity coming off him. His eyes were glowing green as he punched Stain over Naruto's head. Stain was slammed into a wall as he stood back up. What? More of you. TCH. You people keep getting in my way. Stain complained, but then he quickly dodged a flurry of shurikens and kunai that zipped past his face. Naruto laid on the ground and smirked. Izuku, Shoto, Momo, let's teach this Bakayaro what happens when he messes with Class 1A. Naruto had two more chakra hands grow out of his back. Izuku walked up ready to fight. Iida is our friend. No way are you killing him. As the vice president and Iida's friend, I refuse to let friends die. Momo punched her right fist into her left palm. Shoto cracked his fingers. Let's show him just what we're made of. As flames came off his left side and ice on his right. Naruto has his hand from his chakra cloak ready to go. Oh, and don't let him cut you, he will ingest your blood. His quirk causes you to be immobilized and the timer limit is depending on your blood type. Naruto smiled, though, I'm not sure what the order is when it times out. Naruto chuckled, rubbing the back of his head. Well, it's either from O being the fastest for recovery or to A where it's the longest, Momo concluded. Well, I'm B, but thanks to my demon fox quirk I can use my chakra cloak as a limb to freely move. Naruto added as his extra appendage prepared to fight once again. I see, I'm betting O is the quickest for recovery. Momo added, I got A. I'm O, Shoto said. I got O too. Shoto, we need to try to help Momo to prevent her from getting cut. Then to protect Iida and Naruto since they are down. Izuku powered up with 6 boosts. I'll provide cover fire. Momo created a small cannon from her arm. She stuck her arm up as she loaded kunai and shuriken in each arm. She fired off to keep Stain moving. Think of it as a robot arm that has a gun built into it that can pop out. Izuku was running around bouncing off walls. Naruto smirked. So that is what he was doing at night, seems he got it down pat. Naruto smirked. Izuku was showing a lot of promise as he continues to train. Shoto continued his attacks with ice and fire. Momo has been showing that her stamina has also increased. She began to fire shuriken and kunai out. They were small and easy for her to create, which didn't take too many lipids. P please D don't. Iida was scared for everyone. He was worried that Stain would kill everyone he cared about. He didn't want them dragged into this. If you want us to stop, then stand up, Shoto shouted. Stain cut Izuku and licked his blood. He quickly jumped towards Momo and Shoto. Stain went to attack as Momo created a fire blanket. Shoto blasted a wave of fire at Momo and Stain, forcing him back. Stain quickly threw his knife with a string attached to it, cutting Shoto. He quickly brought it back to his hands and licked it. The only words I can say to you. Look properly at what you want to become, Shoto shouted, as he pulled his left arm back with flames. Iida gripped his fist as he began to slowly stand up. Stain disappeared as he cut Momo and licked his blade, forcing her to the ground. Ingenium. It is the name of the hero who will defeat you. What kind of hero am I? Protected by my friends. Iida had tears running down his face as he looked at the downed Naruto, Momo, and Izuku. Shoto trying to protect him, having them bleed for me. Hero killer. Stain. To teach him a lesson. I used my brother's name. I only saw what was in front of him. I couldn't see anything but myself. Iida began to have flashbacks of his brother asking if he wanted to become a hero. He is right. I am different. I'm immature. I can't hold a candle to them. Stain finally had an opening to cut shoot after his barrage of ice and fire attacks. If I don't stand right now, I'll never be able to catch up to them or Tensai. Recipro burst. Iida shot forward with his engine firing off. Naruto also was able to stand up as he was at 30% of one for all. Iida stopped Stain from cutting Shoto. Iida broke his blade and did a quick kick, knocking him away. Naruto zipped forward as he brought his fist back, Daiku Hokage, Yodime Smash. Naruto shot his arm forward with yellow lighting coming from his fist. He punched Stain in the face, sending him careening into the ground. That's for Iida, Izuku, Shoto, and Momo. Todoroki, Midoriya, Yaoyorozu, Uzumaki. I'm sorry. This had nothing to do with you guys. I apologize. That's why I can't allow you to bleed again for this, Iida said, trying to catch his breath. Stain held his bloody hand with his broken sword. It's no use trying to be reformed for appearance sake. A person's essence does not change so easily. You will never be anything but a fake who prioritizes his selfish desires. Stain said, annoyed with his eyes strained and his irises shrinking in anger. You are cancer to society. That wraps the ideas of truth, heroes. Someone must set you straight. You're whacked up villain, bro. Yeah, some heroes are indeed like that, but that doesn't mean they can't change. Naruto zipped forward trying to attack Stain. Stain quickly dodged Naruto and went for Iida. Iida said, we need to end this. Recipro burst extend. Naruto launched into the air as well, Daiku Hokage, full cowling. Izuku shot as well into the air, max booster. Izuku screamed as he was enveloped in a red aura. The three aimed towards the hero killer who was dive bombing towards Momo and Shoto. All I need is my leg. Iida brought his leg back. All I need is my fist. Izuku said, all we need is each other. That's all we need right now. Naruto screamed as he pulled his arm back. Daiku Hokage, Uzumaki Smash. Dragon Smash. Recipro burst kick. The three shouted as Iida kicked Stain's side. Izuku Stain's stomach, and Naruto landing his fist in Stain's temple. Just then Naruto saw that Stain's eyes open wide. Naruto noticed that Izuku held his arm in pain. Naruto said, no, I won't let you. I will defeat you, this time you as a criminal. The two brought their legs around, kicking Stain in the side, causing him to cough blood up. Shoto fired off a flamethrower. Momo quickly created a bed to cushion Naruto, Iida, and Izuku's fall. The group looks up to see Stain laying on the pillar of ice from Shoto. He saw that Stain was out cold, laying trapped in between Shoto's ice. Naruto sighed. Geez, he was pretty strong. He had some serious training. He was moving like a ninja. Naruto was pretty surprised by his movements and speed. The group began to move back into the streets so they could get help. Naruto tied up Stain with ninja wire produced thanks to Momo. They came walking out with Naruto carrying Izuku. Oh hey! Grand Torino. Just then Torino jumped forward, slamming his foot into Naruto's and Izuku's face. I thought I told you two to stay on the bullet train. Who is that? Shoto asked. Oh, it's my Gigi-san Torino. He is I and Izuku's pro hero for the internship, Naruto answered. I was told to come here from Endeavor. I can see that Shoto told him where he was going. I don't know what's going on, but I'm glad you two are alright. Torino let a sigh out. He was glad that Naruto and Izuku weren't hurt. Sorry, Grand Torino. Izuku bowed his head a bit. Just then Native came walking back with his arm bandaged up thanks to Naruto's clone. Hey, you guys are alright. I just want to say thanks for saving me. I would have said to stay back because he wanted me. He looked down ashamed. To think that kids had to save me. Geez, you two are just like Toshinori. Torino sighed. Who is that? Izuku asked. Toshinori is my sensei. He has been helping me along with Torino Gigi train up my quirks, Naruto added as Izuku and Shoto nodded their heads accepting the answer. Just then more heroes arrived to see everyone battered and injured. Naruto was mostly fine since his wounds healed up. However, Momo, Shoto, Iida, and Izuku were different stories. Is that the hero killer Stain? One hero said quickly. The heroes began to call the cops and an ambulance. Naruto was talking to Momo. Hey, you did great out there. You were able to hold your own and did well. I hope you're learning a lot from Mirko. Momo chuckled. Yeah, I'm going to get yelled at since I ran off to help you. Though it's worth it since I got to see you. Momo placed a kiss on his lips as the two held one another. Yaoyorozu, Todoroki, Midoriya, and Uzumaki. Thank you. You four gotten injured because of me. Iida bowed his head to everyone. Naruto waved his apology off. Iida doesn't mention it, we're all classmates. We're friends, I don't leave comrades behind. Yeah, we're here for ya. Momo chimed in. Yeah, you guys would do the same for me. Izuku gave him a thumbs up and Shoto nodded his head at Iida. Just then everyone looked up to see the flying Nomu dive bomb towards everyone. Everyone ducked down as Naruto went straight to it. The Nomu dodged Naruto's attack and scratched his cheek. Naruto was cut off guard as he felt his body go numb. The Nomu grabbed Naruto and dove and grabbed Izuku as well and took off, and Naruto. Izuku. Momo screamed as she made a gun from her lipids and loaded it with rubber bullets and fired. Granted she has no gun training, but she was damned if a Nomu was going to take Naruto and Izuku. Nomu seemed to have a missing eye as blood splattered on a pro hero. Just then Stain was able to get free and cut the ropes off. He ran forward and licked the pro hero's cheek to get Nomu's blood. Nomu fell to the ground as Stain dashed forward with his eyes glowing red and he said, "This society is overgrown with fake heroes. Criminals who wave their power around idly." Stain stabbed his knife into Nomu's brain, killing it. They crashed in the ground with Naruto getting Izuku out, should all be purged. Stain pulled his knife from Nomu's brain and slowly stood up, to make a more just society. Stain was shaking because of his battle wounds with Naruto and the others. Endeavor arrived with his fist on fire. Hero killer, Stain huh? He pulled his fist back to burn him. No, Endeavor, Naruto and Izuku are there. Momo threw ninja wire around him to stop him. Why, you little brat? Endeavor shouted, annoyed because Momo got in his way. No, Endeavor, look, see, Torino shouted as Endeavor looked over to see Naruto getting Izuku away from Stain. Naruto and Izuku saw Stain's strained eyes as they were glowing red. You fake, I must make things right. Stain walked forward with his battered body. The moon behind him turned blood red. Everyone felt massive killing intent from Stain. However, Naruto was the only one unfazed by this. I must take back what it means to be a hero. He slammed his left foot forward. Come at me. All you fakes. The only one I'll let kill me is a true hero. Everyone turned to a red haze around him as everyone stood frozen in fear. All Might. He shouted as the red and black haze began to pass through them. Suddenly Stain dropped his knife as he stood there passed out. Naruto said, "Wow, to think he had that much will to fight. He is something else. I won't lie, there are fake heroes out there who tarnish what it means to be a hero." Naruto added, walking towards Stain as Momo threw him some ninja wire. "However, there are good heroes out there who do the right thing. Everyone needs to be reminded of what it means to be a hero," Naruto said with a smile as he looked back at everyone. Momo let a sigh out knowing that Naruto was saved and so was everyone else. Just then Mirko arrived. "Hey, I came to help out. Where is my little Mo-chan?" She came running towards the group and she saw Naruto tying up Stain. Oh, Mirko. Sorry for running off." Momo quickly bowed, worried, and hoped that she didn't get her upset. Mirko saw Naruto. "Oh, I see. You left to go help your boyfriend against Stain. Seems you must have been working hard." Mirko chuckled. "So, you're Naruto, aren't you a cutie?" Mirko came up as her face drew close to Naruto. Naruto could practically rub his nose with Mirko's nose. "Hey, Mirko." Momo got in between as Mirko giggled. "Protective as I thought." Mirko clapped her paws together. "Well, it seems you all worked together and got the job done. Great job taking the big bad Stain down. I probably could have done it myself, all you are cowards." Naruto eye twitched. "Ya know that's some big talk. I don't think working together is being a coward at all. One of us were mentally hurt, so we came to help him. In the end, we all worked as a team and got it done." He crossed his arms, not appreciating Mirko's words. Momo let a sigh out. Mirko seems to believe that heroes who join teams are cowards, as they could just be relying on their teammates' strength rather than their own. Momo quickly answered before things escalated. I kinda get it, but still. Working together is important and could benefit everyone as long as they give it 100%. Besides, even if one of us were down, I wouldn't stop to help them escape or protect them. They are comrades regardless. I don't leave anyone behind." Naruto narrowed his eyes at her. "Well, that's that. We did what we came here to do. You all good, Iida?" Iida nodded his head. "Yeah, I'm good, thanks again, everyone." Iida knew he had to think different and rethink why he wanted to be a hero. Time skip. Next day, Hosu Hospital. Everyone was taken to the hospital as Iida, Izuku, and Shoto stayed in a room. Naruto and Momo shared one. Naruto was fine as Momo was bandaged up and healed. Naruto mostly healed her overnight. He did so for Iida, Shoto, and Izuku. So, the doctors didn't have to do too much work. The next day everyone were sitting in the boys' recovery room with Momo wearing Naruto's orange and black jacket while in a hospital gown. Good to see everyone all right. Torino came walking in as Manuel came in as well. Soon another person came walking into the room. A very tall, sturdily built man with the head of a beagle. The area around his eyes and his ears is a dark brown, the two sides separated by a tan line which runs down his forehead, widening at his muzzle, which is flecked with pale brown. He has a large, black nose and dark eyes, and, although the rest of his body is of normal human shape, his skin appears to be the same tan color as most of his face. He was wearing a suit, consisting of a dress shirt and waistcoat, over which he wears an unbuttoned black blazer and matching dress pants underneath. He has a belt with quite a large buckle and a black and white tie which somewhat resembles a Dalmatian's coat. You five are the ones who took down Hero Killer, Stain?" he asked, looking at everyone, regarding the villain who we captured. He was severely injured with burns and broken bones and is receiving strict treatment under surveillance. Woof. Since you're UA students, I'm already sure you know that when superpowers are becoming the norm, the police attach high importance to leadership and standards and make sure quirks were not used as weapons. And then, the profession, heroes, emerged to fill that gap. Woof. For an individual's use of force and power that can easily kill other actions that normally would be appropriate to denounce, to be accepted officially as thanks to early heroes who followed the ethics and rules of the profession. Woof. Even up against the hero killer, for the uncertified individuals to cause injury with their quirks without specific instruction from the guardians or supervisors is a clear violation of the rules. Kenji went to continue but was interrupted when Naruto raised his hand. Naruto quickly said, "I know that we broke the rules, but that doesn't matter," Naruto said as he narrowed his eyes. Kenji raises an eyebrow as he looked at Naruto, concerned if he is going to be following the hero rules. Naruto looked at Iida, Shoto, Momo, and then Izuku. Naruto smiled. If I was ever to be put in a situation like this again, I wouldn't hesitate to do it again. Don't think this is the last time you will see me do this. I follow one of my moral codes. If anything happens to the people I care about, friends, family, classmates, of civilians even, I'll use my quirk illegally to save them. In this hero world, those who break the rules are scum, that's true, but those who abandon their comrades are worse than scum. For Iida's case, I'd do it all over again without a second thought. Kenji was a little taken back by Naruto's response, as well with Manuel, Shoto, Izuku, and Iida looked at Naruto surprised. He was going to go that far to save them. It didn't matter who it was. Momo knew exactly who Naruto was. Naruto wouldn't be Naruto if he didn't say something like that. I see, but still I understand you did it for your friends. However, you were under Endeavor, Gran Torino, Manuel, and Mirko. You violated a rule and should review strict punishment. Well, that's bull and you know it, dog boy. If we haven't done anything, the pro hero, Native, would be dead. Iida would have been dead. Naruto shouted as Shoto spoke up, agreeing with Naruto's words. Naruto even called for backup since he messaged Shoto and Momo. I even told my 2-san where I was going. He could have come with me but decided to stay back. Even after I told him to handle things there, he knew I was going to use my quirk, therefore I have complete reason to do so. Besides, we all used our quirks to save one another. Shoto added angrily. Yeah, Shoto is right, we broke the rules for a good thing. If we're punished for something like that, then this hero system is stupid. Naruto said quickly as Torino's, Manuel's, and Kenji's eyes widen. Who know, maybe being a hero and forcing us to follow the rules. Maybe the system needs to be scrapped or revised. Not being able to save someone simply on a rule because we weren't granted to do so. I think it's quite dumb. Naruto tightened his fist, which began to bleed. Momo tried to calm him down. Naruto tries to clam down a bit. She then turned to Kenji. I agree too, we did everything to save our classmate. We also did it to save Native. If that isn't a hero and justice-like, then is dying good enough for you? Kenji let a sigh out, being cornered by everyone but Izuku and Iida, Todoroki, Uzumaki, Yaoyorozu. Iida looked at them surprised. Izuku tightened his fist. We might be students, but we have power. We have the power to do the right thing. Standing on the idly on the side watching as my friend gets killed. I'd hate myself and the hero system for that. Kenji's eyes relaxed and glared at them. So you're all saying that as long as it turns out all right, it's okay to bend the rules? Naruto chuckled. Ha, you say to bend the rules. I say I'll smash them. I'll break them over and over again. It doesn't matter how much tape you put over them. I'll break it over and over again until you realize how BS that rule is. Saving people, it's what we heroes do. Even if it's one another, all heroes are comrades. I don't leave them behind because I'm not scum. We're heroes. It's our job to save others. Shoto shouted. Goodness, what are you being taught by Ue and Torino, woof? Kenji sighed. How do you not get it? Naruto said as his eyebrows pointed towards his nose. His mouth began to grind his teeth together. Shoto was even getting angry with Naruto. You stupid mutt. Naruto stood up and broke free from Momo's grasp. Naruto walked up. Even if he was 5 feet 10, he still could say what he wanted. Shoto also began to make his way over to support Naruto. Wait, listen to Kenji, there is still more. Torino quickly intervened. That was the official opinion of the police. The punishment and such would only happen if this were all made public, woof. If this were made public, you would probably be applauded by the public, but you would not be able to escape punishment. On the other hand, this is a bit underhanded, but if it is not made public, the burn scars would have support Endeavor being the hero who saved the day, and there were few witnesses. This violation could be crushed here, woof. But this would also mean no one would know about your good judgment or achievements. Which do you prefer? Kenji looked at the student heroes. Naruto let a sigh out. I get what you mean, but I'm serious. I'll break the laws again if it means I save my classmates. I'd do it for Aizawa-sensei, Momo, Shoto, Izuku, and even Tenya. I don't care what the rules are, Naruto said sternly as he glared at Kenji. Kenji let a sigh out. Well, with that I must leave, but do try not to stay within the laws. Kenji nodded his head and left to leave the kids alone. Torino sighed while chuckling, Naruto, you never cease to amaze me. Shoto, I'm surprised just how much you've changed as well. Shoto let a smile out as he looked at Naruto. Well, it's thanks to Naruto, I'm beginning to see things better. Which leads me to my next question. Shoto glared at Naruto. Naruto, I need to know, is All Might your father? No, Naruto said immediately. What? Shoto shouted as he slammed his fist into the pillow, setting it ablaze. As that happened, the sprinkler system turned on, drenching everyone, but Naruto and Momo. Naruto sent a layer of chakra over Momo to prevent the water from getting her wet. After a few days of the kids recovering, the internships were done with. Gran Torino in front of his apartment with Naruto and Izuku standing in front of him leaving. It was only a short time, but thank you for taking care of me. Izuku stated as Naruto let a chuckle out at Izuku's personality, always thanking others. Well, in a way that what he kinda did too. Torino had an almost tired look on his face. Oi, I didn't do anything. I don't feel like I need to be thanked for anything. Naruto's and your internships just ended up the way it did. No, it was thanks to your instruction and ideas and your continuous sparring with me. When Naruto mentioned for me to spread my power throughout my body. Izuku held his hand in front of his face. I can't thank you both enough for this opportunity. I'm going to become super strong one day. I'll be the #1 hero. Naruto smirked as he flicked Izuku on the side of his head. Good luck with that, broccoli boy, if anyone is going to become the #1 hero. Naruto began to slowly walk back towards the train station, and he then slightly turned his head to the side. You'll have to get through me. Naruto smirked as he began walking. He stuck his hand in the air. See ya around, Torino Gigi. Naruto continued to walk, but Izuku kept talking. That was until Naruto heard Torino slap Izuku in the shin for telling that he was being reckless. Naruto continued to hear his grandfather's constant nagging. Then Naruto heard Torino say, "Oh, you too? Who are you again?" Torino had that look of confusion on his face. What? I'm Izuku Midori. Izuku was confused and worried until he was cut off. No, that's not it. Torino smiled as Naruto in the distance let a chuckle out. I'm Kyuubi no Yoko. Don't you forget it, Gramps. Naruto shouted in the distance as Izuku nodded his head, understanding what the teacher of All Might meant. I'm Deku. Izuku smiled as he bowed as Torino walked back into his apartment. Torino thought to himself, Toshinori, not only Naruto promising, but so is young Midoriya. Let's watch them both. I think they have what it takes to be the best because they are the best. Until the day you pass in history. Until the name, Kyuubi no Yoko or Deku, is celebrated as the symbol of peace. Next day at UA. Naruto was making his way to class with Momo by his side. So how did Rumi take it? Torino Gigi got his teaching license suspended for a little bit. Momo chuckled as she rubbed the back of her head. Well, Mirko wasn't very pleased to hear that, but she told me that she was glad I was all right. Thanks to her training, I'm pretty sure I was able to pick up some key points. I know that I need to get faster than I was before. Momo put her finger on her lower lip, which reminds me, do you have more of those gravity seals? Naruto smiled. Yeah, I do. I can create them pretty easily, but I got another idea for training. It will involve you learning on your feet. Naruto knew exactly what he could do for her. He remembers how he had to dodge a lot of All Might's attack. Maybe putting Momo under a lot of pressure with strong punches. She can learn to think on her feet, so she can listen to her gut and not break down when a plan fails. That's great, we should do that later on today. What do you think? Momo smiled. She hasn't trained with Naruto in a little while. Mainly because they were at their internships. It's just that Naruto doesn't hold back just because she is a girl or his girlfriend. She can always count on him that he gives their training 100%. Soon they walked into class to find Hinata and Eijiro laughing at a funny-looking Bakugo. My hair's gotten used to it, so it won't go back even after I wash it. Hey, stop laughing. I'll kill you, Bakugo stated with pure hatred for Fiber Hero, best genist. I'd like to see you try, side part boy. Hinata and Eijiro laughed. Naruto saw this and began laughing at Bakugo. Wow. Seriously, you should keep that haircut. The one before you had was atrocious and made you look mean. Naruto laughed at Bakugo's new look. It actually didn't make him look as scary. What about you? Your hair is like mine. Bakugo shouted as his hair poofed back to normal. It went back. Eijiro, Honta, and Naruto shouted laughing at Bakugo. I'll kill you. Besides, your hair is like mine. Bakugo screamed. Naruto shrugged his shoulders and smirked. Well, I'm pretty sure I make the wild spiky hair do look nice, don't I? Naruto asked the entire class. Of course, it does. Along with your cute little whisker marks. Mina lunged forward trying to rub his cheeks. Naruto dodged as Momo yanked him out of the way and turned to the side using her side to block Mina. However, Momo didn't realize she was suffocating Naruto with her ample chest. Sorry Mina, but I can't allow you to do that. Naruto purring is only for me. Momo, you aren't going to have a Naruto if you kill him, ribbit. Tsuyu pointed out as Momo realized Naruto's face was turning purple as she quickly dropped him. Oh Kami, Naruto, are you okay? Momo knelt down worried for Naruto. Yup. Naruto pushed himself back up as he refilled his body with oxygen after taking a deep breath. Yeah, I am. Phew, man, I felt like I was really going to die. Naruto let a huff out as Momo let a sigh out in embarrassment. Minoru said, "Ah, come on. Why does he get the prettiest and bustiest girl in the class?" Minoru slammed his fist on the table. To think he almost died in that bundle of happiness. Many would die happy. Well, he isn't wrong. Naruto admitted, but he had to teach the pervert a lesson. Minoru, come here. Naruto began walking towards him as Naruto had an ominous aura around him. Minoru looked left, right, down, up, and he saw the door to the classroom. No. Get away from me. Minoru ran towards the door to get out. Minoru went to grab the door handle until it was slapped open. However, All Might opened the door. I'm opening the door like a normal person. All Might shouted as he slammed the door open. He looked inside smiling at his students. All right kids, let's get ready to go. To the field Gamma. Huh, where is Mineta? Here, Mineta said as he was up against the wall with his body inside of the door. The hole in the door was perfectly shaped like his body. Sorry, Mineta, we're billing you for the door too. All Might added with his finger on his lower lip, not wanting to take the blame. No, Mineta shouted. Scene shift field Gamma. Everyone stood before All Might in their hero uniform. All Might began to explain their exercise today. Alright, let's start. Today will be basic hero training. Also, long time no see, boys and girls. Since you've all just gotten back from your internships, we'll have some fun with a rescue training race. Wait, what about USJ? I thought we used that for rescue training. Iida asked, raising his hand up. That place is for training in disasters. Do you remember what I said? That's right, I said, race. This is Field Gamma, a dense area filled with factories laid out like an intricate labyrinth. You'll break up into 4 5-person groups and go through the training one group at a time. When I send out a distress signal from somewhere inside, you'll start at once from the outskirts of the city. It's a race to see who will rescue me first. All Might wanted to make a point by putting his pointer finger up. Of course, you'll have to keep damage to buildings to a minimum. All Might then pointed at Bakugo and then Naruto. Don't point at me, Bakugo snarled, looking the way. Naruto chuckled. Okay, I can be a bit reckless, but that's when I need to be. Naruto then began to scratch his cheek. Come on, I can't be that bad. Naruto asked. Yeah, honestly you aren't that bad, but Explosion Princess here can be. Momo had to poke at Bakugo's ego. Hinata and Eijiro began laughing at Bakugo's continuous nicknames. That's a good one, Naruto added, which only helped in irritating Bakugo more. Mushroom Cloud. Eijiro laughed harder along with Hinata. Don't bring Bakugo on an airplane, Naruto added in as everyone began to break out into laughter at the crude joke. All Might couldn't help but shake his head. If Naruto did one good thing right as a hero, it is pissing off other heroes with large egos. Scene shift. Alright, Group 1, All Might shouted over the microphone. It was Honta, Izuku, Mina, Iida, and Mashirao that were in different areas of the city. Naruto stood by waiting for him to go next. Soon All Might shouted, "Go!" Everyone from their spots shot off racing towards All Might. With Naruto. Who do you think will win? Tsuyu asked. If anything, I think Midoriya is at a disadvantage, Denki added. Don't be so sure guys, Izuku grew a lot during the internships. Naruto crossed his arms with a wide smirk on his face. Momo stayed silent watching the race between everyone. In the race, you could see Mashirao jumping from building to building with his tail, either using it to bounce or swing. Iida was running through the city. Honta was using his tape to jump from building to building. However, when Hinata was shooting another piece of tape out, red lighting zipped right past him as everyone saw Izuku jumping with ease to buildings. However, Izuku's appearance was slightly altered. He had his gauntlet like he did on his right hand, but the same gauntlet on his left hand. He had red boots on both of his feet that resembled claws. What? Midoriya, Honta said, shocked, while everyone else paused to look at him. Izuku was zipping from building to building. Izuku said to himself, calm down and focus. Stay at 5 boosts, no more. Remember to keep a steady flow to my feet with chakra. Just how Naruto taught us to use chakra. Izuku kept jumping from different buildings to different pipes. Just as he felt his one foot slip slightly, but he quickly added enough chakra to stop him from slipping. Izuku found himself running along with the pipe upside down, with Naruto and his classmates. What? No way. Midoriya can stick to things like Uzumaki. Eijiro shouted, amazed. How can he do that? Tsuyu asked, shocked. Simple, all he is using is chakra. Naruto added as everyone looked at him. Momo and Ochako were quite surprised by this as well. Not because he said it was chakra, but that there was a connection between him and Midoriya. Wait, Uzumaki. Eijiro was about to continue until Naruto stopped him. You can just call me Naruto, Eijiro. Naruto continued to watch Izuku continue running. Naruto, did you teach him or something? I'm sure only you knew how to use chakra properly. Eijiro had to ask. Naruto nodded his head. Izuku and Ochako came for me for extra training. I gladly accepted. Momo wanted to learn too. Though it is dangerous if your chakra levels are low, it's up to you guys if you want to learn. Everyone thought about and nodded their head. They remember Naruto telling them that it is possible for anyone to learn chakra. Well, what do you guys think? I'm good, Eijiro said, rubbing the back of his head. The rest of the classes nodded in agreement as Naruto just shrugged his shoulders. Soon the screen showed that Izuku ended up winning and was declared the winner for the round. Next up was Naruto, Bakugo, Tsuyu, Eijiro, and Denki. This was an easy win for Naruto, and the other didn't even stand a chance. As soon as All Might said go, Naruto took off, leaving a trail of fire in the air behind him. A few seconds later, All Might announced the winner to be Naruto. This pissed Bakugo off even more, watching the two excelling way past him. How did they get so strong? How are they like this? While I spent my time at my useless internship. Again. After class, at boys' locker room, Naruto and everyone went to change back into their UA outfit after the training. Man, today's training was hard. Eijiro let a sigh out. It's been a while since class made me sweat, Yuga added, wiping his face of sweat. I need to work more on mobility, Eijiro added while taking off one of his arm braces. Well, that's easy, start wearing weighted clothing like I do, Naruto added as he took out his UA polo shirt and handed it to Eijiro. Eijiro went to grab it until he felt himself lean forward, almost falling over. Geez. How much does this weigh? Eijiro shouted in shock. Everyone couldn't help but watch and listen. Bakugo at this point was seething angrily. Little over 100 pounds, I'd say, Naruto said, taking it back and putting it on. That's also when I don't have gravity seals activated. Naruto put his shirt on, and his clothes began to glow. Naruto reactivated his ×4 gravity seals. Forgive me if I said something else last time. I'll try rereading to try to find it. If you see this, that means I didn't see it. Man, that's so manly. That's insane, Eijiro said excitedly. Maybe I should look into that. Naruto nodded his head. Wait, after school, I could place a gravity seal on you then. I'm working on another seal. It's a resistance seal. It's going to force my limbs to move less, so I'm going to have to adjust the resistance with training. Naruto pulled out the seal design from his bag. Everyone looked at it. They could not make any heads or tails of it. It's old Japanese writing, though for everything to work you need to understand each stroke. Not only that, the words you form along with the amount of chakra and levels you place on the seal. By that point, everyone's head was in a daze, not understating a single word Naruto just said. Hey, Midoriya, Mineta waved him over as Naruto heard him. Just because Naruto was on the other side of the locker room Didn't mean he has heightened senses. Yeah, Mineta, Izuku asked confused. I discovered something crazy. Mineta waved Izuku over. Yeah, Izuku walked over confused. Look at this hole. It is probably thanks to the efforts of those who came before us. Next door is the girls' locker room. Mineta said perversely. Iida shouted. Peeping is definitely a criminal act. Iida said, moving his arm like a robot. My little Mineta is already a criminal act. He ripped the poster that was hiding the hold, Yaoyorozu's ample Yaoyoro boobs. Mineta placed his head against the wall ready to look, Ashido's slender waist. Hagakuri's floating underwear, Uraraka's fine Uraraka body, Asui's unexpected boobie. Mineta went to look all the way until he saw Naruto standing in the way. Minoru Mineta. Naruto had a crimson red eye with black slits in the middle. The girls on the other side cheered. Just before Mineta began perving out loud. Geez, what a disgusting pervert. Toru spoke annoyed. How can he do that? Mina asked with a tick mark on her forehead. Geez, he will never learn ribbit. Asui's eyes couldn't help but wander over to Momo. Kyoka went to stab Mineta's eyes out with her earphone jacks. Momo let a sigh out. Jiro-san, don't worry, I'm sure Naruto has it. Momo had a smile appear on her face as the girls relaxed. Then they heard Naruto's voice, Minoru Mineta. In the boys' locker room. Naruto glared at the small pervert. What do I have to do to you to stop trying to peek on the girls? Especially when one of them is my girlfriend, you dare to compliment her body with your dirty mouth. Naruto hand formed a red charka claw aimed at Mineta's throat. Mineta for one grew a pair of balls, you know what, Uzumaki. You need to learn that we guys need to be what guys are. We're perverts, yay sure, we need to satisfy our manly desires. You already got Yaoyorozu, let us virgins get to see something beautiful bazongas on her. I get it, you already got to plow her soil. Just let us virgins get to dream of something. At that point, Naruto wished he had the Yamanaka clan abilities or even the Sharingan. He could cast a powerful genjutsu on the boy to change his ways. Perhaps even torture him until he never peeked on girls again. Everyone clear the room, or get a poncho, it's about to be a bloodbath. Naruto continued in his demonic voice as everyone cleared out of the room. Mineta began wetting his pants. Someone. Help me, your hero's right, save me someone, anyone, ah. Mineta began to scream but Naruto already placed silencing seals up. Girls sighed. Momo heard Mineta scream for someone to save him, but then it went silent. Guys, I'm pretty sure Mineta is dead. Well, who cares? No one reading this story, the manga, or even watches the show cares about him. Kyoka added, shrugging her shoulders. With Naruto. Naruto currently had Mineta tied to the lockers through the holes with ninja wire. Naruto was holding up his porn stash. Naruto used a truth seal on Mineta. So, Naruto asked where his porn stash was and he told him. Naruto sent a clone at high speeds to go get it and brought it back. Naruto began to tear up his porn stash right in front of him. Everything was tripped to shreds. Naruto did it before the bell for the next class. Soon Naruto came walking out of the locker room clapping his hands as if he was done taking out the trash. Yo, what's up everyone? What's wrong? Is Mineta dead? Mina asked curiously. Did you make sure he suffered? Toru questioned. No, something way worse than death. Naruto chuckled triumphantly. Did you pull his guts out and hang him by his entrails? Momo screamed, which earned a lot of scared looks from her classmate. Naruto simply said, dark. Seriously, what did you do to him? Kyoka asked, confused about what Naruto did to him. Oh, nothing. Too bad, I just kinda broke him. Naruto began to giggle like a certain snake Sanin. Soon Minoru came walking out of the boys' locker room. In his hands was a coffin made out of his purple ball things on his head. Inside were a bunch of ripped up pieces of paper or what seemed to be a magazine. My poor babies, you need a proper burial. What did you do to him? Eijiro asked curiously. Oh well, simple. I forced him to tell me where his porn stash was at him. I used a truth seal on him to make him tell the truth. Naruto gestured to the truth seal on his collar of his neck, brushed on his neck. Not his shirt collar or anything, physically on his neck. Oh, it also sends pain throughout his body when he thinks, looks, or even tries to do anything perverted relating to women. Not guys though, if he swings that way. Naruto chuckled evilly as everyone took a mental note, don't piss off Naruto Uzumaki. If anything, Naruto was pretty sure he was making Ibiki and Anko proud. Next day. Well, it's almost time for summer vacation, but of course it won't make much sense for you to rest the whole month. Aizawa said with his usual monotone voice. Don't tell me, Denki said with a worried look on his face. During summer vacation, we'll have a training camp in the woods. Aizawa slightly elevated his voice as everyone in the classroom cheered. I knew it, yes, Eijiro shouted. Let's test our courage. Mina fist pumped the air. Fireworks, Asui asked curiously. Open-air baths, Mineta said perversely. Curry, Iida lifted his arm up robotically. Hot springs, Mineta shouted angrily at Iida. If we're in springs, we'll have to work in different conditions. Not to mention to avoid wildlife like bears, snakes, and other small critters. We'll need to watch out for poison ivy, and more. Momo began to think analytically. Momo, we'll be fine, you don't need to overthink it. Naruto leaned his head back from his seat. Momo shook her head smiling at him. Yeah, you're right, still doesn't hurt. Momo leaned forward and placed a kiss on Naruto's forehead. No matter the environment, we must act wisely. Fumikage added while crossing his arms, interesting. Eating and sleeping with everyone. Toru cheered, waving her invisible arms in the air. I'm getting excited. However, Aizawa spoke as his eyes began to glow red with his hair standing up. There was silence in the room as he continued. Those who do not pass the final exams before that, will be in summer school hell. Aizawa said sternly to make sure his students studied hard. Eijiro turned to everyone along with Denki. Everyone. Let's do our best. This is damn stupid, Bakugo said annoyed. Dumbass, Naruto said snarky tone. You son of a bitch. Bakugo screamed as Momo shook her head at Naruto's antics. Minoru added, girls, do your best. Then he froze as he felt shivers run down his spine as he saw Naruto glaring at him. Minoru shut up and looked down, not wanting to do anything more or say anything more. Next day. Okay, that's all for class today. There is only 1 week before the final exams. You're all studying properly, right? Aizawa asked his seemingly studying students, as you know it won't only be a written portion but also a practical component. Make sure to train your bodies and minds at the same time. That's all. Aizawa walked towards the door and left. Mina chuckled with her hands behind her head with Denki freaking out as they both said, I haven't studied at all. Denki continued as he grabbed both sides of his head, with the internship, I haven't had any time to study at all. Fumikage had a sweat drop appear on his head. It's true that we've had one event after another, but... Naruto let a raspberry out. Geez, the last time I studied had to be a while ago. I mean, at least myself have studied, but the other me. Naruto began to grin and laugh as Momo shook her head. Those clones of yours are too helpful. When do you think I could learn that? Even if I could make one clone. Momo wondered. She definitely wouldn't mind trying to learn to make a shadow clone. Naruto stood up from his seat. Well, let's try it. Here are the hand seals. Everyone stopped talking to pay attention to Naruto. Naruto took his index and middle fingers from both hands and crossed them. You use this hand seal, then split your chakra into 2 halves. Multi-shadow clone jutsu. Naruto shouted as 10 more copies of Naruto appeared in the room, even if everyone has seen them before. It's still amazing how many he can make. Momo wondered, how do I even know if I can do that? Momo didn't want to hurt herself. Yeah, that's why the jutsu is considered a kinjutsu. Naruto said as everyone stared at him confused. Well, it just depends on your chakra levels. I don't know a way to find out. I know. Naruto walked over to Momo and said, make a ram seal and push as much chakra as you can out. Though you will be tired after it or just really hungry. Naruto showed her the ram seal as everyone continued to watch. Momo did so as a layer of chakra surrounded her body as she summoned as much as she could. This continued for a few seconds as her layer of chakra was definitely thicker when she first unlocked it. Naruto examined it and nodded his head as he began to do the same thing, but instead Naruto's chakra almost 10 times as thick as Momo's was. It was as if Naruto had a transparent barrier around him. Everyone could see the edge of the barrier but not right through Naruto. Yeah, I don't think you got enough of chakra to do that. So, I wouldn't do that if I were you. I know, I can train you harder to help increase your physical endurance, stamina, and strength. We'll go on studying to help your mental fortitude. We can increase your reserves that way. Didn't you say Charka was a mixture of your stamina and spiritual energy? Momo asked, trying to remember his lessons. Can we learn? Everyone in the classroom jumped at Naruto, now wanting to learn chakra. Naruto was a little surprised by this as he rubbed the back of his head. You know, even I were too, which I still can. I got no problem with that, but it's going to take you guys longer than Momo to learn any type of jutsu I've used. Naruto was a little surprised by this. However, the only ones who did seek help were Kyoka, Mashirao, Honta, Denki, and Mina. Which reminds me, what does the shadow clone even do? Mina asked curiously. Well, the shadow clones are actual real solid clones that can fight. They grab things, interact, and do a lot. They're great for sneak attacks, to overwhelm your enemy, or for reconnaissance missions. Whatever your clones hear, see, read, or train with, all that knowledge they learned goes back to the user. The downside, if you use too many shadow clones and they all dispel, you can get a pretty severe headache. If you do not have the chakra to use the jutsu, you die. That's why the jutsu is forbidden. Naruto scratched his cheek. So, yeah, I've used my clones for studying while I train. Naruto let a few more chuckles out. Well, if you guys want, I can help you all study for the final exams. Momo began to shine happily. I can even help in the practical, well, at least on what I can do. Naruto is the expert though. Momo then gestured her hand to Naruto. Let's do it, everyone shouted. Momo began to make preparations to have a lot of guests over for studying. Which reminds Naruto on what else he has been wanting to complete for a while now. Momo began to make her plans. I can't wait. I'll need to tell mother to open up the hall. What kind of tea are you all partial to? Momo had her hands up to her chin, all giggly bubbly like a certain gravity user. Naruto has seen Momo like this before, but being asked for help was a new one. She was really, how do you put it, bouncy. Everyone confused and shocked when Momo said this. When Momo said this, Kyoka and Denki thought, hall. For Hinata and Mashirao thought, tea. Naruto landed his right fist into his left palm. That's right, they don't know how loaded Momo is, troublesome. Naruto thought to himself, now I can't study with Momo alone, oh well. In my family, we always drink Harrods or Wedgwood, so if you have any preference let me know. Momo said excitedly as everyone began to stare blankly at Momo. Of course. I'll also help you all study as well. You can count on me. I'll definitely show that I can help. Everyone said between themselves. Mashirao said, it's like she just slapped us with the huge difference in how we were raised. Who cares, her bounciness is so cute that I don't care. Mina replied. Naruto couldn't help but walk over as he put his hand on Momo's shoulder. Well, it should be interesting as to how this whole thing works out. Studying with our Momo, then training with me. Naruto said with his own bubbly-like personality, which complemented Momo's new bouncy personality that Momo had. During lunch, everyone was talking about the study session Momo was planning out. Naruto was sitting next to Momo with Izuku on her right with himself on her left. Ochako was sitting next to Izuku on his right. Well, with the sessions in place, Naruto, how are you going to handle training for everyone? Naruto put his finger on his lip. Well, we're going to work on a lot of things, but I also need to take the practical exam into consideration. I mean, from everything we've had since the USJ incident, the sports festival too. There's a lot that could happen. Naruto was cut off as he dipped his head to the right as Momo was taken back by this. Naruto rests his head on her shoulder as the person behind Naruto fell forward, face planting into the table. Naruto glared at the boy. Well, look what we have here. Mr. Dumbass here was trying to hit me. Nito Monoma dropped his food on the floor as he rubbed his face that was partially red from hitting the table, tch. He stood up wiping his nose. Guess I slipped, sorry. Yeah, you slipped. Look where it landed you. Anyways, why are you here, copycat? Naruto added a nickname to Nito as he grew a tick mark on his forehead. Well, I heard you talking about the USJ incident and then the sports festival. I also heard you met the hero killer Stain. Nito spoke as Iida from the other side of the table tensed up. Just like the sports festival, you guys in class 1A just have all the attention. But that attention isn't because everyone has high hopes for you. It's because you keep attracting trouble, right? Oh, that's scary, he said as a dark purple background appeared behind him. Naruto's hair covered his face as he listened to this scaredy cat complain about not getting attention. That's all Naruto was hearing coming from his mouth. Someday, the rest of us might also get caught up in the trouble you bring and become victims as well. Like getting cursed by the god of pestilence. Oh, that's scary. Nito continued to complain, but Naruto stood up and stopped the girl with orange hair from hitting Nito. Naruto was so fast that Nito nor did anyone else see Naruto stop the girl from behind him. Just give me a second, Kendo. Naruto asked with a kind and gentle smile as Kendo nodded her head and lowered her hand. Naruto turned to Nito as Naruto's eyes turned crimson red with black slits in the middle of his eyes. Alright scaredy cat, then how about you go do something else then? Naruto glared at him. What do you mean? I'm not. Nito was cut off. You just said, scary, that we bring you guys into our trouble, but guess what? If you can't take what's going to happen, then quit being a hero. I don't know what you see in telling us this, but everyone here, including Kendo here, are trying to be heroes. Us being heroes right now will always bring trouble no matter what. If you're too scared to face what's real in your dreamland of being praised, then quit. Go be a male stripper or something. I'm sure you'll be praised there. I don't see where you're trying to go with this. You're saying everyone else is scared. Please, don't put words into other people's mouths. They knew what they were signing up for. They know what is going to happen when the students are working to be heroes. Even if the students do get scared, we're human. We're just kids. That's also how us heroes are. We aren't impervious or invincible. Neither is All Might. We're human just like the rest of the civilians in this world. We're no different from the people who have a quirk or people who are quirkless. We get scared too. That doesn't mean we can't face them and conquer our fears. We become heroes to protect others, to make sure they don't have to be scared. I'll tell you this right now, anyone can be a hero if you have a quirk and you want to become a hero. Great. If you want to be a hero and you don't have a quirk, great, you can still be a hero, but I can say one thing, I'd rather chose a cop who was quirkless to watch my back than some scared, spineless, copycat wannabe hero like you. That quirkless cop would always be 10 times the hero you could ever hope to be. Naruto laid Nito out as everyone in the lunchroom heard Naruto. A lot of them had to agree. Where did Nito go in saying they were all sacred of Class 1A? What right does he say that they're going to cause them trouble? Heroes cause villains trouble on a daily basis. It's the job, it's the reason heroes are there. To cause trouble to villains and villains vice versa. There can never be light without dark, and dark without light. Which is why heroes are born to stop the darkness from spreading, to protect other people's light. Momo was angered by what Nito said, especially of all the hardships Naruto went through. Granted, Naruto does not want your pity or anything of that nature. She still was upset by what Nito tried to say about their class. Villains are villains, they have their own cause, but they can't control what they do. With everything that has happened to Naruto when he grew up in Konoha, she can see how Naruto sees that being a hero is like protecting the people in his village. Naruto understands fear, being scared, weak, and helpless. The way he was treated in the village, it still even angers Momo about what happened to Naruto. If you want to make fun of us heroes, then go ahead, see where that lands you, Mr. Attention Hog. Momo added as Nito didn't know what to say. The rest of Class 1A had Naruto's back. Class 1A definitely felt like Naruto was supporting them. Kendo nodded her head as she then knocked Nito over the head. Take it easy, Class 1A. In actuality, everyone is looking up to you guys. I heard from upperclassmen that the practical exams are robots. Oh, and especially you, Uzumaki-kun, keep up the hard work, you'll be a pro in no time. Kendo waved to Naruto, leaving with a knocked-out Nito in her hand. Momo could narrow her eyes at Itsuka Kendo. Momo didn't miss the kun added to his last name. Back in class. All right, just robots, that will be a breeze. Denki said triumphantly. That means I can go all out. Mina said happily. That means her acid can be used without limitations. You guys look like you have a hard time controlling your quirks against people. Mezzo commented. Yeah, but against robots, I can go all out. It will be a cinch. Mina smiled proudly. Yeah, it's going to be easy. Denki cheered for the greatness for robots. Well, actually I'm pretty sure I could help with your quirk control. If anything, I'd force Denki to work with batteries. Having you regulate the voltage you let out with help with control. If you fill the batteries up to high, they'll blow up. So, I'll create seals that can be charged up with electricity. You can practice regulating your electricity. For Mina, you can practice with rocks. I'll come up with training ideas for everyone who wants to train and study with me and Momo. Naruto smiled as he wondered who was going to be there. It seemed like the majority of the class was going to be there. Hey Uzumaki. Deku. Bakugo called out for the two to look at him. The class tensed up. Deku, I don't know if you figured out your quirk a little or what, but you seriously keep rubbing me the wrong way. Bakugo then turned to Naruto. You, Uzumaki, I will beat you, and I will become the #1 hero. Bakugo shouted. Man, he must really hate Naruto. Mina put her finger on his chin worriedly. Ah, he just jealous because I'm just that awesome. Naruto pointed to himself as Momo giggled. Some people say otherwise. Momo took a jab at Naruto's ego. Hey, that's mean. Naruto looked at his girlfriend upset. You're not awesome, Naruto, you're cute. Momo placed a kiss on his cheek as he couldn't argue against that. Uraraka said, Bakugo must also be talking about the other day. On how Izuku was moving and jumping like he was. Uraraka really didn't care too much for Bakugo, he kept being a real ass and jerk to Izuku. Izuku, since when did you start calling him that? Mina asked confused. Wait. Don't tell me we got our second classmate lovers. Naruto, I'll beat you with an indisputable difference. I'll kill you. Bakugo turned to leave. Deku, you better watch out too. Man, it's been a while since I've seen Bakugo this intense. Eijiro said worriedly as he rubbed the back of his head. Next day at Momo's house. Mina, Hanta, Kyoka, and Mashirao stood in front of Momo's front gates in shock. I knew she was rich but I didn't think she was this rich. Denki said in shock as he rung the doorbell. Just then the gates opened. Welcome everyone. I've been waiting for you. Momo said over the intercom as Naruto came walking out. Yo, what's up everyone? Come on in. Naruto waved them over as they began walking with him. Naruto, when did you get here? Mina asked curiously. Well, I got here a little bit ago. Naruto said, making it sound like he just got there. In actuality he just spent the night at Momo's place. He just answered the question with a different answer as if Mina was talking about meeting at the front gate. Without them realizing it, they made it towards the front door of Momo's house. The group found themselves in a big hall. It was very fancy and very nice. I feel so out of place right now. Mashirao said nervously. Me too. Hinata looks up at the ceiling. No need to be, Momo would say like she tells me. Her home if you're home, no need to be so nervous. Naruto began going over the quadratic formula, which Kyoka began to scratch her head in annoyance. Just then Momo came walking in wearing a red dress that came down to her mid-thighs. She was pushing a cart with tea and snacks on it. Though it was a bit excessive, everyone paid no mind because of Momo's happy, helpful, and bouncy attitude. How is everyone doing? Momo asked with a cheerful tone in her voice. Naruto had to admit he has never seen Momo this motivated to help others. Though it did make him smile, if he really thinks about it. He does a lot of planning and many other things. Maybe he should pull those reins back so he could see this side of Momo more. Okay Naruto, why don't you start going over logarithms as a review for yourself? Naruto and Momo took turns reviewing with everyone. If you can teach it, it better helps your understanding of the subject or topic. While Naruto also had clones going over history, English, and catching up on Japanese. I mean like Japan's grammar course, like how we have English classes to work on grammar and stuff like that. After working their brains and eating lunch, they went outside to a wide open area. Naruto had them bring their hero outfits for training. Naruto got texts from Ochako and Izuku saying that they had their own training they wanted to do. Told Naruto to focus on who he has now, so Naruto didn't have to worry about that. Naruto began placing weight seals on everyone and increased their clothing. They all had an extra 40 pounds to run around in. Momo even had weights on. She had a total of 40 pounds plus the gravity seal Naruto placed on her. Naruto was wearing heavier weights with resistance seals while chasing them since this was his own training. He made shadow clones as they ran out chasing everyone using ninjutsu, throwing shurikens or kunai. That or they had to dodge the punches Naruto would launch at them. Let's just say that no one wanted to be on the receiving end of Naruto's fist. For their individual training, Naruto had Denki work on controlling his lighting. Naruto hooked up a seal system where he could learn to regulate his electricity into seals. These seals were wired up to a light bulb seal. A seal where electricity or lighting is sent into it to produce light. Each time Denki sent enough current to light the seal up, the seal automatically made it where he had to send smaller and smaller amounts of electricity at a time but with a steady flow. He had to hold it for at least 10 seconds. If he failed, the light bulb seal would glow red showing he failed. For Mina, Naruto had her trained by regulating the acid's acidity. Naruto wanted to be able to do it at will, so he made 2 seals. One prevented acid from disintegrating the seal or deteriorate the seal. The second seal was a seal that allowed the rock to go back the way it was before it was melted. It was a rather complicated and complex seal, but a seal, nonetheless. Each time Mina would melt the rock incorrectly by either it is too much or too little. The seal would glow red and the rock would reshape itself. Mashirao Naruto gave him more weighted clothing, and over time he will eventually get gravity seals instead. Naruto and Momo would spar with Mashirao, often helping him develop his fighting style and become stronger and faster. Naruto and Honta would spar and often find other uses for Honta's quirk. To use his quirk like a lasso, use it to create human-sized slingshots. Well, Momo yelled at Naruto not to make reckless things, but he retorted that it could come in handy one day. Momo could only sigh as she felt many headaches coming along the way. Naruto and Honta began to work on a fighting style that allowed Honta to shoot his tape at his enemies. Honta could become a very strong fighter with his quirk ability. Momo worked with Kyoka and the others like Naruto did. Momo not only improved her own turtle hermit fighting style, she also increased her weight, along with learning to use resistance seals like Naruto. Kyoka was hard to get around with training, but Momo learned the structures of speakers. The mini speakers that Kyoka could use were light and small enough to sit on her arms. She had her usual speakers on her shins. Naruto wanted to create a speaker that allowed Kyoka to fire concentrated blasts of sound. There was a lot of work needed for that, but it could help Kyoka get the advantage in a fight. Naruto also helped Momo practice her shuriken and kunai training to better help her accuracy. Thanks to Naruto's rigorous and hellish training, I know it doesn't sound as bad as it says right now, but the people who trained with Naruto felt like they've been thrown into hell, somehow made it out. Naruto was a monster. No, the devil. He is the devil when it came to training. Naruto's favorite training exercise was dodging. He would just barely miss them on purpose to cause him to be on edge, scaring them. Of course, Naruto would never really harm any of them, but he drove them into the ground when it came to training. Though with all their hard work, they could only hope that it was enough. Before they knew it, the day for the finals came. Week later, written exam day 1. Naruto and everyone in class 1A had their first day for exams. Luckily Momo learned to create one shadow clone 2 days before the written exam. Momo was able to get some extra studying in thanks to the shadow clone. Once they were all handed their exams, they went to work. Naruto looked over the exam and smirked. Hey, everything on here is easy as pie. No, easy as ramen. Naruto began to write away as Momo. Time skip 2 days later, written exam 3. All right, pencils down. Everyone pass your papers forward. Each person at the front bring them to me, Aizawa said with his usual monotone voice. Thanks a ton, Narumo. Mina shouted happily. Narumo? Naruto asked, confused, as did Momo, looking at Mina confused. Well, you two are together. Naruto and Momo make Narumo. Maybe Moruto. Mina giggled. I for one like Narumo better. Momo quickly added, not liking Moruto at all. Thanks to you two we didn't leave a single answer blank. Denki shouted, excited for his exam results. Naruto smiled as Momo began to talk to the others, making conversation. It's good to see that Momo began to make more friends. I knew Momo didn't have many friends even in Kuo. I'm glad she is making them now. Well, that's great, kid. Keep it up. Soon you'll be the best hero around, probably the most handsome too. Nana chuckles, standing off on the side, which reminds me, how is that Mineta kid doing? Well, as you can see for yourself, well, he is doing fine. Naruto chuckled internally as he glared at Minoru as he had shivers run down his spine. He knew Naruto was glaring at him and didn't want to move. Next day, practical exams, practical exam area, Center Plaza. Like that, the third day for the written exams were over. Now it was practical exams. Now we will begin the practical exam. Of course, it is possible to fail this exam. If you want to go to the training camp, don't make stupid mistakes. There's a lot of teachers. Kyoka noted as Naruto wondered. I wonder if we're fighting the teachers. Naruto added as he put his hand on his chin, rubbing it, trying to think. That caused some of the students who did hear him froze. Aizawa began to speak again. I'm sure you all tried to gather information ahead of time. Some might have some idea of what is going to happen. Then Denki interrupted Aizawa. We're fighting robot warriors like in the entrance exams, right? Denki shouted as he leaned his head back happily and excitedly. Fireworks. Curry. Test of courage. Mina began to shout happily alongside Denki. Just then there was ruffling in Aizawa's scarf as Nezu, the school president, came popping out. For various reasons, the exams will be different this time. Principal Nezu, Mashirao, Honta, and Kyoka shouted in unison. Different, Momo said worriedly. Wait, nay, Principal, Naruto said, giving the president of the school a crude nickname. Nezu glared at him as Naruto glared back at him. In Naruto's mind, he said to himself, this is for sending me to an all-girls school, you stupid rat. Naruto growled as Nezu knew he was going to have to get Naruto back for that nickname. Let me guess, we have to fight the teachers, don't we? Naruto asked as Nezu nodded his head. Aizawa smiled internally. He is a quick one, I wonder just how far he'll go. Aizawa said to himself. For now on, we want to focus on person-to-person combat hero work, and stress teaching as close to actual combat. Nezu then pointed at Class 1A, so, we'll have you guys form teams of 2 to fight against a teacher. Nezu said, throwing his little paws in the air. Everyone in Class 1A began to worry and panic a bit. Naruto wondered he would face. Naruto smirked, thought he spoke up. Well, let's get this exam done. We're Class 1A, come on guys, don't let this scare you. We take this head on together, we're all heroes here. Naruto's words of encouragement. Aizawa began to explain the exam in further detail. In addition, the pairs who each pair will be up against have already been decided. These were determined at my discretion based on various factors, including fighting style, grades, and interpersonal relationships, so here they are. First is Midoriya and Bakugo, and their opponent is me. Aizawa smirked as he held his scarf in his hand. Bakugo and Izuku looked at one another in shock as Aizawa continued. Uzumaki and Yaoyorozu are also a team, your opponent is. Aizawa was cut off as a figure in the sky came jumping down. All Might smashed into the ground and slowly stood up, holding his left fist closed tightly. I will do it. Naruto had a huge grin appear on his face with a smile ready to go. While Momo was in shock and worry, she didn't know she would have to go against All Might. All Might. Momo and Naruto both shouted. Naruto was happy and elated, while Momo was worried and scared. Toshinori went to continue speaking. Work together to beat me, you two. Toshinori looked at Naruto and Momo happily. He couldn't wait to see just how much stronger the two have become. Now, we'll announce the teams and the teachers they'll be up against all at once. Nezu announced as he stuck his left paw in the air. Match 1. Smentos vs. Eijiro Kirishima and Rikido Sato. Match 2. Ectoplasm vs. Tsuyu Asui and Fumikage Tokiyami. Match 3. Excavation Hero. Power Loader vs. Mashirao Ojiro and Tenya Iida. Match 4. Erasure Hero. Eraser Head vs. Izuku Midoriya and Katsuki Bakugo. Match 5. Space Hero. 13 vs. Ochako Uraraka and Yuga Aoyama. Match 6. Nezu vs. Mina Ishido and Denki Kaminari. Match 7. Voice Hero. Present Mike vs. Kyoka Jiro and Mezzo Shoji. Match 8. Snipe vs. Shoto Todoroki and Toru Hagakure. Match 9. R-rated Hero. Midnight vs. Hinata Siro and Minoru Mineta. Match 10. All Might vs. Naruto Uzumaki and Momo Yaoyorozu. Nezu went to explain the rules. The time for the exam will be 30 minutes. Your objective is to either put these cuffs on the teacher or to have one of you escape the stage. Capture the teacher or escape the stage. Denki thought out loud, it's kinda like combat training. Is it really okay to run? Mina asked curiously. But it will be different from combat training. You'll be up against someone way better than you. Present Mike shouted, making weird hand gestures. Someone better than us, Kyoka mentioned as she insulted Present Mike. Dummy little girl, watch what you say, Present Mike screamed as Naruto couldn't help but chuckle at the jab Kyoka took at Present Mike. This time, your exam will be very similar to a real battle. Please think of us as villains. 13 gestured her hand to herself. Assuming you can come across the enemy if you think you can win the fight. Go for it, Snipe added, however. In the case where there's too big a difference in your abilities, it would be smarter to run away and get help. Todoroki, Midoriya, Iida, Yaoyorozu, and Uzumaki, I'm sure you all know this very well. Aizawa looked at the 5 making sure they understood that if they needed help, run away and get help. I won't do that again, I won't be foolish. I will pass this test. Iida kept his spirits up. Fight and win or run and win, Izuku said with a mumble. That's right, your decision-making skills are being tested. But with these rules, you're probably thinking the only choice is to run, right? All Might shook his finger as if he was saying no, that's why we have the support course make these for us. All Might reached around and pulled out weighted bracelets, ultra-compressed weights. We'll put on about half our body weight. It's to give you a handicap. It's old-fashioned, but it makes it hard to move and eats up stamina. All Might locked his weight compressors on. Oh shoot, they're a lot heavier than I thought. All Might said to himself. By the way, there was a competition to decide on the design, and we ended up using young Hatsumes. To allow us to consider fighting you, huh? You're underestimating us. Bakugo said angrily that the teachers were going to hold back. All Might laughed. Ahahaha, I wonder. Alright, each team will take the practical exam in order on the prepared stage. Sato Kirishima, get ready. Aizawa ordered them as they replied with a, yes sir. Those waiting their turn can watch the exam or think of strategies as a team. Do what you want. Aizawa began to leave while the others began to plan their next move. Naruto thought to himself, Momo, I know what we can do, we just need to keep a constant assault on him. Worst case scenario, we run away. I can use shadow clones to throw All Might off. I can make sure to throw kunai and shuriken at him, or any other type of throwable, but we can engage hand to hand. We both have training in it. Momo tried to think of a strategy until Naruto stopped her. Let's go watch the others, Momo, I'm sure we won't need to come up with much. We'll deactivate the seals if we need to go all out. Naruto smirked. I'm sure we can beat All Might. Naruto said with vigor and readiness in his voice. Yeah, I know we can do it, together. Momo said cutely as she placed a kiss on his cheek. Naruto returned it by placing a kiss on her lips with the two embracing one another for a moment. Come on, let's go kick All Might's butt. Naruto and Momo walked into the viewing room hand in hand. Naruto and Momo thought of their own strategy to try to take All Might out. During this time, they also watched the others perform as well. Match 1. Smentos vs. Eijiro Kirishima and Rikido Sato. Cement doesn't have a time limit like hardening or sugar rush. Fail. Match 2. Ectoplasm vs. Tsuyu Asui and Fumikage Tokiyami. Ectoplasm's clones can appear suddenly and attack Fumikage, who's weak in close-range combat. Pass. Match 3. Excavation Hero. Power Loader vs. Mashirao Ojiro and Tenya Iida. Power Loader can negate Tenya and Mashiro's mobility by manipulating the battlefield and setting traps. Pass. Match 4. Erasure Hero. Eraser Head vs. Izuku Midoriya and Katsuki Bakugo. Izuku and Katsuki were in a rural area where they were pitted against Erasure. Hey Kachan, don't you think we should? Shut it, Deku. I don't need your help. I can do this on my own. Katsuki stormed off to find Erasure Head as Izuku was forced to follow him regardless. The two ran and soon Aizawa found them and prepared for a battle. Katsuki didn't waste any time and ran towards Aizawa. Die. Katsuki's hands began to spark as he threw an explosion at Aizawa. Aizawa quickly deactivated Katsuki's quirk, but before he could do anything more, Izuku appeared eye level with him in the air. Izuku reared his leg back and went to kick Aizawa with his quirk active. He had red boots with claws and green electricity flowing off him. Boost smash. Izuku went to swing, but Aizawa used his scarf to catch his foot. Aizawa swung Izuku into Katsuki. The two tumbled to the ground as Katsuki and Izuku rolled to their feet. Damn it. Stay out of my way. Katsuki ran forward again, aiming his arms back. Then he brought them forward shouting, Howitzer impact. Katsuki let out a loud explosion until it turned into a dud thanks to Aizawa's quirk. Izuku quickly ran forward again, rearing his fist back. Izuku added 2 more boosts and punched the air, boost cannon. Izuku shouted as he punched the air and released what power he stored up. This sent a shockwave hitting Aizawa in the face, sending him away from Katsuki. This forced the erasing teacher to blink, giving Katsuki's quirk back. Katsuki jumped into the air, aiming the palm of his hand down on Aizawa. Aizawa had his eyes closed from the punch sent by Izuku. Let's try this again. Now die. Howitzer impact. Katsuki spun in the air like a tornado and let out a powerful explosion from his hand. His tornado builds up oxygen to fuel the explosion. After colliding with the Aizawa, Katsuki releases the powerful explosion. Aizawa felt that attack head-on as he slammed into a building. He felt his body shake from the explosion. Aizawa really isn't built to last long fights. Izuku then appeared with his quirk active and ready to kick Aizawa. Quickly as Izuku appeared, so did his quirk. Aizawa began to engage Izuku in hand-to-hand. Aizawa was able to land a few punches on Izuku and kicked Izuku, sending him away. Just then Katsuki came flying mid-air using his explosions. Aizawa blinked and stared at Katsuki, causing him to fall on his face, but did a flip to land on his feet. Izuku saw Aizawa turn away from him and his quirk return. Now is my chance. Izuku powered up again, but this time he went to the max, boost driver. Izuku shouted as his body transformed to have an armor-like appearance. Izuku used what remaining strength to propel himself forward with jets on his back, shooting him forward. Final impact. Izuku shouted, reared his fist back and punched forward, meeting Aizawa's face, sending him straight into the ground. Aizawa laid in the concrete with his body stuck into the ground. Izuku immediately fell out of the armor and on his face, unable to move. That armor takes a tremendous toll on Izuku's body, straining his muscles and limbs to the max. Right now, Izuku's right arm was broken, shattered, and in a whole lot of pain. Katsuki looked at Izuku in shock at the armor. Damn it, what the hell was that? Katsuki could tell that armor was powerful. Deku could possibly now beat him. He was fucking Katsuki Bakugo. He doesn't lose to extras. With that, medics came and took Aizawa and Izuku away to take them to the medical room, while I wondered when he was going to use that. Naruto was shocked to see Izuku pull that out. What is that? Momo and the other classmates looked at the screen replay. Then dart their eyes towards Naruto again. Well, when I told Izuku to spread his quirk throughout his entire body. He summoned that, but he needs to boost up to like 15 times to be able to do that. That taxes him immediately. Seems he still has a while. However, that quirk of his was an evolution-type quirk. That evolves with the user becoming more and more powerful. We haven't figured out how his body can produce that type of armor. If anything, I'd say it's a combined mixture of the current trace minerals already found in the body. Naruto wondered when Izuku had the time for that, but remember the week. Wonder if Izuku took that week to train and study. Well, he is a smart kid, so he must have also made sure to put in a lot of training too. Momo put her finger on her lip trying to remember them. They include calcium, phosphorus, magnesium, sodium, potassium, chloride and sulfur. Don't forget to include iron, manganese, copper, iodine, zinc, cobalt, fluoride, and selenium. Though very small traces of it, so maybe he needs to eat a lot more of those than normally. Naruto wondered as he thought of the color red. Maybe the armor is using his blood. Naruto wondered, but then it'd be really dangerous if Izuku's armor was ever hit too hard. Would that cause him to bleed? No, I don't think so. It might just be him conjuring those trace minerals in his body to produce armor. I don't know if the color is affected, but I'm not too sure either. Momo put her hand on her hips, now really curious about how Izuku's quirk works. Everyone stared at Naruto and Momo, not understanding or memorizing anything about that. What, we say something wrong? Naruto looked at them confused. Everyone looked at them saying to themselves, who the hell memorizes what types of minerals we have in our bodies? Minato shook her head to comment on Izuku. Wow, I feel like Izuku just surpassed a bunch of us. He took out a teacher. Mina said nervously. Pay attention everyone. Nezu got their attention, drawing them to the screen again. Match 5. Space Hero. 13 versus Ochako Uraraka and Yuga Aoyama. 13 can exploit Ochako and Yuga's nausea-inducing quirks. Pass. Match 6. Nezu vs. Mina Ishido and Denki Kaminari. Nezu can outsmart Denki and Mina, whose grades are poor. Both of them also have poor control of their quirks. Fail. Match 7. Voice Hero. Present Mic vs. Kyoka Jiro and Mezzo Shoji. Voice outclasses other sound-based quirks like earphone jack and dupli arms. Pass. Match 8. Snipe vs. Shoto Todoroki and Toru Hagakure. Snipe's homing can hit stealth types like Toru. However, half hot, half cold was hard to beat. Pass. Match 9. R-rated hero. Midnight vs. Hinata Siro and Minoru Mineta. Tape and pop-off's restraining capabilities are negated because Minoru and Honta can't get close to Somnambulist. Minoru passes, Honta fails. How the hell? Naruto was shocked as he scratched his head, annoyed that Mineta passed. Your guess is just as good as mine. Momo shook her head with a sigh. Come on, it's our turn now. Momo and Naruto began to head towards their arena. The two entered the gate to a giant city. Momo began to assess the buildings and the areas. If anything I think of, it's best to run and keep hiding. Stealth might be our best idea here. Yeah, you're right, but I kinda want to fight All Might. Naruto chuckled as Nezu on the speaker said, go. Oh crap, fine, we'll go with your plan. Naruto said as he quickly picked Momo up bridal style, running with one for all at 30%, leaving a trail of flames in his path. Naruto also made sealess shadow clones, carrying a clone hanged into Momo. With All Might. Toshinori knew Naruto would be making shadow clones to deceive him, along with using the buildings as cover to run away. Though Naruto would want to fight, but Momo would want to escape. So, the best way to draw them out. Toshinori smiled. Let's see just how powerful you've become, Naruto. All Might lifted his fist into the air and built up some of One for All and slammed his fist into the ground, shaking the entire arena. There was also a bubble of energy that shot outwards, destroying the entire arena, decimating all the buildings except for one. The one building that Naruto and Momo so happened to be near. With Naruto just a bit before All Might's punch. Alright, as we're running, you think you can make flashbangs ready to go? Naruto asked as Momo made 4 and clipped them to her hips, ready to be used. Alright, if need be, I can make those rocket shoes and get us even out of here quicker. Momo said with excitement in her eyes. I know when we're together we'll always win. Naruto smiled as he nodded his head. Yeah, we'll win no matter what. Just then a bunch of his clones disappeared as he quickly hid behind a building. Naruto had to hunch over, covering Momo as the top of the building was ripped off. Once the two stepped away, Naruto and Momo saw the entire arena was destroyed. All Might came from the air, jumping and landing on the ground in front of them. Ahahaha. I knew you would try to stick to the shadows. So, I figured to take away what helped you hide. Now, it's time to fight heroes. All Might released a wave of energy, stunning Momo to realizing how powerful All Might truly is. He was very intimidating, which made her almost doubt Naruto. Naruto put his hand behind his neck and stretched his neck muscles side to side. Well, this is troublesome. It seems we'll have to fight. Momo, you can provide cover fire with kunais, shurikens, rubber bullets, or something. Naruto smirked as his body flared to life with red lines of power coursing through his body. Daiku Hokage 50%. Naruto shouted as flames burst to life on his body. Naruto fell into the turtle hermit fighting stance. All Might charged Naruto. The two were powered up and prepared to take one another head-on. With Class 1A. Everyone was wondering how the fight would go. To think that Naruto was going head-to-head against All Might would be an interesting fight. Who do you think will win? Naruto or All Might? Mina asked curiously. I say Naruto. They're pretty unstoppable. The brains and bra which go hand in hand. Denki quickly said. Naruto is a real man. Wait, I bet he is still wearing his weighted clothing and gravity seals. Eijiro slamming his fist into hand. Well, it's hard to say. Tokiyami said, crossing his arms, analyzing the matchup. Back to the fight. Naruto and All Might lunged forward as the two began to trade blows. Either they dodged one another's attacks, or their fists collided. They created shockwaves that made it difficult for Momo to stand on her 2 feet. She watched as her boyfriend was fighting All Might on his own, keeping him at bay so far. She sent chakra to her feet while putting her hands up to her face so she could continue watching the fight. She was going to wait for an opening to flank All Might. Just how much farther am I going to fall behind Naruto? How can I possibly match his strength and stand next to him? Momo said to herself, visibly upset that she can't do much to help Naruto. Even with the training she has received, how does she go up against titans of this caliber? Naruto and All Might soon stopped their continuous blows. Naruto quickly rushed forward with All Might lunging forward to punch Naruto. However, Naruto quickly barrel rolled forward, dodging All Might's punch. Naruto quickly spun to the left and swung his right foot. All Might was hit in the side and pushed him back a few feet. Just then Momo ran forward with a staff in her hand with iron tips twirling it. She swung, trying to use combos, which forced All Might to dodge. Momo saw his movements and quickly swung her staff down, forcing All Might to back up. Momo took that moment to catch her breath, twirling the staff around her body, showing she was still ready for more. Momo quickly twirled her staff and grabbed 2 flashbangs and tossed them to Naruto. Naruto pulled them and tossed them towards Momo's direction. She swung them perfectly as if she was a professional baseball player. All Might was smacked in the face with 2 flashbangs. Oh shish. All Might was stopped mid-sentence as the flashes went off in his face, forcing him to cover his eyes. Naruto walked next to Momo and smirked. Wow, don't you like to show off? You were able to force All Might back. Naruto was cut from his thoughts as All Might decided to amp up his power. He randomly appeared in front of Naruto and Momo. Both of their eyes widened as All Might smirked and slammed his fist into Momo's stomach, sending her flying, knocking the wind out of her. Why must it always be the eyes? All Might covered one arm over his eyes while his other fist tried to hit Naruto. Though his fist only found air, Naruto quickly dodged another punch and deactivated his gravity and restriction seals. He can't play around facing All Might, even if One for All is leaving him. All Might still wield One for All and knows how to use it. Naruto dashed off and caught Momo before she could hit the rebar that was sticking out of the ground. Just then All Might appeared above Naruto in the air, slamming his fist downwards. Naruto quickly tossed Momo to the side and brought his arms up to block All Might's attack. There was a loud smash as Naruto's feet dug into the ground in a crater that was 20 inches wide. Naruto felt his legs buckle and his arms vibrate from the punch. Naruto quickly pushed All Might off and powered up to 60% with raging flames around his body. Naruto pulled his arm back, Uchiha Flame Cannon. Naruto punched the air, shooting the flames off his body, firing it at All Might. All Might punched the air, dispersing the flames. Then Momo ran forward and stabbed her staff into his stomach. Once she did that, her staff broke into a bunch of pieces. Momo's eyes widened as All Might backhanded her as she skidded on the ground and slowly came to a stop. Naruto quickly glanced at her to check to see if she was all right. Naruto made a shadow clone that began to heal her. All Might smirked. Can't let you do that. Naruto ran forward to stop him, but All Might began to amp his power up even more. All Might sent Naruto flying into the air with an uppercut and took out his clone. Naruto was falling as he found himself almost 100 feet in the air. Naruto repositioned himself as he grits his teeth. Dang it. Naruto made a bunch of shadow clones as they used one another to begin spinning the real Naruto. Once they built up enough of momentum, they threw the real Naruto at All Might, who was going to finish Momo off. Get away from her. Odama Rasengan. Naruto shouted. A giant Rasengan formed in his hand, forcing All Might to jump back. Naruto was a bit out of breath. He couldn't believe that All Might was this powerful even with those weighted cuffs. Naruto soon stood up normally, making everyone look at him in confusion. Naruto was pretty sure he never went full out like this in their spars. Young Uzumaki, but what are you doing? All Might asked, confused. Naruto unzipped his flak jacket, his Anbu gray guards, and blue gloves that go up to his arms. Naruto took off his shoes, which made clinking sounds on the ground. Naruto quickly took out new shoes from a seal on his forearm, going all out. Naruto dropped the rest of his gear on the ground. Those made huge dents in the ground. Daiku Hokage 80%. Naruto shouted as his body began glower with a brighter orange-red. Naruto's hair began to wave in the air as if there was a constant breeze. Naruto's hair had an almost orange fire glow to it. Naruto could feel the strain on his body. If he went any further, he would be pushing his body too far. All Might smiled. Ahaha, don't think shedding a few pieces of clothing will help you. I won't let any of you escape. All Might did his best to impersonate a villain. Naruto's face was serious as he dashed forward, appearing as a blur to everyone watching and All Might. Naruto found his fist buried into All Might's stomach, sending him 20 feet as he crashed into a building. All Might quickly shot back up and began to hurl debris at Momo and Naruto. Naruto used a Rasengan to destroy that came his way. Momo dodged the flying debris thanks to her training. Mental note, kiss Naruto for making me do those dodging drills. Momo quickly produced a cannon and began to load it, hoping to get a shot on All Might. Clear as day, All Might saw that as he ran forward trying to knock Naruto down. This time All Might reared his fist back and said, "I hope you can handle this." Detroit Smash. A whirlwind of air pressure blew Naruto and Momo into the air. So much for her cannon. Naruto found himself in the air once again, annoyed, but this time he found Momo too. Momo quickly grabbed onto Naruto and produced a parachute. However, this made their eyes widen as All Might jumped up and threw a punch that slammed into Naruto's chest. This sent the two flying into the ground in a loud crash. All Might chuckled, "Is that all you got, heroes? I thought you would be more of a challenge." All Might was beginning to feel some of Naruto's attacks before were starting to affect him. Naruto stood back up as he felt a few of his ribs broken. Thankfully they were healing. He had a clone healing and knocked out Momo. Naruto had scratches and a large bruise on his chest. Part of Naruto's outfit was torn and chest was visible for all to see. He had a large bruise where his ribs would be. Naruto also had blood running down his head. Naruto smiled. "I won't lie, Huff, this is the most fun I've ever had, Huff. I don't know if we'll even win. Though that doesn't matter. Naruto didn't have one for all active since All Might knocked the constant 80% right out of him. That's true, it doesn't matter. You lose, heroes." All Might ran forward and went to punch Naruto until Naruto caught his fist, stopping All Might's attack. "Oh, what's this?" All Might's hand began to sizzle as a red chakra began to bubble up around Naruto. Naruto smirked. "I made a promise to Momo that we'd win." Naruto's eyes turned blood red with black slits in the middle. The cloak covered his head, making two fox ear-like appendages appear, along with his face having a stronger resemblance to a fox. Naruto then had 3 chakra tails grow out of his. In the seal had an eye opened and said, "Not bad, brat, not bad. I'm pretty sure you're becoming more and more used to my chakra. Guess you're not half bad." Kurama was starting to respect Naruto for learning to control his power without guidance or help. Maybe he isn't as bad as he originally thought Naruto was. Naruto quickly pushed his fist away and ran forward, swinging his fist, still using the turtle hermit style. This time he was quicker and stronger with more energy. Sarutobi Smash. Naruto screamed as All Might took a punch to his stomach, causing him to buckle over. Akamichi Hammer Arm. Naruto extended the chakra cloak to form a chakra claw hand and slammed on top of All Might. After the attack, Naruto's extra arm retreated back to his cloak. All Might stood up with a few scratches himself. "Not bad, not bad at all. However, is that all you can do?" All Might found that the cuffs were broken off his, must have been from the Nine Tails chakra, but let's see how far you can go. All Might ran forward as he began to try to combo Naruto. Naruto did his best to dodge his attack. Naruto swung his body around trying to gain distance and hit All Might with his tails. However, All Might grabbed Naruto's face and slammed his body into the ground. Naruto brought his right hand up, Vermilion Rasengan. Just then All Might knocked his arm back to the ground, causing his Rasengan to disperse while covering Naruto's mouth with his other hand. All Might tried to pin Naruto down, seeing if he could choke Naruto out due to the lack of oxygen. Just then Naruto opened his mouth. Chomp! Asterisk. Everyone spectating. Did Naruto just? Mina was about to ask everyone. Yes he did. Aizawa shook his head, letting a sigh out. The hell? Denki shouted. Back to the fight. Ow, son of an tomato whore. All Might quickly pry his hand away and threw Naruto into the ground. Ow, Naruto shouted as he laid in the ground. All Might backed up, holding his hand as he found teeth marks on his hand. You bite me. All Might shouted at Naruto, annoyed. All unknowingly called Naruto correctly since his mother was a redhead. Though his mother wasn't a whore. Naruto just shrugged his shoulders, but felt his body catch up to him as he fell on one knee. Naruto fell out of 80% of One for All. Well, it was worth it, otherwise I would have passed out due to lack of oxygen. Naruto let a huff out as he tried to stay standing. All Might shook his hand and saw Momo still laying on the ground out cold. Well, I say it's about time to wrap this up. All Might lunged forward to knock Naruto out. When he did, Naruto disappeared in a puff of smoke. What? A shadow clone. Just then Naruto, standing with a now conscious Momo, pulled the pin on her last two flashbangs and threw them at All Might. This forced him to cover his eyes. Naruto said, "I've been wanting to try this for a while now. I think this is a perfect time." Naruto had something shoot out of his back that resembled chains, adamantine sealing chains. The chains shot out and grabbed All Might, holding his arms back. Naruto used the last of his strength to hold All Might as long as he could. Naruto even had two chakra arms shoot out to keep his shoulders steady as well. Momo quickly ran up to cuff All Might. However, All Might was still able to move as he kicked her away. He was about to break loose until Naruto summoned more power from the 9 tails to use 4 tails instead of 3. Naruto did his best to hold on to him. Naruto's body completely changed, his skin began to peel off and burn up with the charka. Naruto had darker and thicker red charka around his body, his eyes turned white along with his mouth having razor-sharp red teeth. Naruto has not had enough time to practice using the chains or with this form. So, trying to hold him down was difficult. Momo, with a bruise on her cheek, quickly ran back over and finally cuffed All Might. The two finally fell to the ground, tired and out of breath. Naruto still had a rib or two broken. His body had a lot of burn marks. His body was just too tired to continue healing itself. He said, "Damn it, I'm going to the hospital." Naruto then passed out with Momo on the ground next to All Might passed out. All Might laughed as he has never seen those chains before. "I wonder what those were. I didn't know Naruto had those chains before. Are they part of One for All? I'll have to ask him." Soon medics came and took the 3 quirk users to the medbay to get them healed up. With Class 1A. Everyone watched in amazement at what they just saw. Naruto's and Momo's tag team of Brain and Brawn took down the number 1 hero. Even though the beginning All Might had the weights on, Naruto's charka cloak ate away at cuffs, removing them. Then they still continued to fight. Seriously, just how powerful was Naruto? Not only that, even Momo. She was head-to-head with All Might. The two took one hell of a beating and still kept kicking until they won. Unreal. Mina still surprised. "So manly," Eijiro shouted. "Man, I don't think we could have beaten him." Denki rubbed the back of his head sheepishly. Izuku said, "Whoa, does that mean Naruto has like 3 of 4 quirks now? I mean a few stems from Charka, but those chains. I've never seen him use something like that before." Izuku began to nerd out over Naruto's power. Katsuki was seething over this to see Naruto. Naruto of all people get to beat All Might. The number 1 hero, damn it. How much do I need to train to beat him? Katsuki shouted to himself. You guys could all learn something from those two. Not that they're together, but their teamwork. Their trust in one another, that's how heroes should be. Aizawa mentioned making sure his class could take something from this. Well, with that you're all dismissed. Evening, hospital room. Naruto woke up in the hospital room groggily as he looked over to find Momo in his bed. He assumed that she moved into his bed once she woke up. Naruto let a sigh out as he found himself wrapped in bandages. He saw an X-ray showing he had 4 broken ribs. Naruto rubbed his head as he smirked. Man, that was one hell of a fight. Naruto mumbled to himself. Naruto. Momo rubbed her eyes tiredly seeing Naruto sitting up in bed. Oh, sorry to wake you. Naruto began to rub Momo's head as she leaned into his touch. It's okay. Oh, and Naruto. Momo shook a little bit, which confused Naruto. Yeah, Naruto replied, leaned in and kissed Naruto as she laid her head in the crook of his neck. Well, I can get used to waking like that more often. Momo giggled as she smiled. Well, that's good to hear. Momo then let a sigh out until she began to whimper in pain. You all right? Naruto looked at her worriedly. Stop worrying about me, idiot. You're in far worse condition than I am. Momo scolded Naruto as he put his hands up in defense, knowing he'd never win an argument against her. All Might punches really hard. Momo whined, remembering the ghost of pain she felt on her stomach. Yeah, he does. He broke a few of my ribs. Naruto chuckled. Ah, it hurts to laugh. Naruto laid back down as Momo moved a hand on his chest and snuggled her face into the crook of his neck. You want to just stay here tonight? Naruto asked as Momo nodded her head as she fell asleep again, comfortably using him like a body pillow. Yeah, I do. Momo enjoyed Naruto's warm body, but it did concern her. When she saw him use that 4 tails, he completely changed. Naruto, was that the Kyuubi's chakra? Yeah, it was, that the look it has once I go into the Four Tails state. Naruto smiled, looking at her, seeing a bit of fear in her eyes. Are you scared of it? Well, the appearance is quite intimidating. I was told by the doctors that when you used it, the chakra was so harsh and dense. It was burning away at your skin. They were surprised you ever had any skin. Momo found a burn mark on his neck and frowned. I don't like it when you get hurt. Naruto smiled, knowing that she cared for his well-being. I only do if I really need to. Today was a time I needed to. I was testing myself to see how far I could go. It will take a while, but mastering the Kyuubi's chakra isn't going to be easy. Which reminds me, what were those chains? Momo asked curiously. Those were adamantine sealing chains. That's part of the Uzumaki bloodline. My Ka-san right now in the seal is telling me that she had it too. Naruto smiled as he placed a kiss on Momo's forehead while he ran his hand through her long silky black hair. Momo nodded her head, happy with the answer. I know we passed and all, but do you really think you can take on the villains? What about All for One? You know how dangerous he could be. Do you even think All Might or you could beat him? Naruto squinted his eyes, looking at the ceiling. Honestly, Momo, I don't know, only time will tell. Then I'll see if I'm strong enough, which means I need to get stronger. Even if it means using that Four Tails mode. I will. I need to protect you and everyone else. Naruto said with sincerity. I know you do, but you're also no good dead too. Momo began to glare at him angrily. I swear if you do die, I'll kill you myself. Momo poked her finger harshly on Naruto's chest. All right, I know. Naruto said in defense, showing Momo that he gave up. Momo stopped poking him as a smile adorned her face. I love you, you know that, Momo. Yes, I know. Momo leaned in as the two kissed one another, showing their affections towards one another. I love you too, I enjoy having you by my side. I do too, Momo, I do too. Naruto wrapped an arm around, holding her close. Naruto, do you think I can get stronger? To get as strong as you, to be able to fight alongside you as an equal. I want an answer, Naruto, a real one. Momo looked down to stare at Naruto's chest. Naruto said, honestly, Momo, I don't know, your quirk as of right now has limits. You can create non-living things from your body using lipids. Naruto put his finger on his lip. I guess you could try, but remember your only limit if your imagination. Who knows, I bet your quirk could evolve one day. Naruto smiled, reassuring Momo that she can be as strong as he is. Thanks, Naruto. Momo smiled and put her finger on her lip, wondering just how much further she could evolve her quirk. Ai has finished the first semester and started summer vacation. However, Aizawa narrowed his eyes at everyone. Those of you trying to be heroes will not receive days of rest. At this summer camp, we'll have you aiming for even greater heights for plus ultra. Yes, sir. Everyone stood there replying to their teacher with Naruto saying nothing. Once Aizawa left, everyone began to break out in talk. This started with Ochako running up to Izuku. Deku, it's finally time for the training camp in the woods, huh? She leaned forward with her arms behind her back, smiling bubbly at Izuku, much like Momo acts like with everyone. Izuku began to blush and turn red as he put his hands up. Why yeah, that's right, Ochako. Ochako looked at Izuku confused. Is everything alright? Ochako asked. Why yeah, everything is fine. Izuku realized everyone was staring, including Mina, who had a big shit-eating grin on her face. Ooh, Mina slid on over next to Ochako. Do we have our second pair of lovebirds in our class? Mina elbowed Ochako in the side gently as she began blushing just as much as Izuku. Ochako backed up with her face turning redder. It's time for training camp. Training camp. Training camp. Ochako began to dance as Mina and Denki just decided to join in on the dancing. Off on the side, Nito Monoma shouted, what? There are people in class taking extra classes. Does that mean you had people who failed the finals? What? Isn't that weird? Isn't that weird? Even though they're supposed to be way better than Class B. How can that be? Because we actually did real hero work, unlike you. Naruto glared at him, but then Itsuka chopped him over the head, knocking him out cold. Sorry. She waved to Naruto cutely, with Naruto waving back and giving her a thumbs up. Itsuka began to drag Nito into the bus. Hey, what's up, Class 1B? Naruto waved. Hey, It is Class 1B. It's good to see you guys. Izuku waved to them. We kind of met during the sports festival, but nice to meet you, Class A. Setsuna Tokage smirked at Class 1A with her eyes landing on Naruto. Yay! Yui Kodai had a tint of pink staining her cheeks while looking at Naruto. Many of the other girls in the group all had crushes on Naruto. Some of the girls even jogged up to Naruto and began to ask him questions. They heard about some of the things Naruto did. Somehow word got out that they helped take down Stain, and some even asked if it was true that Naruto beat All Might in their match. Naruto was a little worried as he was overwhelmed by the girls. Momo did not take kindly to this. I heard some of the girls in Class B had crushes on Naruto. Mina added with a smirk as she looked at Momo, who held her book bag very tightly in her hands while grinding her teeth. Class B, we're getting on the bus. Itsuka shouted with everyone freezing up and ran into the bus, not wanting to anger their orange-haired classmate. Naruto let a sigh out, but then felt shivers down his spine as he looked at Momo. Momo turned her head and walked into the bus, Class A. On the bus and sit in order. Iida began to motion for everyone to get on like a robot. Soon everyone got on and began to make their journey about an hour out of the city. Naruto knew Momo was angry, so he decided to not anger her more. So, he left her alone even though they sat next to one another. Momo would glance at Naruto every so often to see if he would say anything. Momo knew she was jealous. She was more upset than anything else. Those girls trying to dig their claws into her man. Naruto was in a meditative position with his eyes closed, but he himself was in seal talking to Minato, his father, Kushina, his mother, and along with Nana Shimura. Hashirama and Mito Uzumaki later decided to fade away, deciding they wanted to move on. Mainly wanting to leave Naruto alone. Is he going to say anything? Or unless he is in the seal asking his parents on what to do. Momo let a sigh out as she felt her eyelids feel heavy. She fell asleep peacefully leaning on Naruto's shoulder. Soon an hour passed. All right everyone, the bus will be stopping in about an hour. Aizawa looked at everyone, but everyone was being rowdy and too distracted to hear him. However, Aizawa's eyes gazed upon Naruto as a smirk appears on his face. I wonder what he is up to. Meditating isn't someone often does. Naruto's mindscape. Okay, I'll be working on that this training camp, but I can't guarantee that I can do that. Naruto scratched his cheek. I know son, but you can do it. If you can learn the Hiraishin after all this time and you're still a kid. I'm sure you can master that. Minato rubbed his hand on Naruto's head. I'll teach you how to train those adamantine sealing chains, Databane. Kushina placed her hand over her bicep with a look of determination on her face. Yeah, I'll work on it. Are you able to draw nature energy through the seal? Naruto asked as Minato began to think about it. I don't know, but I could even help you regulate it, but even then, it's difficult not having aid with the toads in MT. Myoboku. Minato thought about it. I'll explain once you being training. Real world. Naruto opened his eyes to find Momo asleep on his shoulder. He smiled as he gently brushed some of her hair out of her face. Her silky smooth hair, her clean smooth white skin, if anything it described her as almost a goddess on how beautiful Momo was. Naruto did hear what Aizawa said. This is the only time they'll be able to play around. Aizawa said to himself. He looked back again as he saw Naruto looking at him with a smirk. Naruto is something else. I've heard stories about him from Nezu. After a while longer everyone got to get out and stretch. Naruto saw the forest area below while they were moving. Naruto also sensed the chakra signatures of Class B still going while they stopped. When Naruto got out, he walked up to Aizawa. Hey Aizawa-sensei, can you hold on to this for me? Naruto handed him a kunai. Aizawa looked at Naruto confused and asked, is this related to your quirk? Aizawa asked looking at him. In a way it does, but it's a tad bit different. Just say I'll use it for emergencies, but I can also use it to get around in a flash. Naruto chuckled walking away from Aizawa as he looked at Naruto confused. The car in front of them had people step out. Hey, Eraser. A voice spoke out. Aizawa bowed. Long time no see. Naruto couldn't believe what he was seeing, lock on with these sparkling gazes. She is a woman with brown eyes and red hair styled into 3 bangs going across her face. She has a red version of the Pussycat's hero costume. She had drawn red markings beneath her eyes, which resemble cat whiskers. Stingingly cute and cat-like. A woman with blue eyes, and long blonde hair that was combed back with a bang coming forward. Her outfit is a light blue version of the Pussycat's hero costume. She drew 2 blue dots on her cheeks along with a visor on her face. They both did poses together saying, "Wild, wild, pussycats." Naruto looked at them as they reminded him of Busy Brow Sensei and Rock Lee. These are the pro heroes who will be working with us during the camps, the pussycats. Aizawa added until Izuku quickly shot up. They're a 4-person hero team who set up a joint agency. They're a veteran team that specializes in mountain rescues. This year will be their 12th working. Izuku was cut off as he was met with a paw to the face thanks to Pixie Bob. "I'm 18 at heart," she shouted angrily as Izuku. She held her claws on his head and her other paw near his face, "At heart." Pixie Bob gave Izuku a glare with an evil smirk on her face. "You're 18, Izuku said with worry for his life. "She sounds desperate," Eijiro said nervously next to Denki. "Greet them, all of you," Aizawa ordered. "Nice to meet you." Everyone bowed. Mandalay gestured her hands towards the forest. "We own this whole stretch of land here. You will be staying at the foot of the mountain." "What?" everyone said in shock. Meanwhile Naruto smirked remembering he left something on the bus. He smirked as he stayed quiet as he. "Huh, then why did we stop here?" Ochako asked confused. "Could this mean?" Asui put her finger up to her mouth. "No way," Saito said nervously. "Why don't we get back to the bus, huh?" Hinata said nervously wanting to get back on the bus now. "No way. Guys," Eijiro looked scared along with everyone beginning to sweat. "Get to the bus," Mina shouted. "Let's go." Eijiro began to run towards the bus with everyone else. "Kitty who don't make it by 12:30 won't get any lunch," Mandalay added with an innocent voice. Mandalay smirked. "It's 9:30 a.m. right now. If you're fast, maybe around noon." Mandalay's claws began to shimmer in the sun. "Sorry ladies and gentlemen, training camp has already begun," Aizawa stated as Pixie Bob landed in front of everyone stopping them from going to the bus. She smirked as her hands began to glow as she manipulated the earth to shove everyone off the cliff. Naruto smirked as he was flung into the air. Naruto looked around to see Momo. He quickly jumped forward and created a bunch of shadow clones that helped everyone get down without any scratches. However, Shoto and Bakugo didn't need any assistance along with Ochako and Izuku. Once they were on the ground Mandalay walked up. "Hey, since it's private land, you can use your quirks as you wish. You have 3 hours. Come to the facility on your own 2 feet. After getting through the beast's forest." Mandalay waved to them as Naruto let a sigh out as he looked at everyone. Does this stuff like way too much?" Jiro added with an annoyed tone. "It's no use now, we just have to go," Eijiro said with some letting out a heavy sigh. Naruto watched as Mineta ran over to the forest to use the bathroom. Until a giant beast came walking forward and looked at him. Naruto dashed forward before anyone could move, even Izuku couldn't get there as fast as he wanted to. Naruto had a sphere of chakra in his hand, Rasengan. He smashed it into the beast destroying as if it was nothing. "Come on everyone, let's get moving. We're burning daylight. I'll do as much as I can, but besides that. This is training, I got my own training to get to." Naruto smirked as he dashed off in the forest leaving everyone to themselves. "Naruto is just too much sometimes." Eijiro rubbed the back of his head. "Man is really as a man, how does he do that?" "Do what?" Momo asked. "Keep going. What is driving him to go so far? Man, I wish I knew." Eijiro chuckled as he smirked. "All right guys. It's time to get serious." Momo bit her lip as she thought about that. What pushes him so far? Momo thought about it. She knew he would want to be the #1 hero. Is that it? There has to be another goal, or was that it? What else drove him to get stronger? Why did he want to get stronger? Probably the people he cares about the most. His desire to protect what's important to him. Momo said with a smile, placing a finger on her lip as she smiled. Like that Class 1A begin their training camp with them running around taking down rock beasts. Everyone in the distance could hear a lot of explosions and feel the ground shaking every so often. Momo made sure to do her own training by using what they learned to take down the beasts. She used their giant and sluggish sizes against one another, causing them to topple over easily. This enabled others to take them out quickly. Shoto made sure to give everyone support fire, with Izuku and Bakugo were close and personal fighters. Just like Momo, Eijiro, Kirishima, and even Hinata. Asui and Uraraka used their own tag team to take the beasts down, leaving Izuku or Bakugo to finish the beast off. 10 minutes later. Naruto was running through the forest, taking the forest beasts down with ease. Maybe he overkills, but he would easily plow through them, taking them down quickly. Without much more time to spare, he came out into the clearing with a smirk on his face to find Aizawa walking out of the bus. Pixie Bob and Mandalay along with their little kid were just walking out. "Hey, what's up everyone?" Naruto smirked, waving at them. "Wow, that was quick," Pixie Bob said with stars in her eyes. "It seems you've been doing this for a while." "Yep, sure have. Man, I'm starving. I'm going to start preparing some lunch." Naruto crossed his fingers as 3 shadow clones popped. "You guys know what to do. I'm also assuming we have to cook our own meals?" Naruto asked as his clones went to work. Aizawa smirked. "This is training camp. You go the right idea, just don't cause any trouble." Aizawa went off to sleep somewhere until the others arrived. Time skip almost 8 p.m. Naruto was surprised at how long it took. "Aizawa, I know not to leave my comrades behind and all, but was it a good idea for me to go on my own? I know you asked me to do that before we left for the camp." Aizawa nodded his head. "If you want to blame your morals, don't. You can blame me. I understand, but the others have a long way to go. You're already pro-hero material." Aizawa and Naruto waited outside with Pixie Bob and Mandalay. Naruto then looked at the kid and wondered who he was, but for some reason he was getting Inari vibes from him. "Hey, who is the—" Naruto was cut off when everyone came stumbling out of the forest as Naruto waved to them. "Hey, you guys finally made it." Everyone came stumbling out as Momo almost fell, along with Uraraka, Mina, Asui, Eijiro, and a couple of others. Naruto made a bunch of clones that caught them and began to heal them with medical ninjutsu. Pixie Bob said, "Wow, this kid is full of surprises. Not only did he make here in 10 minutes, but he can also cook as well as heal people." She also looked at Izuku, Shoto, Iida, and Bakugo. "I call dibs on you guys. I can't wait to see how you guys will grow in 4 years. She lunged at them, making smoochy faces, with Naruto having a sweat drop on his forehead. Momo, who was in the middle of the circle laying in Naruto's lap. She grew a tick mark on her forehead. "Back off, he's mine." Momo wrapped her arms around Naruto, pulling him close to her chest, with a blush appearing on Naruto's face. He was just suddenly pulled into her chest without much warning. "Ah, phooey." Pixie Bob looked at Naruto. He was the cutest one of them. Naruto was let go as Naruto stood up after healing Momo up. Everyone else let a long sigh out as their scrapes or bruises were also healed. Naruto looked over at the kid again and asked, "I gotta know whose kid is his." Naruto looked at Pixie Bob and Mandalay. "They aren't that old." "Oh, he isn't one of ours, he is my cousin's kid." "Come on, Kota, greet everyone." Mandalay gestured her hands to Kota. Naruto made his way over and saw the look on his face. "I know what you're feeling, kid, it's not easy, is it?" Naruto stated, which Mandalay and Pixie Bob looked at Naruto funny, with Aizawa raising an eyebrow. He knew bits and pieces of Naruto here and there, but he never knew Naruto's full story. All he knows is he's from a different world entirely. "You think it's pointless for heroes, don't you? Think we're just going to end up dying one day, huh?" Kota glared at Naruto just like how Bakugo would. "I don't intend on to hang out with guys who want to be heroes." "Precious brat," Bakugo said with a true smirk on his face. "Isn't he kinda like you?" Shoto looked at Bakugo. Bakugo eyes went white. "What? No, not at all. Anyway, shut up, GG bastard." "Sorry," Shoto said without much care. Kota looked at Naruto and only glared at him as he began to walk away, leaving the group. "Alright everyone, get your stuff off the bus. We'll head on inside and eat dinner. Bathe and then head to bed." Aizawa motioned towards the entrance of the building. "Real training starts tomorrow." Scene shift to cafeteria. Naruto was eating dinner along with everyone else. Naruto was sitting right next to Momo with others around his table. "Oh yeah." Eijiro swallowed some rice. "Naruto, I need to ask you, how do you do it? How do you keep pushing forward? What did you do to get so strong? Eijiro started to gulp down some more food. Yeah, I mean you blasted off ahead and took down those beasts like they were nothing. Mina began to punch the air excitedly. You were like bam. How, Rasengan and all that. Naruto and the others chuckle. This made Naruto think about the land of waves. Naruto smirked. Well, it's quite simple. First thing, Aizawa-sensei made me go ahead. He wanted you guys to get the training in, he knew I'd ace this with ease. So, I had to leave you guys behind. Naruto shrugged his shoulders as the others stopped eating as they looked at him. Sensei must really see your potential. I mean you got like 6 abilities thanks to chakra. Denki added as Naruto nodded his head. Yeah, but if you really want to know how I got so strong I don't mind telling you. Naruto looked at Momo as she looked at him tilting her head. Everyone seemed to almost lean in wanting to hear what Naruto had to say. In the cafeteria it was dead quiet, even Aizawa was surprised but of course, he had to listen in. Pixie Bob and Mandalay who noticed the silence wanted to listen to Naruto's advice as well, don't drink spoiled milk. Naruto said with a chuckle as everyone fell to the ground. What? Everyone shouted. Even Momo was super confused by this as Naruto laughed it off. I'm kidding, but seriously though. The reason I'm so strong and I drive myself to be the strongest. It's quite simple, it's the reason what heroes are supposed to do. Naruto smiled as he closed his eyes and continued talking. The reason I'm so strong is that there are people I want to protect. There are people who I consider precious and important to me. Thanks to those people, I want to make sure they're never hurt. At least do my part to do what I can to help and save others too. Whoa, where did you hear this from? Mina asked curiously as everyone doesn't really know much about Naruto's past. Quite simply, I wanted to become the leader of my village. I was told that in the village I lived in, the leader was known as the Hokage. He protects everyone in the village was his family. So he did everything to protect them even if it costed his life. I know 2 people who did that to save the village. I'd never forgotten their sacrifice, that's why I'll keep getting stronger. Naruto opened his eyes as everyone looked at him in disbelief and shock. Whoa, that's deep, Eijiro said with shock behind his voice. Naruto nodded his head, that's what being a hero is all about. The reason I'm not at the village anymore because it was destroyed before I could do anything. Naruto had to lie, saying he was from a different world would confuse everyone. I wasn't strong enough to help defend it so we were all scattered. I ended up in Japan, an island or country I've never been on. All this time I've lived in a remote part of the world, where technology isn't anywhere near as advanced here. Naruto did what he could to make everything made sense. Thankfully everyone bought it and nodded their heads. That makes me even wonder. Eijiro wondered what his true reason for being a hero was. He wanted to be like Red Riot, but is that all? As what I'm doing right. Ochako looked at her hands. I know I want money to help my parents, but does that sound too selfish? Naruto smirked, as he saw everyone pondering their own reasoning for being a hero. Naruto said, I never said about changing your ideas, that's just how I'm strong. The main moral of the story is when you have something precious to you. Then and only then can you be truly strong. I'm sure you've already recognized it, or it has already come to you. Naruto looked at Momo as she blushed when he placed a hand on her shoulder. For me, it would be Momo here along with Gigi-san, the one who took me when I got here. Momo blushed, wanted to hide her face but stayed proudly of what Naruto said. It even made her want to look at this differently. She has people she cares about like her mother and father, and now Naruto. Naruto didn't see it since he was too occupied by talking. He didn't see Momo's smile falter a little bit. Naruto didn't know it, but there was a deeper meaning. It was a hard truth that Momo knew along with a few others. Then again, Momo quickly shook her head trying to enjoy her time with Naruto. Just then Kato heard everything as he growled at what Naruto said, also make sure to all chow down and enjoy. From here on out you'll have to prepare all your meals. Pixie Bob said with a smirk as everyone's eyes widened. Of course, Naruto chuckled and thanked Kami that Torino was a good cook himself. Kato, can you brings the vegetables here please? Mandalay called out as Kato's glued eyes on Naruto were unstuck. What does he know? He knows nothing. He doesn't know what it's like to lose his parents. Stupid heroes thinking that everything is always sunshine and rainbows. Kato growled under his voice as he left to take the vegetables to Mandalay. Scene shift, girls' changing room. Man, I can't believe today. Seriously, Yaomomo Naruto is an amazing boyfriend. To think that even Aizawa wanted him to not help us says something. Mina narrowed her eyes at the ceiling while putting a finger on her lip. Yeah, Naruto is so strong he might be even on Aizawa-sensei's level or higher. Ribbit. Asui added, wondering how she fared against Naruto. Meanwhile, Momo was standing by her cubby and was staring at her clothes. She gripped tightly as her body tensed up with waves of emotions. She tries not to think about it too often, but she hates it. She hates the position she was pushed into, but she promised to keep quiet about this. Then again, it also feels wrong. She is Yo Momo, you alright? Kyoka waved her hand in front of Momo. Everyone looked at Momo confused. You've been acting weird since dinner, you alright? Yeah, you are spacing out a little bit. Mina added, is it something to do with Naruto? Momo froze up, not knowing what to say as she felt her face heat up. It's not that, it's just. Momo tried to speak but Ochako stopped her. It's okay Momo, it's not easy, I understand, but if you're able to tell us. We're here to listen to ya, Ochako said with a bubbly smile. Yeah, totally, we won't say a thing. You can bet on it, Toru said with an invisible skip to her sentence. Momo smiled. It's not that simple, I've been holding onto it for a long time. Hell, I can't even tell you, but it's not that simple. Momo smiled as she thought of Naruto. She owed him so much for the amount he has done for her. Definitely was him helping her with her confidence and her drive to get stronger. Naruto has been her world, she has been his world. To even tell him would shatter him, break him even, but most of all he would end up hating her. Well, come on then, let's just enjoy a good soak then. We can talk or you can tell us a general idea on what this is without telling us what it is pertaining to. Mina said with confidence, helping Momo feel better. Just a small word of advice, sometimes things are better left unsaid. Kyoka said with a smile, patting Momo's back. Momo's eyes began to water a bit as she nodded her head. She wiped a tear from her eye. I understand, I'll say as much as I can. Momo let a small smile adorn her face. There's the Momo we all know and love. Come on, let's enjoy ourselves. Mina wrapped her arm around Ochako and Toru, dragging them into the baths, causing the others to let out chuckles, with Momo allowing her to clear her head. With Naruto, boys' locker room. Minoru, you try anything funny, I'll activate that seal on you. Naruto glared at the boy as Minoru shuddered, nodding his head obediently. Naruto shook his head as the guys changed and made their way towards the hot springs. Once they got in, Naruto slouched into the water, letting a long sigh out. Closed his eyes and thought to himself a moment, but he opened his eyes. He saw Minoru trying his best to resist, then he suddenly shot up the wall with godly-like speed, that little. Naruto shot up, but he senses Kota up there as he waited. Minoru got near the top until Kota was waiting there and slapped his hand away. Minoru lost his footing as well as his hand. Damn little brat. Minoru was sent tumbling back down into the water. Naruto looked up to see Kota quickly back up and fall over. Crap. Naruto shot into the air and caught Kota in the air. Naruto landed on the water, standing on top of it. Naruto said, I'll take him to Mandalay. Naruto created a shadow clone and sent it up the wall to keep watch. Then it transformed into Naruto to let the girls know what happened. Girls sighed. Just then the girls were worried as they saw Kota fall over, but then a figure jumped down. The girls quickly covered themselves. They all looked up to see a girl. A girl with blonde hair in twin tails, sky blue eyes, and whisker marks on her face. She had a slender and fit body with a large chest similar to Momo. Hey girls. Don't worry, I'm a shadow clone that Naruto created. I am technically Naruto, but this is my female form. She let a wink out, kissing the air. What? The girls all looked at Naruto in shock, with Momo surprised as well. This was the first time she has ever seen this. Well, I'm only here to let you know that Kato fell off. So, I saved him, and I am taking him to Mandalay. Naruto said with a smile as everyone looked at her confused. This was really weird. I see then. Well, I'm glad and all, but you'll remember this, won't you? Momo asked with a blush on her face, knowing that this was a shadow clone. Yeah, but you know I only love you, Momo. Naruto smirked with a blush on her face, rubbing the back of her head. Momo knows I'm no perv, but you girls enjoy yourselves. Naruto disappeared in a poof of smoke. It's okay girls, Naruto is a good guy and is no pervert like Minoru. Momo smiled, wanting everyone to trust her. Everyone thought about it and accepted it. Yeah, I'm okay with it, he definitely isn't a bad person. Mina added with a smile. Jiro looked at herself and remembered Naruto's large chest. She looked at herself and brought hands up to her chest. A depressing look washed over her face. Jiro, is everything okay, Ribbit? Asui hopped up, tilting her head and placing a finger on her lip. Jiro looked at Mina. Asui, Ochako, Momo. You okay, Jiro? Momo looked at her fellow classmate, worried. Jiro looked at Toru and asked, Toru, are you part of the club? Jiro said with a depressed look on her face. Toru stood there confused. What do you mean? Lighting comically shot through Jiro's head as she hung her head. I'm the only one, with small. Mina looked at her confused. Jiro glared at the girls, causing them all to flinch. Booby monsters. Jiro stated meekly as she began to walk into the changing room. Even Naruto's female form had a large rack. No frickin' fair. The girls in the room beside Mina blushed. Ahaha, I see our Jiro here is jealous. Mina giggled as she slid up behind Jiro, surprising her. Damn it, Mina, this isn't rated M. Momo shot forward, trying to stop Mina from doing whatever evil plans she had for Jiro. Author, actually the story is rated M. I fucking knew it. Jiro shouted up at the author. Damn it, we're getting off plot here, can we please focus, people? Momo looked at her fellow classmates along with the author. Author. Hey, I'm just writing as things go, not my fault, I like breaking the fourth wall. Also, Jiro needs something cool to her character. Getting back to the story. Building manager office. He passed out from the fear of the fall. He should be alright. Mandalay let a sigh of relief out but had to hide a blush looking at Naruto's toned body. Eraser told us that there was an embodiment of lust within the group of boys. Naruto narrowed his eyes. Yeah, don't have to remind me, I'm doing what I can to control him. Well, that's why I had him there. Girls these days are developing quickly. Mandalay placed a wet towel over Kota's head. They sure do, but lucky for them I'm not even close to being like Minoru. Well, anyways, I'm glad he is alright. Kota's words from earlier began to echo in Naruto's head. I must ask, did something happen with Kota to make him hate heroes? Naruto saw Mandalay's upset look on her face looking at Kota. Of course, there are many people in this society who don't think well of heroes. If he was raised normal, maybe he would have admired heroes. Mandalay leaned back in her chair, letting a sigh out. Naruto nodded his head. I know how the kid is feeling, I don't blame him. I knew someone who had the same view on heroes too. Naruto thought back onto Inari, but Naruto's face turned into a smile. There are many things I still don't see with what the hero guidelines are. Naruto shook his head as he thought about the hero killer stain. Believe it or not, but I feel like not all heroes are up to snuff on what they should be. Many have issues that make them unstable or unfit to be heroes. Which is why I wonder, there need to be stricter laws on heroes and better training. Naruto looked at his hand and clutched it. Mandalay nodded her head, understanding where Naruto was coming from. Then Pixie Bob came walking in, indeed Mandalay's cousin, Kota. His parents were heroes too, but they were killed in the line of duty. Naruto's eyes didn't waver of change. He knew this story all too well. 2 years ago, protecting citizens from a villain. For a hero it was a respectable way to die, an honorable death. But a child barely aware of what was around him couldn't understand that. His whole world revolved around his parents. My parents left me behind, is what Kota said, but society kept praising him, saying that it was a good thing for heroes, a wonderful thing. He didn't seem to like us too much, either, since we're also heroes. But it's like he's just here because there's nowhere else for him to go. To Kota, heroes are a kinda human he can't understand and find unpleasant. Mandalay let a small sigh out as she placed a hand over Kota's head. Naruto almost forgot what the real world is like. Death, darkness, loneliness, hatred, the same thing he felt as a kid. Maybe Kota didn't have that true hatred because he didn't understand. However, Naruto knows the true feeling of true hate, that came in a physical version thanks to the villagers. Naruto could feel the low growl from inside of his stomach. After everything, Naruto still doesn't know the true story from the Kyuubi, so there isn't much he can hate him for. Until he at least hears his side of the story, then what he needs to know is to grow up. Naruto stated blatantly, causing Mandalay and Pixie Bob's eyes to widen. Naruto understood how Kota felt. I know I'm sounding harsh right now, but I know how Kota is feeling. No, I understand everything on how he is feeling. And Naruto. Mandalay looked at Naruto with interest. I need to know, how much has Principal Nezu spread about me, of who I am? Naruto asked as Mandalay and Pixie Bob were nervous to ask. Naruto could see it in their eyes and nodded his head. So you do know who I am, but how much do you know? Well, we know everything up to you having this tailed beast inside of you. Your ability to use chakra, which isn't a quirk. Mandalay explained as Naruto nodded his head. Well, I guess I can thank the weird-looking rat for not opening his mouth. Naruto let a sigh out as he looked at Kota and then back at Mandalay. As you know, I'm not from this world. What? Pixie Bob and Mandalay shouted in surprise. Damn it. Naruto let a sigh out as he looked at them. Well, it's too late now. Naruto looked at them in seriousness. I need you to keep this a secret. Not even everyone in my class knows this. Only Momo does. Naruto looked at them as they nodded to keep their word and stay quiet. You see, I came from a world known as the Elemental Nations, where everyone could use an ability called chakra. Chakra comes from the human body. I won't go into detail about that. Put it simply, there were beasts known as tailed beasts. They were made up of chakra and everyone thought they were beings that were too powerful and dangerous to be let roam around. So, they sealed them into kids, specifically babies, since an adult couldn't handle their massive and potent chakra. They're what is known as Jinchurikis. The baby would grow and develop into the beast's chakra. They would become a weapon for their village and protect it. I am one of them. I hold the Kyuubi no Yoko, hence my hero name. Whoa, Pixie Bob looked at Naruto wondering just who he was. Naruto nodded his head. My parents were shinobi, or airwell ninjas. My father was the leader of the village. My mother was a super strong kunoichi, or also known as a female ninja. They died the night I was born because someone broke the 9 tails out of my mother's seal. Yes, she was a Jinchuriki just like me. My father was forced to seal into me. Both my parents died that night. Since the jutsu he used costed his life, my mother had the 9 tails ripped out of her. When a tailed beast is extracted from its host, they die. Naruto went silent and took a deep breath as he walked towards the window and looked up at the night sky. Just to let you know, because my father had so many enemies, they would do anything to get back at him. Which included killing me, so my identity was kept a secret. However, word got out that I was a Jinchuriki. That's when I can feel Kota's pain. Naruto turned around and faced them. Jinchurikis aren't liked. If anything, they're treated like they're the scum of the earth. Hated on. Spat it on. I know other Jinchurikis too, their lives haven't been easy either. Naruto looked back at them. For me though, I know it was a living hell. I won't go into detail or bore you. If you want though, I can talk to Kota. Having someone understand his pain would help him. Pixie Bob and Mandalay were silent. They really didn't know what to ask or even say. Mandalay however for the courage and asked, okay, that's fine, I would like it if Kota could be happy. Though I must ask, what exactly happened to you in that city you lived in? Not a city, but it was a village ruled by a leader known as a Hokage. To answer your question, do you really want to know? Naruto asked as he narrowed his eyes. He feels like he is inclined to help the kid out. However, he didn't want to creep or freak out Mandalay or Pixie Bob. Kurama inside of the seal flinched at the memories of what Naruto had to go through. It even made Kurama rethink what he is trying to do to Naruto. They both nodded. Alright, let me go change, we can talk. With Momo and the girls. They all dried off and got dressed. They made their way into their rooms. They sat in a circle as Momo let a sigh out. She didn't know how to word it. It's okay Momo, take your time. Ochako placed a hand on her back, allowing her to let out a small smile. Well, how do I start this? Well, it's a secret that I have to keep from Naruto. When I was told of this, I was already dating him, knowing this secret could hurt him. Momo rubbed the back of her head. If I told him this, it would really hurt him. I know things you girls wouldn't have imagined existed. Possibly even happened to a person. Momo rubbed her arm at the memory of Naruto's backstory. It was considered my first ever mission as a hero. I see how this pertains to Naruto then. Oh, without giving too much detail about the mission. Jiro asked curiously. Well, it based on who he is. I can't say anything more, but I can say you see him as unstable. As all Momo could place it with worry. She hated it. She hated this mission. It almost makes her not even be a hero. It's because of her care for Naruto and how much she loves him. Every teacher knew of this mission besides All Might. It was because All Might would want to tell Naruto. Naruto and All Might have an almost father and son relationship. The mission also even made her feel dirty. I see then, but you hate the fact you have to do it right. Mina asked, trying to see the logic here. Yes, I do, Momo said with an upset tone in her voice as she found her eyes looking at the floor. Ochako understood. That's all we need to know, Momo. All you need to know is that you hate the mission you're on, as long as you feel that way and you still love Naruto. If he loves you as much as you love him, I know he will forgive you. That's the type of person Naruto is, I think. Ochako didn't know Naruto entirely, but he didn't seem like the type to just leave someone. Yeah, Naruto is such a nice guy, there is no way he'd be that mad at you. If he can't see the reason you didn't tell him, maybe he wasn't the guy for you then. Toru added with a chirp in her voice, but then realized that was the wrong tone. But you know what I mean, right? Momo nodded her head. Yeah, I feel exhausted. Come on, let's get some sleep. Everyone crawled into their beds. Meanwhile, Momo began to think back on the mission she was given when they start. Flashback week after USJ incident. Momo was just called into the principal's office. She is here, Nezu. Let's get this discussion going. Momo saw a lot of heroes including Torino, but All Might was nowhere to be seen. The heroes consisted of Grand Torino, Nezu, 13, Eraserhead, Crescent Mike, Midnight, Vlad King, Power Loader, Ectoplasm, Snipe, Smintos, and Hound Dog. What's going on? Did I do something wrong? No, Yaoyorozu, you're far from it. We're all here because of an important matter to discuss. This involves the relationship with Uzumaki-san. Nezu replied as he some documents on the table. We're all informed on your relationship with him. We don't really condone relationships, but we're not against it. It's a matter to discuss what he has inside of him is what our concern is. Momo felt a little intimidated, but she had to ask, I hope we didn't break any rules. No, not at all, you zygotes are fine, it's just another matter to discuss. The government was informed of whom Naruto is, Torino said with a small smile, which they had come to a conclusion to Naruto. He will be allowed to be a hero and go through all the training required to be a hero. However, even with all of our monitoring, there isn't a way to monitor that seal he has. Especially with that tailed beast in him. Nezu opened up a portfolio and placed it on the desk with Momo's and Naruto's profiles. The government decided that Naruto is considered unstable and to be treated with caution. What? For what reason? Momo was offended and shocked by this revelation. Well, there's one reason why he isn't being locked up and interrogated and more. Nezu let a sigh out as his body shivered. I did all I can to persuade the government from taking any action against him. That boy doesn't need any more stress on his life. You can't tell him of this mission. Nezu hopped off his desk and walked towards Momo and handed her a file. Because you're so close to Naruto, I can see you care for the boy. I made a compromise with the government. Of course, you have a choice in the matter. Since Naruto is considered unstable by the government, he needs to have a way to prevent himself from getting too lost. Nezu explained as Momo looked at him confused. Wait, why is it only Naruto? Momo asked confused as she began to open the file to read them. Well, it's simple. Naruto holds the Kyuubi no Yoko and we've seen the damage it can do. The government couldn't overlook this. Nezu explained as he sat down back at his desk. Momo read slowly until her eyes widened. Naruto Uzumaki, Quirk, Daiku Hokage, Chakra Manipulation, Risk, Unstable, Moderator, Toshinori Yagi, Guardian, Torino. Summary. Naruto Uzumaki claims to be from a distant land known as the Elemental Nations. He also says he has a beast inside him, which is uncontrollable and only a seal is to keep the beast within Naruto. Much is unknown by his seal and what this Kyuubi no Yoko really is. Momo continued to read as her eyes widened. I'm sorry, Momo, but you don't have to accept this way. If Naruto ever does lose control, he won't be thrown in jail or even possibly killed. He could be a danger to all of us. We don't even know if we could beat that beast inside of him. There are just too many unknown variables. Nezu shook his head knowing the Yaoyorozu is going to be upset with this. Momo read the words, status, unstable and possibly danger to everyone and everything. Way to control him. Momo Yaoyorozu and Naruto Uzumaki has been reported as a couple. She is to use any methods necessary to keep the boy calm and happy, which includes enacting adult means to calm the boy. If the boy goes haywire, he will either be imprisoned for life or executed. At the bottom, the document Nezu's signature was signed and Momo's signature was needed too. On the side, it also said, "We do not know the true dangers Uzumaki possesses and must be seen as a kill on sight if he loses himself." All other hero associations will have a copy of this document. This prevents a kill on sight if he ever loses control. However, if the applicant of this document dies, meaning the girl, the kill on sight order is reinstated automatically. This is a mission to make sure Naruto is happy and content. I know without having to ask you, that you love the boy. However, the government has my hands tied. I know he is a good kid and wouldn't hurt anyone. You need to understand that there are just things we can't control. It's clear that the Nine Tails isn't very cooperative with Uzumaki-san. He can only control so many tails of his power. That also goes with Naruto's possession of One for All. Nezu closed his eyes as he sat at his desk. I asked my colleagues here about this proposition. Please respect their decisions because Naruto Uzumaki could very well be a huge threat if the necessary safety precautions aren't taken. All those in favor of this document. Torino closed his eyes as everyone raised their hands as Momo's eyes widened. Torino even raised his hand. Torino had a pang of guilt hit him. This especially must be kept from Naruto and Toshinori. Naruto. Momo looked at the document with some tears in her eyes. This isn't fair. End of flashback. Sekijiro Kan is a very tall, wide-set man of a bulky, muscular build, with lightly tanned skin, a few visible scars showing on his left cheek and the left side of his notably thick neck. He has short pale gray hair, which is spiked upwards, away from his face, the only exception to this being the small clump of hair that hangs down over the left of his forehead. His eyes are very small and thin, and he has a wide mouth with two prominent lower canines, which appear even when his mouth is closed. Last semester Class 1A got all the attention, so next semester will be Class 1B's turn. Got it? It won't be Class 1A. It'll be Class 1B. Even if you say that our quirks won't develop out of the blue. All 20 of us have different quirks, so how are we supposed to know what we're developing and how? A student asked. Can you be more specific? Another asked. When muscle fibers are overused, they break down and regenerate. When they regenerate, they become stronger and thicker. Quirks are the same. If you keep using them, they become stronger, and they won't waste away. In other words, they're just one thing to do. Break through your limits, Sekijiro said with a shout, slamming his foot on a rock while his class looked in horror. Voice of present Mike. Katsuki Bakugo is training his quirk by putting them into boiling water to expand his sweat glands, creating explosions repeatedly to increase the scale of his attacks. Shoto is alternating between ice and fire to make the temperature of the bathwater uniform. This gets his body used to freezing and have him try controlling the temperature of his flames. He might be able to use both quirks at once eventually. Hinata Siro. By having him continuously use his tape continuously, his training will increase his capacity and improve tape strength and shooting speed. Eijiro Kirishima, Mashirao Ojiro, and Naruto Uzumaki. By Naruto using his super strength of Daiku Hokage and his chakra. Allow Kirishima to practice his hardening in spars. Naruto training with Mashirao helps them practice with his tail quirk and martial arts. Do I need to remind everyone that his ability to create shadow clones is from chakra? Chakra isn't even a quirk. Naruto has boundless stamina and chakra, allowing him to train for hours on end. I'll talk more about Naruto later. Kaminari Denki. By running his electric current through a large capacity battery, he's training his body to be able to handle a large amounts of electricity. Naruto Uzumaki. Naruto is currently training in something that I've never seen before. He is sitting on top of rock with his legs crossed. For some unknown reason he is sitting silently with a plank board underneath him. He is sitting on top of plank that is on top of a spike. He is 100 feet in the air. He also had hundreds of shadow clones sparring with one another. Some are using fighting styles, using his spinning ball attack from his hand. Some are even also training with chains that are coming out of his back. Is this another quirk? What this? He is also writing something in a scroll. What is this kanji? I've never seen this before. Yuga Aoyama. training his body to use to naval laser so that he can keep using it even if his stomach hurts and to increase the range of his laser. Okay, yeah, I'm skipping to Momo. I do not feel like going through everyone LMAO. Momo Yaoyorozu, dare I could even say Momo Uzumaki. Also eating while using her quick to amplify her creations and shorten the amount of time needed to make them. She is also doing this while standing on water. Yes, Naruto even taught her the basics of chakra which allows her to walk on water. She even has a Naruto clone to make sure she doesn't even fall in. Momo even does some of her own sparrings with the clone to make sure she keeps her strength up. Kyoka Jiro, increasing the quality of sound from her quirk by strengthening her earphone jack. Mina Ashido, intermittently creating acid to increase her skin's durability. Minoru Mineta, training to increase the strength of his scalp so that he won't bleed even if he keeps popping off his balls. Again skipping to end of present Mike's detail of everyone's training. Those of you who are operative types will have to raise your maximum limits. Heteromorphic types and other composite types need to train the parts of their body related to their quirks. Normally, this would occur as your bodies grow, but we don't have that time. Class B, you guys hurry up, too, Sekijiro said to his class as he crossed his arms. Once we join there will be 40 of us. Will 6 teachers be able to help all of us? Itsuka asked one of her classmates. That's why they're here. Aizawa walked up lazily. That's right, the 4 of us are one. A young woman of medium height with long, emerald green hair and big round yellow eyes that are almost always open all the way, 3 small eyelashes located toward the top of each eye. As part of her costume, she had pink marks on her cheeks that resemble whiskers and a pink circle around her right eye. Lock on with these sparkling gazes. Mandalay did a small twirl dance while making a lock-on sign with her hand. We've come to lend a paw and help. The same green-haired girl did a spin. Just then a tall, muscular man with short brown hair and a small triangle-shaped beard. He has blank white eyes with black markings surrounding them. He was wearing a brown version of the Pussycats' hero costume, coming out of nowhere. Stingingly cute and cat-like, Pixie Bob did her dance. They together came together and said, "Wild, wild, pussycats." They all struck a pose together with a rainbow hollow background that appeared behind them. Bakugo threw his hand into the air, still training his quick, damn it. My quirk is search, the girl with green hair shouted. I can know all about the info about up to 100 people by just looking at them. I can find out their location and weaknesses too. With my earth flow, I can make perfect places for each person to train. Pixie Bob said with excitement. And with my telepath, I can give advice to multiple people at once. Mandalay added with a wink. And my job is assault through punching and kicking. He looked onwards with a stern and deep voice, all of you. Today's as Tiger's boot camp has already begun. He pointed at Izuku who was currently punching the air, kneeing the air, and something else continuously. Tiger slid next to Izuku. Now give me all that you got. Izuku nodded his head and looked at him. His quirk appeared on his arm, 5% Detroit Smash. Izuku went to punch Tiger, but he easily dodged and punched Izuku into a tree. You're still pretty lively. That means your muscle fibers haven't been ripped apart yet. Yes sir. Izuku weakly tried to get up. Scary, everyone from 1B thought. Later at dinner. Today's the only day we'll be doing stuff for you. Pixie Bob shouted with a bunch of ingredients out in front of her and partner known as Ragdoll. Ragdoll moved her left paw up and down quickly. At least make your own food. Yeasier, everyone said tiredly. Well, let's get to cooking. Naruto skipped forward as he created a bunch of shadow clones that began cooking curry. Keep in mind that doesn't mean you can make any old sloppy cat food. Ragdoll did a weird laugh while waving her paw at them. This should be easy. Naruto's clones walked up and punched the air around the logs. He ignited the hydrogen molecules in the air. This allowed the logs to set fire, thus allowing everyone to begin preparing their dinners. Naruto began to cook some curry, which to everyone's luck, Naruto picked up on cooking since he lived with Torino. An old man can't always do the cooking, so he learned to pick it up along the way. After some time, they all finished up preparing their food, which all of them were quite happy with. Itadakimasu. Class 1A shouted as they all began to dig into their food. Everyone was chowing their food down quickly, including Naruto, which he was starving. He created a lot of shadow clones that work on other training. He himself was training on absorbing nature chakra. So far his father has done a great job explaining. Naruto, how have you two been doing on training? I can see you're both eating a lot. Mina turned around looking at Momo and Naruto. In fact, everyone has been quite curious about why Naruto was sitting on top of a spike with a flat piece of rock while he sat up there in a meditative stance. No one really saw it, but his shirt and pants were off. So he had his underwear on only because he had to begin slowly absorbing nature energy. Well, for me, my body needs to eat a lot. The more I eat, the more atoms I can produce. I'm trying to work on a way to create new things, as long as I know how to make things from the atomic level with atoms. Then chemicals as well. I can create just about any non-living thing. However, I would like to take my quirk to the next step. Quirk evolution takes years of training. No one student can do so at the level you guys are at now. Aizawa came walking up, surprising everyone. Naruto has done a great deal for you all. Aizawa-sensei, there is no need for that. Naruto actually added sensei to the ends of Aizawa, which he shook his head and continued. Uzumaki has been trying to push you all lately, but I asked him to only help in quirk training. Yaoyorozu-san has the right idea, you all should have. Trying to better your quirks to the point where they could possibly evolve and do new things. Aizawa nodded, his head turned back around to leave. Oh, that reminds me. Might I ask what type of training you're doing, Uzumaki? All I saw were your shadow clones helping others spar or whatever they need. Some worked on techniques I've seen before. Naruto chuckled while everyone else leaned in to see what he was going to say. Well, in all honesty, I'm working on making a bigger Rasengan known as Odama Rasengan. There are a few other things I'm looking into. Naruto had a smile appear on his face. It's not yet mastered or even ready for me to begin using. Unless I want to turn into a stone statue, the other one. I need to make sure I don't crash into things along with ripping myself apart if I do the jutsu wrong. What? Everyone, including Momo, looked at Naruto blankly with their faces gone white. Aizawa smirked as he looked at Naruto. Not bad, Uzumaki, expected as a shinobi. Yep, shinobi never reveal all of their moves, besides who knows what could happen. Though, the one problem is what I'll need you for, Aizawa-sensei. It's so you can help me with my training. It basically makes sure I don't get turned into a stone statue. Naruto rubbed the back of his head with a chuckle as Aizawa looked at him confused, but then he shook his head. Naruto Uzumaki, the number most unpredictable ninja hero. Yeah, just let me know when you need help. Aizawa turned around and went back inside with Mandalay and Pixie Bob. Momo continued to eat her food until it then hit her. Momo squinted her eyes and closed her eyes and thought. Naruto saw that look on her face of her trying to think up of something. I know everything living or carbon-based lifeforms. Is it possible to even create living things? I don't think I've ever really tried to do anything like that. Creating animals I think might be impossible. What could I possibly create? Momo wondered as she looked at her food and continued to eat. What are you thinking about, Momo? Naruto looked at his girlfriend with curiosity. I was thinking, I know I can't create living things. I know animals are living things. I know I can't create them as the molecular structure might be too much of a strain on my body. Momo got up from her seat and walked over towards a patch of dirt on the side. This was far away from everyone else. Some people watched but others continued to eat. Momo also gestured for Naruto to follow her as he got up and went with her. Aizawa saw this and watched through the window. Hey Naruto, I got a question. Were there any shinobi from your world that could create living things? Living things? Not that I know of. Wait, have you ever thought about creating elements? Naruto asked as Momo put her finger on her lip. Think about it. Granted, our chakra natures give us the ability to manipulate elements naturally. However, elements, in general, have some type of molecular structure to it. It's also non-living, like water, using 2 hydrogen atoms and 1 oxygen atom. Naruto got the idea to click in his head. Momo held her hands up and thought about the 2 atoms and put them together. What if I added some pressure on the way it comes out? Instead of me letting it just flow out. Momo trailed off as she closed her eyes and focused on her quirk. Naruto saw a small line of water come out. He stayed quiet for Momo to concentrate, compress it, build it up, then fire. Momo shot her eyes open as a wave of water shot out of her hands. The cone of water shot out was about 5 inches in diameter. Momo, you did it. Naruto shouted with a smirk on his face, but then he ran over to Momo. Whoa. You okay? Naruto quickly caught Momo before she fell over as she laid in his arms. That was the more stressful thing I've ever done. Momo brought her hands up to her face to find her hands wet. I did it though, we did it. I think I found the next step to my quirk to get stronger. Momo tried to get up but couldn't. Hey, it's okay, I'll carry ya. Naruto picked her up bridal style, which everyone from class 1A saw Momo's attack and were in shock. Momo didn't know it, but she accidentally channeled chakra along with her quirk, thus making a strong cone of water which she shot out. Naruto turned his head to look at the damage she did. It didn't go that far, but she did hit a tree which caused a dent to form in the trunk of the tree. They were about 20 feet from the tree too. Naruto walked her back to the table and set her down. I'll make some more food for you to eat. Naruto added as he created a clone that began to prepare some more food. Thanks, Momo added with a blush as she brought her face up to Naruto's and kissed his lips. Naruto forgets sometimes that they're this intimate at times. Anything for you, my creation princess, Naruto said with a chuckle at the end, earning a blush from Momo. That's new, Momo said with her cheeks turning red. Everyone else couldn't help but sweat drop that they completely forgot they were there with Mina. Love makes you forget about this world sometimes. Mina giggled as Toru nodded her head in excitement. They're so cute together, Toru added. What about you, Ochako Tilda? Mina adds with a giggle as Ochako began to blush, not wanting to say anything. With Aizawa. Aizawa smirked as he looked at Momo's display of a new idea. Uzumaki Naruto, you certainly inspire others to get better. Aizawa thought as everyone else began to roar, saying that they were to get even better and evolve their quirks. Whether Yaoyorozu realizes it, she has already evolved her quirk to new levels. She'll become one hell of a hero. Aizawa turned and went to head to bed for the night with everyone else. Since Naruto was sitting still while eating, and his clone came back and handed Momo her food, he began to slowly absorb more nature energy, but he saw Kota walking away. Naruto squinted his eyes and let a sigh out. Hey, Momo, I'll be right back. Naruto stood up and went to walk towards Kota. He grabbed a plate of curry. Naruto saw that Izuku was going to go as well. Naruto walked over to Izuku. You were going to talk to him, huh? Yeah. I wonder why Kota has resent towards us. I don't understand everything, but I've heard some things from Mandalay. Izuku looked toward Kota's direction. Naruto smiled. That's great, Izuku, you've got the right heart and mind for being a hero. However, this isn't the first time I've met a kid like this. I know what to do. Naruto walked towards Kota wanting to talk to him. Soon Naruto arrived at his hideout. Naruto walked up and called out, Hey, you hungry? Naruto walked up next to him and placed his curry on the ground. Why you? How did you get here? Kota saw Naruto in his secret spot, angry. I followed you here, plus I could sense the emotions from a mile away. Naruto added as he looked at the boy seriously. I need to talk to you, Kota. You aren't the first person I've met who has those eyes. I won't sugarcoat it for you either. Your parents were heroes. You looked up to them and loved them. You loved heroes and wanted to be one. Until they were killed. Am I right? Kota growled at Naruto. How do you know about that? Wait. Did Mandalay tell you? Naruto nodded his head. Yeah, they did, because I've met someone like you. Maybe you're angrier than he was when I first met him. Naruto walked up to Kota and passed him to sit down on the ledge of a cliff and sat down. Kota stood on guard ready to punch or attack Naruto. You need to understand that your parents were heroes and always will be. You're mad that they died. They died because you didn't understand everything at that time. You were mad that they left you behind. I know how it feels. Naruto added as he closed his eyes and thought back to Konoha. Minato and Kushina in the seal were quiet and said nothing as they knew what they had to do. Naruto completely understands why his parents did it too. No, you don't. All you heroes like to do play around with your quirks, showing them off. Heroes are trash, terrible, horrible people. Kota shouted in anger and tear beginning to form in his eyes. Okay then, if I'm so horrible, then is Mandalay horrible? Pixie Bob, Naruto added as Kota flinched and didn't say anything. Were your parents horrible people? Kota was stunned as he didn't say anything. Kota built up the courage and shouted, They left me. They had to die. I grew up alone. You don't know how it feels. I lost my parents. Kota shouted in anger, I hate them. They left me because they needed to be heroes. Naruto closed his eyes and let a sigh out. Yeah, however, if they were being heroes, they were protecting others. What if your parents did come back? That means that the villain they were trying to stop succeeded in killing others. Do you think your parents could live with themselves if that villain would have killed innocents? Other parents, other kids. Villains don't care, they'll kill to just kill sometimes. You have to face reality, kid. There are just nutjobs out there. How do you even know that? How do you even know how I feel? Kota shouted in anger, wanting to beat Naruto to a pulp. You have a family that loves you. They keep showing you the love that your parents wanted to give you. Mandalay and Pixie Bob, they're your family and doing what they can to make you happy. Trying to help you live a normal life. I never got that. Naruto looked off in the distance as an ominous wind blew, causing his hair to flow with the wind. Kota calmed down and looked at Naruto confused. What do you mean? My parents died the day I was born. I never knew what parents' love was like. I didn't even have a family to take me in. You do. They're heroes to the boot. Maybe you should rethink the way you view heroes. I won't force you, but I think it's something to consider, kid. Naruto stood up and began to leave. When a person has something important they want to protect, that's when they can become truly strong. That's what your parents found. That's what they did. They saved those people. They stopped that monster from forcing another kid to be an orphan. Imagine if that monster killed someone's parents. That kid had no family, had nowhere to go to. How would you feel knowing that your parents could have done something? They didn't. I know it's a hard fact to accept, but be grateful for everything Mandalay and Pixie Bob have been trying to do for you. Naruto stood up and began to leave. This left Kota looking at the ground. Who is he? He is different from the rest. He uses to have those eyes. He had the same eyes like mine, but they didn't hold anger. Why? Kota narrowed his eyes as he thought about what Naruto said. With the League of Villains. Shut up, you crazy bastards. We'll move when all 10 of us are here. Gathering a bunch of punks that are just strong will only increase risk. It's better to have a small group of elites. First, we'll make them realize that their peace is resting in our hands. Dabi stated as looked towards the training camp where everyone is. With Naruto. Naruto was making his way towards everyone as he found everyone leaving for bed. Naruto saw that Momo was walking back ever so slowly. Naruto quickly skipped forward and scooped Momo up like a princess. How are you doing, my princess? Naruto said with a foxy grin on his face. I'm doing fine, just a little tired, that's all. Momo said as she nuzzled her head into the crook of his neck. Well, I think you used a little bit of chakra with your creation quirk there. So be careful, you might have inadvertently used nature chakra alongside your quirk. Nature transformations at your level of chakra reserves are too hard for you. So, be careful and train your body more. Naruto placed a kiss on Momo's forehead, but Naruto found Momo already asleep in his arms. Naruto carried her towards the girl's room and knocked on it. Come in, Mina said out, but the person didn't walk in. Are you girls all dressed up? I have Momo here, she fell asleep in my arms. Naruto called out since he didn't want to be a perv and walk in on everyone. You're green, come on in. Ochako skipped up to the door, opening it for Naruto. Naruto walked in and made his way towards her bed and laid her down, tucking her in. Naruto went to leave, but was stopped as Momo grabbed his hand. Stay here. Momo said with a pout. She hasn't been able to cuddle with her Naruto. Momo, I don't think that's a good. Naruto was cut off when Mina pipped up. I don't mind. Mina giggled. I'm cool with it, Jiro added. Naruto isn't a pervert, so I'm cool with it. Ribbit, Sue added. Yeah, that's fine, it's a slumber party anyways. Ochako added with her bubbly personality dimmed a bit. They were all pretty tired though. I don't know. Naruto rubbed the back of his head as he froze as he saw Momo quivering her bottom lip. Ooh, alright, fine, you win. Naruto snuggled under Momo's sheets. You aren't going to take your shirt off at least? Momo asked with another pout as he blushed, and the other girls sent a smug look towards Naruto's way. Fine, he said in defeat as he sat up and took his shirt off. Just then Momo forgot. Oh, Naruto, I forgot about that. I'm sorry. Momo felt bad as the girls stared at Naruto in shock. They all saw the scar that was left directly over his heart. The girls wanted to ask, but Naruto spoke up. it's okay to ask girls, I don't mind that much. I can't say too much, but let's just say, I had a lighting blade ran through my chest and I survived. Naruto said with a small smile as they all wondered. Who was the person who had the ability to use a lighting blade? Besides, we all know that Momo's being a bit of a perv anyways. Naruto lightened the mood as everyone let a chuckle out. Momo slugged his arm, so mean. Momo rolled over on her side, crossing her arms with a pout on her face. Oh, don't be like that, Momo-hime. Naruto added as Momo loosened and blushed as he called her that. Fine, I forgive you, only because I asked you to take your shirt off. Momo rolled the other way to face Naruto so she can snuggle her head into his chest. Good night, everyone. Momo began to drift off as Naruto placed a kiss on her forehead. Night, everyone. Naruto began to drift off on his own as well. Next morning, training area. Naruto and everyone were in the rocky area with everyone still tired. However, Naruto was one of the few who were still fine. Everyone was still tired from the lessons that went until 2 a.m. and everyone woke up at 7 a.m. for more training. Like I said, I told you it'd be tough. You're not just trying to improve your quirks. Above all, you need to work on the weakness that were exposed during final exams. Aizawa added as they all flinched, but Naruto and some of the others did just fine during the final exams. Think carefully about why you're more tired than your classmates before you move. Uraraka, Aoyama, you two should, too. You didn't fail, but you were close. If 30 points was passing, you were at about 35. Don't lose focus. All of you, move faster. Aizawa looked towards Naruto's direction as he was sitting on a sharp point rock on the slab of stone. Uzumaki, just what are you exactly training on? I know you have clones working on your other skills. Naruto with his eyes closed said, whatever my clones learn when they dispel the memories return back to me. What I'm doing here, I'm working on Sage Mode. I have clones also working on the Hiraishin. Others on Taijutsu and Odama Rasengan. Everyone looked at him with blank stares on their faces. They no idea what Naruto was talking about. Sage Mode. Hiraishin. Flying Thunder God. Kirishima looked at Naruto confused. I only have the basics, I can't use it continuously. Naruto added, but Aizawa didn't see any clones in sight working on this Hiraishin. Naruto had a group working on the Odama Rasengan on the side, others sparring, and Naruto himself meditating. Uzumaki, I don't even know what Sage Mode is. Can you at least explain it so I know what you're doing? Aizawa asked, wanting to make sure his student was training and not slacking off. Users of Sage Mode must possess extreme chakra levels to invoke senjutsu. It is also important that their bodies be strong enough to support the increased power. In order to enter Sage Mode, the gatherer must remain absolutely still in order to be one with nature and balance the natural energy with their own physical and spiritual energies. If the user puts too little natural energy into using senjutsu, the technique will not work. Conversely, if too much natural energy is taken in, their body will turn to stone forever. Humans will also be transformed into whichever animal's school the senjutsu was learned from. In my case, I'd be turned into a stone toad. Naruto adds while still maintaining a meditative posture, not opening an eye, and still balancing on the earth spike. How do you prevent yourself from being turned to stone? Aizawa asked as everyone listened into Naruto's ability. Just say I have a way to force it out if I need to. Naruto said as everyone felt a flood of the Nine Tails power exerted the senjutsu chakra out of Naruto's system. I can also use to filter how much senjutsu chakra goes in as well. Naruto continued to focus, but then he began to reabsorb the senjutsu chakra. I see, I'll leave you to it then. Aizawa answered, satisfied with Naruto's explanation. Mina moved to a certain angle and saw Naruto without his shirt and pants on. All he had on was his underwear. Whoa, talk about some orange undies. Mina chuckled as Naruto's eyebrow twitched, but he kept his calm. Aizawa shook his head. No matter what, always know where you came from. Later at dinner, Naruto was preparing the fire again along with everyone else's help. Then Izuku walked up to Naruto and asked, Naruto, what did you talk to Kota about last night? Izuku asked, wanting to know what Naruto said. Izuku didn't know what to say to Kota, or to even try to help him. I am also curious because he seemed to hate heroes. Shoto added as Naruto nodded his head and stood on his feet. Simple. I told him he needs to look more He needs to look underneath the underneath. Just because his parents were killed doesn't mean he needs to hate heroes. If his parents didn't save those people, another boy or girl would end up like him. Not only that, he should do his best to live on and be happy. He has his cousins who are trying their best to be his family. I told him that it was up to him to decide on what he does. Naruto added. He closed his eyes and continued placing the wood into the fireplace. Izuku nodded his head, wanting to talk to Kota about this too. He wanted to learn to be able to do things like what Naruto does. Naruto, you talk about that as if you had the experience. If you really think about it, your story doesn't add up. Your background doesn't make much sense either. Your abilities of them stemming from a demon fox quirk, you keep displaying multiple things. You can't keep stemming them all off of Chakra. Shoto narrowed his eyes at Naruto as everyone looked at Shoto. Momo looked at Naruto with worry. Oh no. Naruto looked at Shoto and smiled. Yeah, there are some things that aren't true about me. It's a past that I don't like to talk about. Everything that you do know about me is true, it's the backstory that is false. Chakra being a thing that is true, but who I really am, you have no idea who I am. Honestly, the part of all my moves being chakra-based. They are, but there are some things of where chakra came from. That's an entirely different basket of eggs you're reaching into. One day, Shoto, everyone, you'll learn who I truly am. Naruto said with a small smile on his face. Naruto expected them to all want to know who he really was. With these different abilities appearing, they were bound to realize that he has more than just one quirk. Seems to be a sort of quirk. Daiku Hokage is indeed a quirk, that's no lie. Naruto also added as Shoto nodded his head and closed his eyes. Alright, that's fine, but whenever you're ready, you can talk to us, we're all your friends. Shoto added, satisfied with Naruto's answer. You've helped me, I've seen the way you act, Naruto. It's a good mask. You're hiding something from all of us though. Yaoyorozu knows, but again it's your secret to tell and say. Aizawa looked at the maturity of everyone, which he had to admit they're walking in the right direction. However, they aren't ready to know Naruto's true story, and for Naruto even know what Momo is doing for him. Clap. Alright, let's all get back to making dinner. Momo called out, trying to change the subject and ease the tension. Later. Now, we've filled our bellies and washed the dishes. Next, Pixie Bob said with excitement. It's time for the test of courage. Minato began to jump in anticipation. We're going to test it. Everyone else part of the low-grade scorers shouted. Before that, it pains me to say this, but the extra lessons group will be having class with me now. Aizawa said with a monotone voice as the extra lessons group flinched. Aizawa wrapped them all up in his scarf rag. What, now of all times? Mina shouted, upset. Your training during the day wasn't good enough, so I have to use this time. Give us a break. Let us be tested. With the test. Alright, so, Class B will be the first to be scarers. Class A will leave in pairs every 3 minutes. There are tags with your names written on them in the middle of the route. So, bring those back with you. The scarers can't directly attack you with their quirk. Show us how scary you are with your quirks. Pixie Bob explained, with everyone seeming a bit on edge. The class that makes most people piss their pants with creativity and imagination wins. Tiger shouted while pointing at everyone. Jiro said, stop it. That's filthy. I see. They're trying to make us refine our ideas by making us compete with each other, giving us more options for our quirks in the process. As expected of UA. Tenya shouted. Now, you'll draw lots to determine your partners. Pixie Bob held up the lots in the air. First team Mezzo Shoji and Fumikage Tokiyami. Second team Shoto Todoroki and Katsuki Bakugo. Third team Kyoka Jiro and Toru Hagakure. Fourth team Momo Yaoyorozu and Yuga Aoyama. Fifth team Uraraka Chako and Suyu Asui. Sixth team Mashirao Ojiro and Minoru Mineta. Seventh team Tenya Ida and Izuku Midoriya. Eighth team Naruto Uzumaki. Huh, well, that sucks. On my own then. Naruto found himself by himself. 12 minutes later. Eck. Okay, the fifth team go. Pixie Bob called out. Naruto looked up from where he was waiting and saw smoke. Hey, what's going on? Wait, are we under attack? Naruto began to send chakra throughout his body in case they were given full access to their quirk use. All broadcast it. Mandalay activated her quirk. Everyone, we're under attack by villains. You all have to get back. Go. Mandalay called out to everyone. Mandalay. Kota. Where is Kota? Naruto asked as Mandalay's eyes widen. I'll go then. I know where he is. Naruto charged up Daiku Hokage to 25%. He had flames surround his body. Wait, no, I didn't authorize you to. Mandalay didn't finish. Sorry Mandalay, but I don't go by rules when people are in danger. Those who break the rules are scum. That's true. However, those who leave their comrades behind, Naruto turned to run towards Kota's direction, are worse than scum. Naruto created over 100 shadow clones as they all ran into the forest to go find everyone else to make sure they're okay. Naruto took off, leaving a trail of yellow with his hair being the only thing visible. With Kota. The memory of the TV the night his parents died were playing in his head. The suspect is still on the run, and the police and heroes are on his trail. Why you? The suspect's quirk is a simple power-up type, and he is very dangerous. If you see this face, contact the police or heroes immediately. Kota's face began to contort with a horrified sad face. In addition, the suspect is thought to have sustained an injury on his left eye from his fight with Water Hose earlier. Papa. Mama. Kota saw the cloak on the man's face move ever so slightly, allowing him a full view of the man. The man that took his parents from him, his life, his everything. The man raised his fist into the air as muscles shot out of his wrist and covered his forearm. Just then a flash of orange-red flames appeared and scooped Kota away. Just then another flash of red appeared next to Naruto. Glad you joined Izuku. To be honest, this might be easier with another heavy hitter like you. Naruto fell into his turtle hermit stance. Naruto made a shadow clone that scooped Kota up and ran him away with 10% of Daiku Hokage activated. Look at this. We got one of the 3 people we needed. The man came walking up to Naruto and Izuku. The man is large, bulky, and extremely muscular. He has a set wide with short, spiky blonde hair and small black eyes. He has a large scar going across the left side of his face, his left eye replaced with a prosthetic one, and he has another, a smaller scar on the right side of his forehead. His outfit consists of a black, hooded cloak and a white hockey mask with multiple holes. Underneath this, he wears a red tank top, a dark jacket that hangs around his waist, dark-colored pants, and black knee-high boots. We can go all out. Izuku, my clone, is taking Kota away from here. However, try not to break any of your bones. Naruto added, which Izuku nodded his head. Naruto then created 2 shadow clones that shot towards the forest. My clones will go get help and relay information. I've seen this villain on the news. Torino Gigi told me just how bad this guy is. I don't think we're getting away easily. Hey, stupid fox, you want to work with me on this one? You know what happens if I die, right? Grr, insolent little brat. Fine, but only because I want to watch you beat the shit out of him. I got nothing else to do. The Kyuubi answered in the seal, thinking hard about everything. Maybe the brat really isn't that bad, at least he asked for help. Also not like he ever tried to forcibly take my chakra either. Naruto had the Kyuubi's red chakra appear on the surface of his skin with 3 tails waving behind him. Daiku Hokage 60%. Naruto shouted with his eyes turning crimson red with black slits in the middle. His crimson eyes even seemed to glow almost yellow with the veins of energy around Naruto. No longer did they seem orange-red flames, but yellow, as if his power has begun to increase. Izuku had his gauntlet appear on his hand. Boost. 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 Alright, I'm ready. Izuku was about 30% power. His power has greatly increased as he then spread his quickness throughout his entire body. His gauntlet went away, but his body was vibrating with power. Izuku's red lighting around his body began to turn green, with his eyes also glowing green. Let's do this, Datbeo. Naruto and Izuku shot forward together, with Naruto throwing his right fist out and Izuku with his left fist. The man blocked their attack as the 2 quickly bounced off to gain some distance. This should be fun. We were told to kill anyone else not important. So little green guy is dying. There are 3 of you that we need. The muscular man shot forward as he went to punch Izuku, who narrowly dodged. Naruto realized that he got quicker and punched Izuku into the wall. Bastard. Naruto did a roundhouse kick and slammed his foot into the villain. The villain had muscles shoot out of his arm to cushion the blow. Well, fuck. The Kyuubi mentally said. Crap. Naruto said as the villain grabbed his leg and lifted him into the air. Muscular began to slam Naruto into the ground repeatedly. He only did it twice until he realized that the red cloak around Naruto began to burn his hand. The hell is that? He quickly threw Naruto into the same wall Izuku was just thrown into. He found his hand sizzling. Just then Izuku appeared above him, boost smash. Just the muscle shot out and cushioned Izuku's kick. Muscular grabbed Izuku's face and slammed him into the ground. Vermilion Odama Rasengan. Naruto jumped up and slammed his attack and drilled into Muscular. Muscular was warned of this attack. However, the spinning and the raw power of the attack sent him flying away off the cliff, giving the two a second to catch their breath. Izuku, we need to head back now. Muscular isn't a villain we can easily beat. Just then Muscular shot up into the air and then slammed down in front of them. Ahaha. I actually felt that one. That hurt. That really hurt. I'll enjoy breaking your legs. Muscular shot forward as went to punch Naruto. Naruto quickly ducked underneath and swung his leg at Muscles to throw him off balance. Kyuubi shot. Naruto caught Muscular off guard, tripping him, causing him to smash into the wall. Izuku now. Naruto charged up his and slammed it into Muscular back. Konoha smash. Naruto's fist ignited the air as his fist slammed into Muscular's back. Texas smash. Izuku shouted out as he slammed his fist into Muscular's back, pushing him further into the wall. Soon Muscular came crashing out of the wall with a giant smirk on his face. You're strong. Hehehehe ha 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 ha. Well, before I beat you both into the ground, tell me, where is a kid named Katsuki Bakugo and Momo Yaoyorozu? Muscular smirked with a giant grin on his face. What the hell do you want with both of them? Naruto growled out. I still have my job to do though also. If I get you, then getting your cooperation with you will be easy. He charged forward towards as they narrowly dodged his punch that obliterated the wall behind them. Even if I knew, I would tell you shit. Naruto and Izuku readied themselves for Muscular's next attack. What do they want with Kacchan? Izuku thought to himself. Let's play. Muscular quickly disappeared quicker than Izuku could see as he was kicked in the stomach and sent into the wall. Bastard. Naruto lunged forward as he shot out his chakra claw, which swiped at Muscular as it cut him, causing burns on his muscles. Damn it. That hurt. Well, the thing is, we do know what thing. You got something sealed inside of you. The Kyuubi no Yoko. Muscular shouted out with wide eyes, and as he laughed as Naruto looked at him in shock, and Izuku laid there with blood running down his face. Blood. That's great. It's what I wanted. This is so fun. What did you say earlier? You get that kid to safety. Please. Once I'm done with you two, I'll kill everyone in your class. We'll make sure to take great care of that girl Yaoyorozu. You keep her name out of your filthy mouth. Naruto powered up to 80% as his power increased, as he didn't want this bastard to get near her. Naruto moved quickly enough and surprised Muscular, slamming his fist into his jaw. Sarutobi smash. Muscular was sent into the wall. Naruto felt his hand vibrating from the punch. Muscular got out of the wall with blood running down his face. Ahaha. That felt good. That hurt. Ahaha. Prepared to get annihilated. He augmented his body more with muscles covering his entire body. Crap, Naruto said before Muscular appeared in front of Naruto, grabbing his face with his bare hand. Let go of him, Izuku shouted as he went to kick him in the face. However, Muscle just blocked Izuku's punch. Muscular's other arm came up and grabbed Izuku by the face, throwing him into the ground. He lifted his foot up and smashed it on top of Izuku's chest. Naruto saw Izuku cough up blood. Naruto knows that Izuku had broken ribs from that. Damn it. Naruto struggled to pry his hand off his face, but he began to squeeze harder. I'll beat you even if I have to kill you. I won't let you harm any of my friends. Naruto shouted as he had a kunai appear in his hand thanks to seals on his wrists. Naruto stabbed his kunai enhanced with his chakra and stabbed into Muscular's flesh. Ow. Damn. You. Muscular lifted Naruto into the air and slammed his head into the ground as Naruto dropped the kunai. Muscular backed up annoyed. Don't spout lip service you can't actually pull off. Naruto laid there next to Izuku, unable to move. Damn, he hits really damn hard. Naruto felt his head ringing and his head giving him a really bad headache. Be honest with yourselves. Just then a rock hit Muscular in the back of his head. He turned his head to see Kota. Water hose. Papa. Mama. Naruto eyes opened as he saw Kota standing there. Naruto began to scan through his shadow clone's memories as they were forced to dispel all of them due to some gas. Kota actually knocked his clone out of existence with water quick. Naruto was so busy with the fight he didn't even have time to analyze or even think about the memories that came back. Did you torment them like that, too, before you killed them? Kota said with anger and tears in his eyes. Huh, seriously, your parents were heroes. He lifted both of his hands up happily. This must be fate. Water hose. It's thanks to them that my left eye is artificial now. He pointed it with his left hand. Naruto took his time to begin healing with the Kyuubi inside of him helping out his healing. It's your fault. Naruto had a pang of pain in his heart as he heard Kota in pain. Losing his parents is different from never having them. However, not having the love from your parents is what hurts most of all. It's because of guys like you that it always turns out like this. Kota shouted out with anger. Kita are always shifting the blame like that. That's no good, Muscular said with no care in the world. Kota looked up in shock. It's not like I have a grudge about this eye or anything, you know. I just wanted to kill. And those two wanted to stop me. Naruto heard this and saw the horror in Kota's eyes. Naruto's heart hurt. It frickin' hurt like hell. This sick bastard. He did it because he wanted to. He took this boy's parents for the pleasure of killing. Naruto's anger was beginning to rise. It was the result of all of us doing what we wanted. What's wrong is wanting to do something you are unable to do. Like your mommy and daddy. He then suddenly turned to his right, which means, you're coming now aren't you, you piece of trash. You're the one who's wrong. Izuku shouted in anger as he lodged his fist into one of his muscles. And then what? You gonna punch me with that weak arm of yours? Muscular cocked his left fist back to punch Izuku. It's not a matter of whether or not I can do it. A hero's job is to risk his life to make the lip service a reality. Izuku pushed his right arm forward, boosted gear scale male 100%. Izuku had an entire body of armor appear on his body. What? He's different from earlier. Muscular failed to punch Izuku first as he was met with Izuku's full force of his quick sending him into the wall, causing a huge rush of air pushing Kota off the cliff. However, Naruto saved the boy and landed back on the ground. Naruto looked up and saw Izuku on the ground exhausted as he expended the rest of his strength. Sorry for blowing you away. Izuku slowly stood up with Naruto next to him. What? That was 100%. Naruto growled. That punch was too obvious. But that wasn't bad, Midoriya. Muscular began walking forward and stopped. I'll stop you right here and now. Naruto walked forward with his body completely healed of the punches and attack earlier. Well, good luck with that, but now I feel like attacking now. Which also reminds me, you know why we know of that Kyuubi no Yoko in you. Well, let's just say there was a little conversation. Behind your back, a deal was made between UA and the Japanese government. They agreed as long as you don't lose control of the Kyuubi, you won't be thrown in jail or executed. They think that you're too much of a dangerous person. Guess what, your little girlfriend is in on this. She only there to keep you happy so you don't lose control. She has to keep you happy by any means necessary. Muscular fished out some files and papers and threw them to the ground and gestured for Naruto to pick them up and read them. He is lying, Naruto. Momo wouldn't do that. You wouldn't do that. What do they mean you have something in you? Izuku looked at Naruto confused by all of this. Naruto still picked it up and began to read. Naruto Uzumaki, Quirk, Daiku Hokage, Chakra Manipulation, Risk, Unstable, Moderator, Toshinori Yagi, Guardian, Torino. Summary. Naruto Uzumaki claims to be from a distant land known as the Elemental Nations. He also says he has a beast inside him, which is uncontrollable and only a seal is to keep the beast within Naruto. Much is unknown by his seal and what this Kyuubi no Yoko really is. Status. Unstable and possibly danger to everyone and everything. Way to control him. Momo Yaoyorozu has been reported as a couple. Used any methods necessary to keep the boy calm and happy, which includes enacting adult means to calm the boy. If the boy goes to haywire, he will either be imprisoned for life or executed. We do not know the true dangers Uzumaki possess and must be seen as a kill on sight if he loses himself. All other hero associations will have a copy of this document. This prevents a kill on sight if he ever loses control. However, if the applicant of this document dies, meaning the girl, the kill on sight order is reinstated automatically. Naruto read as he looked at the file and he even saw her signature at the bottom as well. Naruto specifically read kill on sight, imprisoned or executed, and unstable and possibly a danger to everyone and everything. What's wrong, kid? Cat got your tongue. Your little girlfriend is just being a slut doing what the government if asking. She doesn't love you, she is just doing it because she was ordered to. Muscular roared in laughter as memories of him and Momo began to play throughout Naruto's head.